Members of council, if I can please have you take your seats. John, the screen says.
Just gotta remember, there it is.
Oh shit, I should know that.
Secret. That's the secret spot right in the top.
Okay. So members of council, this meeting is now resumed. Please take your seats. Mayor Tory has a brief announcement to make.
Speaker, thank you and good morning to one and all. And I just, this is, I don't know whether it doesn't really classify, but I'll call it a point of order for lack of better description. But I just wanted to acknowledge the fact that a lot of people in this council are working hard on efforts of one kind or another to help to facilitate the arrival here and the effective, prompt, compassionate settlement of Syrian refugees. And one that I wanted to take note of, because I think it's great leadership, is the efforts of Councillor Justin DiCiano. And as some of you will know, the Archdiocese of Toronto, the Roman Catholic Archdiocese, launched Project Hope, which was to go out and raise an amount of money to help settle refugees. Their goal is $3 million, and our colleague said he was going to launch the Etobicoke Challenge and try to raise $250,000 by December 15th, 2015. And in response to his being on CBC and talking about this and talking about the Etobicoke Challenge, one person stepped up. And you know, we know they're out there. And sometimes they just have to hear about what's going on and the fact that we're all committed to doing something about it. This one person stepped up and donated himself $250,000. And so this caused the councillor to double the target for the Etobicoke Challenge, which is going to be great news for everybody concerned. I know that Councillor Mihevc and I were talking yesterday about an event that he's helping to make happen. It's really community sponsored in his ward at Witchwood for the refugees and for the cause. And of course, Councillor Cressy has been working. And I just really want to sort of remind us of the fact there are members among us, many, and I don't mean to single anybody out, but this was one really good example, who are making a difference on this, which I think is one of those things, like the poverty reduction strategy we're going to discuss later today, that is the real litmus test of what we're sort of about here and why we're here. And I just want to commend all the councillors for that, and commend Councillor DiCiano in particular for the Etobicoke Challenge, and just tell everybody to let's keep doing it, because I think it's something that's going to be fundamentally important and will be looked back upon as one of the most important things we did during this time in office. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. Councillor Matlow would like to make a brief announcement.
I want to acknowledge, as we gather today as the representatives at the local level at the City of Toronto, that we have colleagues who are being sworn in as our country's new government this morning in Ottawa. And I say this with the spirit that it deserves, which is that we have people here who are active Liberals or Conservatives or NDPers or Greens or otherwise, who worked very hard to support, no matter what party they believe in, or members who they believe in, or candidates who they thought would do a good job. But ultimately, we have a government now who will represent the entire country, no matter what your partisan preferences might be. And I believe that we all can agree on, no matter what your whatever party you tend to support, that if there is an opportunity to have real infrastructure investment into the City of Toronto, then we can all work together to list our priorities in a clear way and work with the government to see these priorities through to fruition. So on behalf of all of us, I know that we wish our new government well and our new Prime Minister well too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Matlow, I can see it now.
Okay, members, we have a presentation later this morning at approximately 10:45 a.m. on Take Your Kids to Work Day. Members of Council, we will now review and confirm the order paper. To this point, Council has completed 74 items, which is half the agenda. There are 57 items left on the agenda. Our first item of business this morning will be item ED 6.14. and the mayor's key matter EX 9.5, Toronto Poverty Reduction Strategy, will be considered after member motions this afternoon. The mayor's key item will be followed by item CC 10.8 on appointments to the Bill Toronto Board. I suggest that council decide on a time for a closed session later in the meeting if required. I will now take the release of member Holtz. Councillor Mammoliti.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to get rid of EY 9.26. Having talked to staff, it's in everyone's best interest, I think,
What
just
page, Councillor Mammoliti?
page 6, sorry,
Page 6.
just to defer it off to Executive Committee in January, because staff have a report coming forward to that committee anyway. So it's just the best thing to do right now.
So you're deferring it to,
Executive,
referring it to executive?
refer.
Refer.
Yeah.
Okay, that's on page 6, EY 9.26, parkland adjacent to 2372 Finch. Councillor Mammoliti's motion, on favor? Carried. Thank you. Councillor Mihevig.
Yes, thank you. I'd ask the staff to put on the board page 4, revisions to Major Cultural Organizations Grant Program.
I'm sorry,
I have a
Councillor Mihevig, I didn't hear you. Sorry?
Sorry, it's ED 7.2,
What page?
page 4, halfway down the page, Economic Development Committee,
Right.
first item. I'm happy to release it with this addition. This allows for any other organization through the budget process to put forward proposals for that stream. And this has the support of staff. It's been reviewed by staff.
Okay, this is on page 4, ED 7.2. Councillor Mihevig is moving an amendment. It's on the screen. Councillor Shiner?
Maybe it's because I haven't had a cup of coffee this morning, but if we could just hold it down so I could understand it better and then maybe release it. If the councillor could hold it and then maybe after lunch release it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ainslie?
Good morning, Madam Speaker. I have 4 items that I'd like to deal with. First one on page 3, AU 4.3, improving controls over property tax assessments and payment in lieu of taxes, PILTs. I've talked with Councillor Lee and the Auditor General. I have a motion that I would like to move. City Council requests the Director of Revenue Services to report to the April 4th, 2016 meeting of the Government Management Committee on the status of the implementation of the Audit Committee recommendations.
Okay, on page 3, AE 4.3, Councillor Ainslie has put forward an amendment. It's on the screen. All in favor? Carried. Clause is amended. All in favor? Carried. Thank you.
Then the one right below it, AU 4.11, Toronto Parking Authority Phase 1 Audit of Real Estate Activities. And I have a motion for that.
Page 3?
City Council requests the Chief Corporate Officer to report to the April 4th, 2016 meeting of the Government Management Committee on the resolution of issues related to the Chief Corporate Officer's delegated authority for the Toronto Parking Authority's real estate activities.
Okay, on page 3, AU 4.11, Councillor Ainslie has moved an amendment. It's on the screen. All in favor? Carried. Clause is amended. All in favor? Carried. Thank you.
Then one at the bottom, Community Development and Recreation Committee, CD 7.1, Long-Term Care Home and Services, 2016 to 2020 Service Plan. Ward all. I've talked with the General Manager of Long-Term Care and Homes. I'd like to amend recommendation number 3. It's underlined at the bottom. This is basically asking to look at some type of internet rating system and review system. No? Okay. I'll continue to hold that.
Okay.
And my last one, sorry, on the page, top of page 6, EY 9.25, holding utility companies accountable to a higher standard of repair. I've got my questions answered on that one, and I'm prepared to release it.
So on page 6, EY 9.25, Counselor Ainsley is releasing. All in favor? Carried. Counselor Cressy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On page 7, CC 10.7, this is 283 Adelaide Street West zoning amendment application. I have an amendment, if it can be put on the screen.
And this was circulated
And this was
yesterday.
advanced circulated yesterday, and I'm prepared to do a quick release on this.
Okay, so on page 7, CC 10.7, Counselor Cressy is moving the amendment. All in favor? Carried. Clause is amended. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Counselor Layton.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. On the same page 7, CC 10.5, 740 Dupont, Ontario Municipal Board hearing settlement offer. We received confidential, a confidential settlement offer yesterday on our desk, and I'm prepared to pass the staff recommendations.
Okay. So on page 7, CC 10.5, Counselor Layton is releasing, and you received the copy of the settlement confidential report. Counselor Layton is releasing. All in favor? Carried. Counselor Shiner.
Madam Speaker, on page 5, PG 7.1, which I rose upon yesterday when I held it, quite a number of members of council have come to me with changes or issues they'd like to deal with in regards to this. What I am suggesting is that after lunch, I'm going to move a motion to refer it back to the committee for further consideration. This is the mid-rise building performance standards, but any member of council that has motions, if you could put them into the clerk, I'd like them to be submitted so we could also refer all those motions back to committee. And then I'll try and organize a time at committee special to hear and meet with both the public and members of council so we could deal with the item at committee and then make recommendations to come back here. So I'm not moving the referral right now, but I am giving a notice to council that it's my intention to move that after lunch and ask that any members of council that have motions, if they could table them with the clerk. Councillor Davis.
Okay, you're not
Councillor
the
Davis.
speaker, Councillor Davis. Enough.
You know, due respect, Councillor Davis, I don't stand there when you're speaking or anyone else and start yelling at the person
Counselor
speaking.
Shiner.
Please. You're not clarifying. You're interrupting my time on the floor with council.
Counselor Shiner. Counselor Davis. Counselor Davis.
I'm standing to apologize.
Okay, thank you
I
very much.
apologize, but I'd like the clerk to clarify if I
Okay,
could.
thank-
nothing to clarify.
Okay, just let me say something, Counselor Shiner. What you're saying makes sense, but if the motions are given to the clerk so they can be moved, each of the motions, until they're actually moved by the members, then they're not before us. So any members of council that do want to move those motions have to get up.
That's
at the
right,
appropriate
and
time.
I will work that out with the clerk. I'm trying to give every member of council the opportunity to simply move their motion, and then I will move the referral of all those motions to committee.
Right,
I understand that. I will work out the procedures with the clerk to do that.
thank you.
But I'm just trying to give a notice to members and ask that if any of you have any concerns, either put it in a motion, or if you don't want to do that, then between now and committee, contact me, or I'll try and contact you. Thank you.
Thank you. I've also reviewed a number of urgent member motions to be added to the agenda. So, Councillor Fletcher, did you have a release?
I just had a question, because yesterday, I can't remember what you said about the items that were being held by Councillor Ford.
What I
We
did
released
say-
them, but they're still on the order paper.
Yeah, so when we get to them, we just release them.
Oh, we just, as we get there?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for clarifying.
Well, I guess we can do them now.
Well, we should wait.
Why? He's not coming.
I was instructed by the mayor, Councillor Ford's office, that he will not be here, and so we can release all his items.
Release them now.
So
I'll
if you
release
would
them.
like to release them
Yes, I'll release them.
one by one, we can do them one by one. Okay. Okay.
I'll do that.
So, Councillor, okay, just a sec. Councillor Mamali, do you have a point of order?
Yesterday, I do, I'd asked the clerk yesterday for one of those emergency motions to help draft
Yes,
up.
and we're going to do that now.
Is that one of
Yes.
them that you're referring to?
Yes, yes.
It's
Oh, which
not.
one?
It's coming.
Okay, so I'll get that to you as soon as I can.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, on page 4, a speaker, ED 7.3, appointment of 5th City of Toronto Poet Laureate. That, if we could
Okay, what
release-
page?
Page 4, I'm sorry,
Oh.
page 4.
You did say page 4.
Did I say page 4? Okay.
did.
ED 7.3, appointment of 5th City of Toronto Poet Laureate.
Okay, so you're releasing?
Yes.
Yes. On page 4, ED 7.3, Councillor Fletcher is releasing. All in favor? Carried. Thank you.
And then on page 6, speaker, North York Community Council, NY 9.5, application to remove a city tree, 168 Alfred Avenue.
Okay, on page 6, NY 9.5, Councillor Fletcher is releasing. All in favor?
Assuming we're voting for the staff.
Recorded vote.
Ask the Lorax.
Councillor Bailao, please.
Councillor Cole, please.
Councillor McMahon, please.
Mayor Tory, please.
The item carries 29 to 1.
Speaker, page 6 again. NY 9.17, 40-kilometer speed limit, York Mills Road between Parkwood Village Drive and Victoria Village.
Sorry,
It's number 6.
page 6?
Page 6, NY 9.17.
Oh, 917, okay.
Now, that's Councillor Deputy Mayor Menon Wong's, but you're holding? Okay. That one is still held.
That's it.
And then on page 7, TE 11.19, application to remove a private tree, 45 Ludi Avenue. Councillor McMahon's ward.
Okay, thank you. So on page 7, T 11.19, Councillor Fletcher is releasing. All in favor? Oh, recorded vote, recorded vote. 1119. I believe that's it, Councillor Fletcher. Yeah.
Councillor Robinson, thank you. Councillor Burnside, Councillor Cole, Councillor DiCiano, when you're seated, please.
Councillor.
Councillor Mamalidi, when you're seated, please. Councillor Mamalidi, please.
The item carries 27 to 3.
Councillor Robinson, you would like to make a brief announcement?
Yes, Madam Speaker, thank you very much. I just want to announce to the Chamber that today is Take Your Kids to Work Day, grade 9ers, and we have a number of them here in the Chamber with us, sons and daughters of our amazing staff at City Hall. So stand up, all the mums and dads, and give us a wave, all the grade 9ers. Some over there. Transportation, stand up and wave. Over here, transportation. This is the future of City Hall. And I have to tell you, on a personal note, my son William James Robinson Crossland is one of those grade 9ers. There he is, right there.
Councillor Robinson, we do have a presentation at 10:45. Okay. Marilyn, okay. Point of privilege, Councillor McMahon.
Well, if Councillor Robinson can do a little special shout out, I'll do a special shout out for my niece, grade 9, right here from Wexford, Maitland, who's hiding.
Mary. Councillor Carroll. You have a motion that you would like to introduce?
Oh, sorry, I didn't know that I thought it was done last night. No. Yes, Madam Speaker, this is a last-minute adjustment to a Section 37 agreement for myself. Staff helped to draft this motion after about 10 years of negotiations.
On favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Who's next? Councillor Cressy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The motion is on the screen. This is urgent because the deadline for comment is before the next council meeting. It's a liquor license item.
On favor? Carried. Thank you. Okay, so Councillor Layton, would you like to introduce Councillor Wong Tams?
Sure.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't turn your mic on. There you go.
I'm very pleased to introduce this urgent motion on behalf of Councillor Wong Tam for what looks to be revisions to a proposed amendment to a residential rental demolition application. That's about as much detail as I can give.
On favor? Carried. Okay, Councillor Layton, there's another one for Councillor Wong Tam.
Is this one any different? This is revisions to item TE 5.5, so it looks like a reopening of a matter with some urgency. Heritage matter that has some urgency.
Okay, on favor? On favor? Carried. Okay, Councillor Layton, while you're up, do you want to introduce mine?
Sure. On behalf of our illustrious speaker, I'd like to introduce a motion to attend the AGCO on a matter related to a liquor license at 1215 Weston Road.
On favor? Carried. Councillor Layton, another one for Councillor Wong Tam.
Another matter of urgency related to an official plan amendment, request for directions report going to a November 5th and 6th OMB hearing. Isn't that today? Tomorrow it's at the OMB, so it certainly would be urgent.
On favor? Carried. Huh? Who's this? His? Oh, Councillor Lane, we have one for you.
I have an application for a liquor license at 131 Ossington. I need to go and attend the AGCO to ensure their conditions are put on the license. No.
All in favor? Carried. Councillor Cressy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is another liquor license application. It's an HGCO matter. The deadline for comment is before the next meeting. Therefore, it is urgent.
All in favor? Carried. Councillor Cressy, you have another?
I do. This is the release of Section 45 funds to complete a new artscape facility. It is urgent because the funds are required in order to complete the work.
All in favor? Carried. Okay, that's it for now. All those in favor of adopting the order paper? Recorded vote.
Councillor Karygiannis, please.
Councillor Palacio, thank you.
Councillor Mihevc, we need your vote, please. Councillor Matlow.
The motion to adopt the order paper carries 31-1.
Okay, so our first item is ED 6.14, which is on the top of page 3, which Councillor Fragedakis held down. I just want to mention, I received a call this morning that Councillor Grimes will not be in because unfortunately I don't know what the issue is, but he's in the hospital. So, and Councillor Moser will not be in because he has a doctor's appointment. Councillor Fragedakis, questions to staff. Do we have questions to staff?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to staff. So I've heard some media reports that important investors have recently raised concerns about broadband capacity in Toronto, and I was wondering if you've heard anything that can confirm this.
We've had no direct communication that our broadband access is interfering with investors looking at coming to Toronto, but we've heard secondhand about such stories.
Okay. And how important is broadband connectivity to our IT sector?
It's not just to the IT sector, it's vital for all sectors because as industries become more sophisticated, having access to broadband or ability to move information, large amounts of information around quickly is vital for their operations.
Okay. So even in the non-IT sectors, most of all job hunting seems to involve the internet. Would you be able to speculate on what it would mean to have no or spotty internet access would be for job hunters?
It would be damaging to their efforts.
Right. Would it be fair to say then that those without internet are losing out on job opportunities and employers are missing out on these people in their labor prospect pool?
Yes.
Okay. So the so-called digital divide then doesn't just reinforce poverty, but it's also a drain on our economy, correct?
Where it occurs, yes.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions? Councillor Fragedakis to speak.
Yeah, I have a motion, and it's been advance circulated. It's on this green sheet, and it's that City Council requests the General Manager of Economic Development and Culture to conduct a study on the status of Toronto's internet connectivity and broadband capacity, especially as it relates to key city and regional economic development objectives. Excuse me. Sorry, if I could just have some quiet. Thanks. Objectives and the city's poverty reduction strategy with regards to the digital divide. And the two key issues that I'm hoping to address with this study is, one, concerns raised about the state of our broadband infrastructure, and the other, of course, is the digital divide. Broadband infrastructure is a key part of our modern economy. It's critical, as Mr. Williams has just said, not just to the IT sector, but to the overall economy. The staff report points out that broadband connectivity is an extraordinarily powerful tool that is already widely used for healthcare, work, and job searches, news, shopping, personal finances, social networking, entertainment, and interactions with government. And in today's economy, internet connectivity is as critical as our roads and highways. Now, this is different in that much of this infrastructure is in private hands, and we're not talking about changing that. We're not talking about intervention, but rather leadership. And this study would review the situation and see how we might help, if necessary, foster something better. Is it possible that we've fallen behind? We've heard anecdotally from investors that they're telling us that they're worried about our broadband speeds and our capacity, and so my motion is about taking a strategic approach to the question of internet connectivity. Much like with the capital gains report, we took a strategic approach to arts and culture, including the role that they play in growing our city's economy. And the second part of my motion speaks to the digital divide, and many Torontonians live in the digital dark. They have no or inconvenient access to the internet. From job hunting to learning to sharing their opinions with us, they're actually at a disadvantage. How many? Well, the Stats Can Internet User Survey report that 97% of Canadians in the top income quartile have access to the internet in their homes, but that number drops to 54% for those in the bottom quartile. I don't know if there are any good stats for Toronto, but New York City learned in the last few years that about 2.9 million of its residents were in the digital dark. So it's a very serious issue and quite possibly growing. Pew Research in the United States did a study involving teachers and found that a large majority of these teachers, they said 84%, agree that to some extent with the statement that today's digital technologies are leading to greater disparities between affluent and disadvantaged schools and school districts. And fortunately for us, the Toronto Public Library recognizes this issue and is taking steps, and you'll see some of that in the poverty reduction strategy. I know that Councillor Matlow has brought forward some important initiatives on this front. Given the critical role the web plays in everything from learning to job hunting, we actually have to get a better handle on this issue. Major cities like Chicago, New York, Tokyo, Seoul, and London are well ahead of us on these issues. York Region even has a broadband vision and strategy, so I ask for your support for this motion, because I think we need to know where we're at when it comes to internet connectivity and the digital divide so we can plan accordingly. Thanks.
Thank you. Now, Councillor Pasternak, you've got your name down to speak, right?
Actually, my name was up there for questions to staff,
Well-
and that obviously that ship has sailed.
No, but I'm sorry, but when we went through the questions, your name was not there, and I unfortunately put it on after we went to speakers. But
I'd be happy to question the mover, because
Yes, okay.
I'm sure she's just as capable as many of our talented staff.
Okay, so you can question the mover. You can question the mover on her motion, and then Councillor Pasternak, did you want to speak on it? You can put your name under request to speak.
No, the question is.
Okay. Councillor Pasternak, question to Councillor Fragadakis.
Thank you. Through you to Councillor Fragadakis. Now, the council has spoken pretty clearly about internet access in our parks, in our 1,600 parks. Is your further study to revisit that issue and try and reverse it, or are you content with council's direction now that we're not putting internet in parks?
Well, that matter is actually under study through the committee, but mine is actually trying to map the assets and look at our broadband capacity and look at the digital divide and try to address that. So it's really just trying to get a handle on where we are so that we can figure out where we're going. So I'm not talking about Wi-Fi in parks per se. I'm looking at the whole city.
Fair enough. The council has voted on it. Committee and council has voted on it once, and it was rejected. It is coming back for a second look through the committee process. But council, as of now, has spoken, and that it's not a desirable initiative. Secondly, is school boards, and particularly Wi-Fi access at the elementary level. Now, anecdotally speaking, more and more parents and parent councils are coming forward to raise concerns about that. because of federal health standards. Is that something that you're looking to address also in your research, or is that something that
Again, I mean, this is a mapping of the assets in this city. I'm not doing the study. It's not my research. We have staff. So, I mean, I'm trying to figure out what the status is of our connectivity and our broadband capacity. That's all that this is.
Okay, thank you.
It was whether we have an advisory group or then the study, or the study and then the advisory group.
Councillor Robinson, questions?
Yeah, I guess I also have similar concerns to Councillor Pasternak. Councillor Adam Vaughan, or former Councillor Adam Vaughan, and I had worked on this a little bit together with a number of residents in my ward. So are you suggesting, when you're talking about mapping of assets, you're talking about increasing the number of cell towers in Toronto?
No, I'm trying to figure out where we are. What do we have? What's in the ground? I'm not suggesting that we increase anything.
Okay, and so back to the park issue. Do you support wireless initiatives being in our parks, or?
That's actually got nothing to do with my motion, with all due respect. I mean, I'm just trying to ask for a study that we can figure out what we have in the ground right now, so that we can kind of figure out where we're going and provide equity and access for all in this city.
Okay, well, because a lot of my residents are very concerned about that particular issue.
And so are mine. So, I mean, but it's nothing to do with the Wi-Fi in the parks. It's actually, I feel that internet connectivity is actually an equity and access issue. It's bigger than just, a Wi-Fi in the parks. It's actually, I'm just trying to figure out what we have so that we can plan accordingly.
Okay, thank you.
Do we have any more speakers on the item? Okay, Mayor Tory?
Madam Speaker, I really just wanted to express my support for both the recommendation, but also for Councillor Fragedakis' motion. I think that while Mr. Williams is correct in saying that it hasn't been identified as kind of a frequently mentioned barrier, there is no question that for example, I was at met with a group of California venture capitalists who were talking with us about things that are to some extent standing in the way of or make it less easy for us to take advantage of the opportunity to become kind of the startup capital of North America, competitive with Silicon Valley and Boston, which we're in that race. And it was pointed out to me that while we've been able to grow over the years, and frankly I used to do it as the CEO of one of the big broadband providers, that our connectivity and our capacity and our speeds were among the best in North America. That's not the proper measurement. The proper measurement is as against Seoul, Korea, and places like that, where actually they make the North American broadband capacity look, pretty, not inadequate. And I'm pleased to say that both Bell and Rogers have stepped up in recent weeks and made very significant announcements of investments that are actually underway to be implemented to increase that capacity. But I think that I'm going to be, I've asked the heads of some of these telecom companies to come in and visit with me and discuss how we can make sure that in making that investment, they do it in such a way that it's going to maximize our opportunities to take advantage of it economically in terms of some of these startups and other technology-related businesses. But I think that putting it in a motion like this, and also making sure we address the flip side of this, if I can call it that, or the other side, which is those who will not be able to take full advantage of opportunities that present themselves economically going forward because of the fact that they haven't had access as children and families, or that they don't have access where they live, even to setting up small self-owned businesses that need substantial internet capacity in order to operate. And so I think the Councillor Fragedakis' recognition of the other side of the digital divide is something that will be very useful for us in making sure that we take full advantage of having the right infrastructure, sitting down with the telecom providers and making sure that we're hand in glove on that, but also making sure that we are with respect to future opportunities. So I just really wanted to say a positive word about her motion today, which I intend to support for that reason, because I think both sets of information sought by her motion will be extremely useful to us in making sure we really get our infrastructure up to the level it's got to be at to be more than competitive and to be again what we once were, which was world leading on this, and to be making sure that we don't leave people behind in the process who will later pay a price for not having had access to high-speed broadband capacity during, say, their childhood years. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. On the amendment by Councillor Fragedakis, recorded vote.
Councillor Kelly, please, and Councillor Karygiannis. Councillor Matlow. Members, we opened the panel a little bit late, so please be sure you've pressed your button and your vote is recorded.
Councillor Ainsley, please. Councillor Ainsley. Councillor Ainsley, may we have your vote, please? Thank you.
The amendment carries unanimously, 32 in favor.
Clauses, is that it? Okay. Thank you. Yeah. So we'll go back to page 3. The next item would be the Board of Health, HL 4.1, to be considered with Licensing and Standards Committee, LS 7.2, on page 5. So both of them, the Board of Health and Licensing and Standards, would be considered at the same time, okay, together. So, do we have any? So members of Council Karygiannis, we're on the item that you were referring to yesterday. So the Board of Health's report is here with the recommendation. Licensing and Standard is here without a recommendation. So, why? That's the Italian in me. Okay, so but we're going to be dealing with both of them, like both items. So we have questions to staff. So if you have any questions to staff, please put your name up, request to question staff. Councillor Doucette.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. To the Medical Officer of Health, I guess. The report which came before the Board of Health explained why the recommendation is to ban this use of hookahs in city licensed premises. Could you explain briefly the health impact this smoking does, whether it's nicotine or herbal?
Yes, Madam Speaker, the practice of smoking hookah is harmful to health in 3 ways. For the user, who inhales toxins, which we know through research is associated with a range of chronic health problems, lung disease, heart disease, and cancer, similar to the kinds of health outcomes that occur with other forms of tobacco smoking. Secondly, hookah smoking models a more positive view of smoking than we would like to see, and there's been a long-term effort to try and denormalize smoking to discourage young people from taking it up. And thirdly, for people who are bystanders, such as people who work in premises where hookah smoking is allowed, we have evidence from Toronto studies that the air quality is very poor and would be hazardous to health for exposure over the long term. So, for example, one recent study estimated that for someone exposed to 2 hours of air in a hookah bar was equivalent to smoking 10 cigarettes.
So following along on that line, am I correct that we heard at Board of Health that one of the local universities, as a Frosh Week break the ice process, had encouraged or offered the students to sit down and have a hookah party, I guess it would be called. Is that correct? And did
Yes.
I?
Over the past couple of years, hookah has been featured as an orientation activity, and I've written to the presidents of universities within the City of Toronto to alert them to the inappropriateness of this. One of the things that we have learned from surveys of young people is that they generally do not appreciate the health risks associated with smoking, and there is with smoking hookah, and there is a false belief that somehow the hookah pipe removes the toxins within the smoke and is actually safer than smoking cigarettes.
One of the things I've also read recently is when you go to a hookah bar, you may be smoking this, whether it's tobacco or non-tobacco, for a period of time. When you smoke a cigarette, you smoke it and it's done. Is that correct? So is it a longer exposure to the substance?
Well, people who are users of hookah will often stay in a premise for some time. It's a social activity. I think the longest exposure is experienced by people who work in these premises, and that's a real concern for health.
Can we go on to the other side of it? So the recommendation is, as I say, to ban it. This is to protect the youth. We are going to be educating. What areas have, what are other areas doing? Have other places banned it? And if so, who? And is that just in Toronto? Just in Canada? Or is it across the world?
Well, this has been an emerging issue as a health risk and has been recognized by the WHO in their work on tobacco as being a health problem that needs to be addressed. A number of jurisdictions, both in Ontario, other parts of North America, and internationally, have legislated restrictions or bans on the use of hookah.
So we would not be the first doing this?
No, not even the first in Ontario.
Okay, and I understand there was actually several countries who've also banned it, even though it seemed to be not a tradition, but a sort of a cultural way of meeting your friends and things. Is that correct?
Yes, there have been legislative restrictions enacted in countries where this is a long-term traditional practice.
You mentioned very quickly about secondhand smoke. I found that interesting because when I first was sitting at Board of Health, I didn't realize that there's secondhand smoke. So have we found that the secondhand smoke will have the same health effects as someone smoking a cigarette?
Well, a recent study of air quality, which measured things like carbon monoxide and small particles in the air in premises here in Toronto where hookah smoking is offered, did find those contaminants at hazardous levels to health, exceeding recommendations by, for example, the US EPA and Health Canada.
And how would we be able to say if someone is smoking nicotine or if they're smoking herbal? Is there a way for someone who's going to inspect to see what they're actually smoking? That's my last question.
The hookah pipes can be used to smoke shisha containing tobacco or a product which does not contain tobacco. It's sometimes difficult to tell from the packaging and labeling whether there is tobacco in it or not. That's important because currently in Ontario, indoor smoking of tobacco in a hookah pipe is illegal. The province recently introduced regulations which give us the authority in enforcement to seize samples to be tested, but it is a cumbersome process, and the evidence is that even hookah smoking with non-tobacco containing products poses a health risk.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Palacio, questions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To the Medical Officer of Health. At the Licensing Standards Committee meeting, we had deputations and there were a lot of concerns with regards to this item. Did the Ontario Tobacco Research Unit brought any concerns with regards to the shisha smoking, especially with tobacco?
Yes, Madam Speaker. The Ontario Tobacco Research Unit conducted the research that I referred to a moment ago, in which they went into a number of hookah offering premises here in the City of Toronto and took samples which they analyzed for air quality. I mean, if you go into one of these places, very often you can visibly tell that the air quality is poor, but their tests revealed that there were high levels of carbon monoxide and the kind of fine particles which penetrate deep into the lungs and are associated with health risks in terms of lung disease and heart disease. Those levels were such that the study authors concluded that this was a hazardous environment, both for the smokers and for the non-smokers who worked there.
So that concern is further compounded with, in terms of air quality also, the way that the whole smoking process takes place with charcoal and whatever else. Can you expand a little bit more?
Well, the product which is burned in the hookah pipe, the shisha, is burned using charcoal. And actually many of the contaminants come from the charcoal. It's actually indoor combustion, a bit like having a hibachi indoors. So the combustion products are a combination of combustion of the shisha itself and of the charcoal. So that's why it's less important what's being burned than the fact that there is combustion taking place.
Thank you. Is there any evidence that substantiates that minors, 10-year-olds or 12-year-olds, that they frequent these locations?
Well, there are no legal restrictions currently as to who can enter a hookah bar or, in fact, who can use hookah other than if the hookah is found to contain tobacco. So one of the concerns is exposure of young people to this practice and what message it sends to them about the healthfulness of this practice.
So the difference between tobacco hookah and mainly tobacco shisha, that has nicotine. How about any herbals that are used in the process? Is there any evidence that there is any other substances that that may be harmful to the environment?
Well, studies which have compared the smoke that comes from a hookah using a tobacco product and one using an herbal or non-tobacco product find that essentially from a health point of view the risks are very, very similar. The only difference is the absence of nicotine, and even that's difficult to be sure about, because when studies have been done in premises which believe that they are using shisha which doesn't contain tobacco, there's still nicotine levels in the air. So I think there's a quality control issue in terms of what's in the actual product.
So at the moment, the way things are, there is no rules in terms of forcing the establishments to have a list of ingredients or packaging materials that people know exactly what's being consumed there.
That's correct.
So there is no rules whatsoever with regards to that. I have a couple of questions to the Executive Director of Municipal Licensing Standards. Is there any evidence that shows that these establishments maintain proper ventilation within the premise?
So through you, Madam Speaker, that is not an element that we would be involved in inspecting, sir.
So we don't have any evidence to that effect?
We've not had any complaints in that regard that I'm aware of that we have inspected against.
How many establishments do we have throughout the city that the city knows at least?
I'm sorry, that the city...
How many establishments do we have that provide shisha or hookah bars?
So through you, Madam Speaker, we don't license hookah consumption, so the information we have is anywhere from 60 to 80 establishments based anecdotally on the information from Public Health and ourselves.
Has there been any charges or any convictions for those who are... I understand that there is no regulations at this point, but in terms of serving minors or whatever else, is there has there been any charges or on violations?
So through you, Madam Speaker, we are aware of a number of locations where there have been incidents. We are not involved in inspecting or investigating in relation to alcohol consumption. In respect to smoking, I would defer to the Medical Officer of Health in that regard.
That was your last question.
About half of the premises that we're aware of have either been warned or charged for existing regulations having to do with tobacco.
Thank you. It's getting very noisy in here. Everybody is talking. Please. We have members of the public that are up there. If they can please try to keep it down. I know. Okay. Councillor Karygiannis, question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to staff. Can you please advise us if the places that have alcohol, any of the places that also serve alcohol and food, have been charged?
So through you, Madam Speaker, I would ask charged with what?
Having either tobacco or the property serving tobacco.
Yes, there have been charges. For example, as of this month, I believe 10 establishments have been convicted under the Smoke-Free Ontario legislation for a variety of existing provincial rules, violating a variety of provincial rules.
Could you be more specific? Have any of them been charged for serving tobacco?
Yes, there have been charges related to shisha tobacco.
In order to avoid minors, this is people under the age of 19, from going to these places, and also allowing the people that want to smoke hookah, would you be adverse to having establishments that only serve coffee, tea, or juices to operate and have strict control that there's absolutely no tobacco products are permitted?
No, my recommendations to City Council are in the reports before you.
What do we say to individuals that want to partake in smoking and want an establishment that they can frequent to do that? And I'm talking about the cultural group in the Middle East, the South Asians. What do we say to them? Continue smoking at home and continue smoking tobacco at home and pollute your house? Or would we rather have an establishment which is safe for them to smoke?
I think we would take a similar position to other legislation affecting smoking, and that is that it does not regulate or limit smoking in private spaces, such as homes.
I believe there's 4 establishments that allow people to bring in, I think these are downtown, that allow people to bring in marijuana in order for them to smoke in their establishment. Am I correct?
That's not something that I have any information about.
Would any other staff member have any information?
Through you, Madam Speaker, we are aware there are a number of locations that are called compassion centers for the consumption of medical marijuana.
Would you be also moving to shut them down?
Through you, Madam Speaker, the matter before us, sir, is dealing with shisha, not the issue of medicinal marijuana.
So if somebody was to get a doctor's note that said that they need to smoke shisha for medical reasons, how would you react to that? Through you, Madam Speaker.
I would report the doctor to the College of Physicians and Surgeons.
Would you be also doing the same for the doctor prescribing the patient to smoke marijuana?
Well, there is a legal framework in place in Canada for medicinal marijuana.
So there could be a framework for allowing people to also smoke hookah.
I doubt that, given that I'm not aware of any health benefits of smoking hookah.
Yet. My other question to you is, wouldn't it be safer for people that want to smoke hookah to have a place, an establishment to do it? Something similar to the folks that are addicted to crack or cocaine, and we have a safe place for them to shoot up, if I can use the terminology?
In terms of tobacco, for many decades now, we have not pursued a harm reduction approach because, particularly for tobacco use and smoking in public places, there is third-party harm. In other words, a premise such as you're suggesting would still pose a health risk to the people who work there.
But the people that work there, I would put it to you that a lot of them are smokers and they choose to work there.
Well, similar arguments were made in the past about people who work in bars and restaurants. And we heard from people who worked in bars and restaurants who were very much against being exposed to these hazards in the course of their work.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Campbell, questions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, we were reminded by Councillor Matlow that we have a new government in Ottawa, and I guess he's the Prime Minister now. On his campaign trail, indicated that they will be moving toward the legalization and beyond the decriminalization of marijuana. How will the medical officer of health respond if hookah bars become transformed into marijuana dens? Because this is a different type of herbal. Will we be similarly looking at a ban, notwithstanding federal legislation legalizing it?
Madam Speaker, I'm not sure whether this is before us, but I would say that if there is a legal structure put in place regulating marijuana use, then any enforcement activities would operate within that structure, I presume.
So has hookah, shisha, whatever it's called, I never even heard of this until the report landed in my office.
No, me too.
Is this under federal regulation?
No, it's not. It's currently a largely unregulated activity, which because of its hazards is why this is before Council.
So the hazards posed by smoking are well documented, and the linkage with cancer is well documented. Have there been similar reports linking this practice to the onset of cancer or other diseases?
Yes, there have been, and those are referred to in the report.
Are they referred? If they have, I missed that. Okay, because I get the carcinogens and the linkages there. Can you just help me out and tell me what those linkages are?
Well, broadly speaking, there have been long-term studies of people who are chronic users of hookah, and they have been found to experience many of the same health effects that tobacco smokers use, including lung disease, chronic lung disease, heart disease, and cancer.
All right, so in your professional opinion, are the harmful effects of this practice, are they similar to marijuana use?
I'm not really able to comment on that because we haven't looked at that issue specifically. There are chronic health effects of marijuana use. Marijuana use is typically not as intense as tobacco use.
Well, we're not talking about tobacco use, we're talking about hookah use, or
yes,
shisha, or whatever it's called.
Well, hookah is a combination of tobacco and non-tobacco products. So.
But we're looking to ban the entire practice. Like strip out the tobacco, it's the herbal. So even if it was 100% herbal, we'd be looking to ban it, correct?
Yes, that's correct, because many of the contaminants don't actually come from the shisha, they come from the combustion process.
So just getting back to my question, we are looking to ban this practice for the consumption of herbals, and in 12 months' time, is it not foreseeable that we might be faced with this discussion again, were the federal government to legalize marijuana?
I'm perhaps not making the same link between the two issues that is being made in the question.
All right, so we're about to ban a practice on the use of the consumption of herbals because it's not federally regulated. So we have the authority to do that. The federal government has authority to legalize marijuana, and if they do so, we will have banned a practice. I'm just trying to find out what is more harmful. We're banning one practice, whereas the federal government may legalize a practice down the road that is equally harmful. And I want your professional opinion if they are equivalent in their potential harmful effects.
I would have to report back on that. I'm not in a position to give you that comparison today.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I'll wait till it comes.
Thank you. It is getting very noisy in here again. Councillor Matlow.
Through Madam Speaker, and actually, if Councillor Campbell, this may assist because I understand where Councillor Campbell was going, but just to clarify, regardless of whether we're discussing cigarettes, hookah pipes, or marijuana, This isn't about banning or not banning. We are specifically discussing the usage of any of this in licensed public establishments, regardless of any of these subjects. Is that not fair to say?
The recommendation that's before council is about a prohibition in city licensed establishments. That's correct.
Exactly. So my inference would be that it would be it's a red herring if we're looking at other types of smoking. It's just a matter of where we're smoking. However, my question is more to do with how we set the priorities of what kind of recommendations come to council through the Board of Health. So recently the World Health Organization reported that processed meats, like bacon, lamb, etc., are carcinogenic, that they can lead to cancer. Are we expecting a recommendation from you that we should ban all processed meats from Toronto?
I'm not doing any work on that right now. I don't see the connection. I mean, there are many things that we experience and are exposed to in day-to-day life that can pose a health risk. We don't choose to regulate all of them.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So I think it's fair to say that while we might have roughly 70 known hookah bars in Toronto, processed red meats are fairly ubiquitous. You get them at virtually every restaurant and most of our households. So soft drinks. I remember Mayor Bloomberg in New York City made an effort to ban large-sized sodas, and eventually the courts threw that out. But do you think it would be wise to consider doing that in Toronto, banning soft drinks, because we know that leads to obesity and serious health problems?
There's no recommendation on that matter before council today from me.
So what I don't understand is, I think it's fair to say that most of us, those of us who don't smoke, rarely come in contact, if ever, anymore in Toronto, with anyone smoking in most every establishment we can think of, whether it be nightclubs, bars, cafes, barbershops, you name it. Most of us rarely even think of it. Most of us can't even believe that we once allowed that, frankly. It seems like so long ago, even though it wasn't that long ago. So why are really a handful of establishments that cities like New York and other cities have actually been grandfathered in having special provisions for? Why is this the priority that we're debating today, rather than, I think what a reasonable person could argue could be much more challenging issues, such as processed red meats, sugary soft drinks, all these other things? Why is this one on the table and the other ones aren't?
I would say two things. First of all, the smoke-free, generally smoke-free public places that we all enjoy in Toronto were significantly contributed to by legislative action taken by this city council in the past. It helped pave the way for a much healthier environment for all of us.
I agree.
I don't think that a question of action or inaction on one health issue bears on what we do on another unrelated issue.
But well, okay, I'll speak to it, but I still am confused why this specific item is here when there are so many other issues that people do in their day-to-day lives that affect our health. And how do we as government pick and choose what do we want to sort of get into and regulate and enforce or prohibit, and then what do we believe are things that are up to adults to make decisions about? And I'd like to explore that more.
Thank you. Councillor Mammoliti, questions?
Madam Speaker, someone with a very strong accent came up to me the other day and said to me, do you know where I can find a good hookah? And I sent him to to Councillor Karagiannis' ward. He called back and said, I don't want to smoke. But on a serious note, it's been a few minutes.
Councillor Mammoliti, your time is running.
So my question really does relate to, I think, I guess I'm most concerned about following up with Councillor Campbell's questioning. And that is, the herbs that they put into these things are health... Yeah, sorry.
He can't hear you. See if he's...
We're being told that the herbs are also very dangerous to our health that they put into these things. And Councillor Campbell's questioning, I think, makes sense. Because in another couple of months, if these herbs are actually replaced with marijuana, how would you feel about these kinds of lounges? Would you say the same thing?
As I said in response to an earlier question, much of the contaminants which are of concern from a health point of view actually come from the charcoal, the burning process, not just from the product which is put in the pipe. I'm not aware, I think it'd be speculative to talk about marijuana being used in this way. So I'm not sure how to respond to that question, but regardless of whether the shisha product has tobacco in it or not, we're facing the same kind of health risks.
I know, but I get it, and I understand your report. I understand where you're coming from, and I understand the responsibility you have to educate us and the public on this. But we all know that this direction is happening federally, and it's going to happen relatively quick. I think it's going to be swift. And in that particular case, if these kinds of lounges opened up and called them marijuana lounges, how would you feel about the effects that marijuana brings and not the herbs?
I would have to look at that issue as a separate issue and report back on it.
So do you think that it might be worth just deferring this off for a few months to see what the federal government actually does? And maybe you can look into some research in terms of what the effects are of marijuana in these machines?
I would say that the reasons why this is being recommended will not change regardless of what happens with marijuana.
So if they started a lounge with marijuana, it would still be unacceptable?
I think we would have to look at that situation and see what the health risks were.
All right, so let's say after the federal government does their thing and we open up, or you see a number of commercial properties selling marijuana and them smoking in those commercial properties, what if there were one right next door to one of these? We would crack down on this before the marijuana lounge?
Well, Madam Speaker, when it comes to the hookah bar, we have a body of evidence about health risks. We have models of regulation which are successful in other jurisdictions. The work has been done to justify this recommendation to Council. When it comes to something which may happen in the future, we would have to look at it.
All right. We may want to look at that sooner than later as it relates to this machine, because that's what I see it as a machine. The other question is, what if they decided to take these machines outside? Do we have a bylaw that says you can't do that either?
Well, currently, the proposal is for restrictions within licensed premises, whether outdoors or indoors. If it's part of the premise, then the smoking would be prohibited.
So they could actually take these outside?
Onto a patio, as long as it was part of the licensed premise.
Okay. And the economic question has to come up. We're making revenue from all of these businesses. They pay one form of license or another, whether it's food, whether they're selling something. We make revenue. What's the revenue we make on this industry? Total.
Through you, Madam Speaker, it's difficult to break out strictly those that are related to hookah, shisha. The license fee for an eating establishment, which we believe most of these are licensed as, is just under $300 per license. If we presume there's 70, that would be $21,000 a year.
If this report goes through today, we effectively eliminate an industry completely. And do we have a plan to make up that revenue that we're losing currently with this industry.
That was your last question?
So, through you, Madam Speaker, I mean, in any given year, we see businesses exit and enter the city, and there is a fluctuation in respect to the number of licensed premises. So it would be very difficult to say what the net impact would be if 60 premises didn't get replaced.
Thank you. Okay, are there any further questions on the two items, Board of Health and licensing? Okay, we'll go to speakers. Councillor Mihevc.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Here, this on the other item. This issue is a very interesting issue, and you know I want to place a bit of context on this.
Councillor Mihevc, do you have a motion?
Yes, I do. I have a motion that basically puts on the table.
Okay, just a sec. Let's put it on the screen. Okay.
Yep.
Carolyn Bennett, Aboriginal Affairs.
That's from Public Health, and this is the one from Licensing and Standards that gives effect to the Board of Health motion and puts it in a legal the proper legal framework. And the date is changed to April 1st. It was October 1st because the reports were deferred for a little while, so it's now April 1st. So let me put this in a bit of context. You know, we do a lot of things around this council chambers, and of course we do many, many good things. But I'll tell you, in my years here at council, if someone were to ask me, what is the thing that you are most proud of as a city councillor? You know, I might say the Witchwood Barns, I might say St. Clair, whatever, I might say other things. But you know what? You know what actually, one of the things that would really be at the top of my list would be the smoking bylaws that we put in place about 15 years ago. In the 1970s and 80s, when we were in university, I remember the pipes that would come into the tutorial rooms and the smoke was filled. And there was lots of 50% smoking in the city of Toronto and frankly in the country. In the 1990s, it was 25% to 30% smoking in the city of Toronto and across the country. Then we had all those debates. This council chamber was filled with restaurateurs in the mid-1990s saying no to the idea of restricting smoking in restaurants and eating establishments. It didn't happen. City of Toronto and North York put in place the bylaw, and we were all set to in the city of York, but then there was such an outrage that it didn't happen. 5 years later, the mayor of the time, Mayor Lastman, said, yes, we got to do this, put in place the bylaw, and that time the demographics had started to shift. That 25% had gone down to something like the low 20s, and there was enough of an experience of smoke-free restaurants that people, Torontonians, said, we have a taste for this, we want more of it. And so in the early, about 12 years ago, 15 years ago, we put it in place, and it happened. And you know what happened? The smoking rates in the province in Toronto went from the mid-20s, now they're somewhere in the mid-teens. 10% reduction in the last decade or so. What that means is that there are literally tens of thousands, and because it spread and became a provincial law and it went to other jurisdictions across the country, and frankly, it also, we're part of a global movement in Europe as well. We have been part of a movement that has saved tens of thousands of people, hundreds of thousands of people that have not contracted health diseases like heart disease, cancer, all kinds of other diseases that are related to tobacco and cigarettes. That's what this is part of. That's part of this. It's kind of like the butterfly effect. You know, we sometimes talk about a little action here will save lots of lives and lots of illness down the road. That's the only reason why we're doing it. So it's the right thing to do, and I think when our careers are finished and you're going to look back, you're going to say, that one was a good one. And we can't identify who is going to be the beneficiary of that policy. But we do know statistically this is going to drive down the numbers. And when you drive down the numbers, all those numbers are real people who will be positively impacted. The standard, we're now in the teens. You know, California, they're around 7%. They have a smoking rate of 7%. They have done tremendous work in this area. The health argument, I think the medical officer of health has articulated that very well. The cultural argument, you might say, yeah, but there are cultures that really do this, and we can't go against those cultural practices. Well, we know that Israel, South Africa, Saudi Arabia, Namibia, Russia, Vietnam, places South Asia and Middle East, they are restricting this practice as well. We're always changing as societies, and they are changing, and they are figuring out that this is not something that they really want to have their culture wrap themselves around. This is the right thing to do. It's got all the right endorsements from the medical community, tobacco control research unit, lung association, cancer research groups. This is the right thing to do.
Thank
you very much, Madam Speaker.
We do have a question for you by Councillor Campbell.
Question. Could we have the motion on the board, please? I think you said, Councillor, you said licensed establishments.
Yeah, establishment. I'm using the wording. Frankly, I just took it from the report.
What I'm getting at, it's licensed establishment. What if it's an unlicensed establishment? So a licensed establishment, you mean an establishment that sells food and liquor. What if it's an unlicensed establishment? I mean, if you're like, personally, I don't know how I'm going to vote on this, but if you're going to cover the bases, you might as well cover all the bases.
You can't operate an unlicensed establishment.
Like a bakery. Is a bakery a licensed establishment?
Yes. To operate a bakery, you have to have a license.
So what if it's a reading den? What if it's a bookstore? A bookstore is an unlicensed establishment.
Oh, you have to license them.
No.
No, you don't?
A bookstore is an unlicensed establishment. So I don't. So you have I think you might want to recognize that you've left a loophole.
Well, I'm not sure we have, but I will check that with staff. We don't want to leave a loophole.
Just pointing it out.
Yeah. If there is, I will amend it. But
Thank you. Okay, before we go to the next speaker, Mayor Tory, you would like to make an announcement at this time regarding Take Your Kids to Work Day?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Councillor Robinson indicated earlier on that there were joining us today, quite literally in our building, hundreds of people from grade 9 as part of Take Your Kids to Work Day, and the second shift. She introduced the first shift, which had her son and Councillor McMahon's niece in the crowd, among others, and the second shift, and I don't want to mean second in terms of in our affections otherwise, but the second shift, the next shift, is here, and I just wanted to welcome them and acknowledge, as we had planned on doing during their visit, welcome them to City Hall, welcome them to the Council Chamber. Things are pretty good this morning on the behavior front, so I don't need to apologize yet for anything you're going to see. It isn't always this good, but you can see, I think, because some of the students I met earlier on in the earlier group were asking me what we were debating, and I said we were debating something that was actually quite important to young people in the context of smoking and you know, an issue that's not easy. None of them are, because there's some other side to this that you're hearing being presented as well. But we welcome you. I will say on behalf, I'm sure, of my colleagues, it was so interesting for me when I was up having some pictures taken upstairs to also meet the public servants who have their children here today, because you don't get a chance to meet the parents who are also here, and we welcome them also, and to say thank you for the work that they do. And I hope you have an understanding not only of what goes on in this chamber from your visit here, but also a better understanding of what your parents do, because I can assure you that the work they have chosen in public service is fundamentally important to the well-being of the city and to the working of the city properly. It's very important work that they do, and I think important work that we do as well, and we work together as partners. And so I hope that you have a chance to observe that firsthand as well today. So I will just say welcome. I hope you enjoy the day. I hope you learn something about local government that's good. We will try to stay on our best behavior, and I will look forward to coming up and having a chance to say hello to you, as I'm sure some of my colleagues will. You're most welcome.
Thank you. Next speaker is Councillor Palacio.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think what's before us today is two sets of recommendations, one from the Medical Officer of Health and the other one is from the Executive Director of Municipal Licensing Standards, and that's to make some changes or amendments to the Toronto Municipal Code, Chapter 545, to include definitions on the hookah use. And so that's in the inhaling and exhaling of smoke from activated hookah pipes. And furthermore, to prohibit the use of this substance in licensed establishments. So that's what's before council. It's not, we are not dealing with marijuana at this point. We are not dealing with regulating any aspects of it. And I think that's stretching a little bit to it. So in terms of the smoking, as we all know, the Smoke-Free Ontario Act of 2006, it prohibits smoking in enclosed places, also in workplaces. And that includes illegal hookah lounges that serve tobacco, shisha, and as it's been indicated, I believe that we have more than 60 establishments out there. So I also understand and I believe that hookah smoking should be banned, and there are many reasons why I support the banning of it. For me, it doesn't matter if it's cigarettes, cigars, shisha, tobacco. Smoking is smoking, my friends, and all of that should be subject to the same rules and the same regulations. I don't smoke, and I have a good understanding of what it takes. Actually, I became a victim of secondhand smoking against my will, and I was at home, to the point that I developed a serious allergy, and that's another aspect that I have paid close attention to, the negative impacts and effects of smoking overall. To allow this hookah, shisha, tobacco smoking in licensed establishments, in my opinion, it amounts to have a separate regulatory framework that would be different from the Smoke-Free Ontario Act. And that in itself, it will not have legal fit or enforcement rules. During the deputations, we heard loud and clear from deputants from all over. Smoking is smoking once again. Doesn't matter if you're smoking cigarettes, cigars, or shisha and tobacco. The negative impacts of secondhand smoking goes beyond what is being actually recommended. One of the things that is very concerning is that hookah has gone beyond being a social and cultural practice that's been practiced in other parts of the world. This is a new phenomenon mainly with young people. And I do say young people as well. I have my daughter that very often, yes, they socialize with their friends and they get engaged into these small parties, and that's where I learn from it as well. That this goes beyond the traditional and cultural roots and traditions that where this kind of smoking takes place. This is something that's cool out there to many young people, but the harm that's doing, especially to the younger people, when you have 10-year-olds or 12-year-olds, as the medical officer of health indicated when they did a survey within our local schools, at least 10% of those students are frequenting these hookah places or hookah lunches. That's very, very concerning. So it's a growing phenomenon with young people. It's something that it will impact the health of not only of those who are inhaling or exhaling, but also those who work within those establishments. And the secondhand smoking is something that we should be very concerned and with regards to that. So from that perspective, I encourage members of council to approve the recommendations that are before us from both reports. That's from the Medical Officer of Health as well as from the Executive Director of Municipal Licensing Standards.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor De Beermaker. Okay. Councillor Karygiannis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There's a motion that I have, if the staff can put it up. Thank you. My motion is for us to establish a new regulation, hookah lounges, and only to allow non-tobacco products to be permitted, food or liquor not be permitted on the premises, only coffee, tea, juices to be permitted, and minors under the age of 19 not to permit it, with signage in a prominent location, and we should look at licensing them and have an appropriate fee on these. I understand that a lot of my colleagues are of the view that we shouldn't have any of these locations, but however, I will put it to you that if we bring these regulations in, there will be absolutely no tobacco smoke, so we're able to get around that. There will be no minors that would be invited to come in. There would be no food, and as such, a lot of people that right now are enjoying food, liquor, will not have the availability to do that and wouldn't be able to do that. On the other side, this is a cultural practice that has been done in many countries, although they've tried to abandon it. The regulations are not working. In Egypt, for example, where there's a high cancerous rate, and the country has come up with abandoning this. There was discussions, there were turmoils, and country backed out of this. So I would say that we move in this direction. People that want to smoke will continue smoking. If they don't have a place to smoke, they will be smoking at home, and they will be smoking real tobacco, putting their families at harm and at risk. If they have a safe place to go and smoke, like we have safe places to smoke, to light up for marijuana, and we have a vapor, I think they're called vapor lounges, and we have places in other cities where people that are hooked onto drugs can go and shoot themselves, safely shoot up. This is the same. This is an addiction, and we got to work with our communities in order to provide for them a safe place for them to have that smoke, and actually have a fee that we can actually regulate and go at times to make sure that these lounges do not have any tobacco products. So I put it in front of you for consideration, and I hope that I can get your support. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. We do have questions. Councillor Burnside.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I'm not an expert in this by any means, but how does one tell the difference between smoking tobacco and smoking whatever else you're talking about?
If you're importing, and a lot of these times people are importing them from overseas, there's Health Canada that has regulations, and there's actually stickers on them, and if people try to break those rules and regulations, RCMP will sweep down, they will confiscate the product, and they will charge you. I know of a case in my former riding, let me finish, in my former riding where a person was fined up to $250,000 for trying to bring in molasses, but it was really tobacco. So there is regulations, and there are stickers. The Health Canada clearly states them. So our inspector can go in and take products and make sure that the stickers are there, and also analyze the product. That's why I recommended that we do have a business license fee in order for us to be able to do that.
So we have enough inspectors to figure that out?
Well, once you start charging a license fee, I mean, I have recommended a figure, but unfortunately I can't move it. Once you have a fee, then you have an inspector that goes to, or two inspectors that go to two or three of these, I mean, to the 50 or 60 places that are there, and there's some in your ward. And people of the South Asian culture and the Middle Eastern culture, that you have a lot of them actually frequent them.
Okay, thank you. And is it your contention, I thought I heard it, that people, if they have a establishment they can go to, will go and smoke molasses as opposed to
Will be-
staying at home and doing tobacco.
At home, usually people will be smoking up tobacco.
But they would, okay, and what's the addiction part? Is it the tobacco or the molasses or both?
Tobacco is the addiction part, but molasses is, there's absolutely no tobacco product in there.
So if you're addicted to tobacco, you're going to leave your house to go to an establishment where you can do molasses.
In your ward...
That's fine. Sorry, it was somewhat rhetorical. It's okay.
It's all right, I'll answer you. In your ward alone, I would say to you that a lot of the male population, especially people from the Southern Asian, as well as the Middle Eastern, are frequenting these bars very often. And you will find the people that are there, probably about 98–99% of them are smoking molasses versus staying at home and smoking tobacco, which could be harmful to their families.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Well, that's something new. Councillor Mammoliti? Councillor Cressy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will keep my remarks very brief on this subject, as I don't think they need to be too long. And in doing so, I'll stick to the research and the facts. For 20 years, we've worked as a city to reduce smoking and reduce the harms associated with smoking. It hasn't just been our city, it's been our province and our country. And today is simply another step in that direction. And I don't think we need to make more of it than that. The research is clear, and we've heard it and seen it in the reports and under questioning, that hookah or shisha is cancer-causing. It is cancer-causing both for the users, those who are smoking the substance, as well as those who are a third party to it, the secondhand impact. But it's not just the health impacts, it's also behavioral, that it normalizes smoking behavior. That is what we have sought to do for 20 years. It's not just reduce the harms of smoking, but to seek ways to mitigate and stop the normalization of smoking behavior. And with the increase in shisha smoking, in fact, we are normalizing smoking behavior. We shouldn't do so. And so this debate today, it's not a debate about excessive regulation. People can still smoke shisha at home. We're not stopping it. Rather, it's simply a discussion of how our city should continue with our 20-year trend towards reducing the harms associated with smoking, and in doing so, stopping the normalization of that behavior. And so for those reasons, I'll be supporting Councillor Mihevic's motion, and I encourage others to as well.
Councillor Doucette?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's a shame there's not more councillors in their seats. It seems like we're on a third day already. Anyway, I will be supporting both of the motions put forward by, thank you, Councillor Shiner. I will be supporting both motions being put forward by Councillor Mihevic. What shocked me at the Board of Health was when the youth came to talk to us. The youth themselves admitted that they didn't know the health implications, the health effects of smoking. As you heard, one of the universities used it during a frosh week to welcome the students, to break the ice. And the students we heard had educated themselves on the health effect. And they took it upon themselves to go back to their fellow students and educate them. I think as a city, as a Board of Health, it is our job to protect people from a habit or something someone's doing that doesn't just affect them, but affects someone else. And that's the difference, and some of the questions we heard today, that's the difference between some of the things we've been hearing in the media recently. Smoke hurts people through secondhand smoke. Whether you're smoking a cigarette, whether it's an e-cigarette, whether it's shisha, it's that effect on someone else around you. I disagree completely with one of the councillors who spoke today who said that people shouldn't have to smoke in their homes, they should be able to go out in public so they don't hurt the health effect on their family. I don't allow smoking in my house, I don't allow smoking in my car. But I wouldn't say, please go out to a public place and affect someone else there because you want to smoke. People work in these cafes, people work in our bars. Why should someone working in these areas to make a living have to suffer the effects from secondhand smoke? That I disagree with completely. The heaven didn't fall. The earth didn't freeze over when we banned smoking in restaurants and in public places. The same is not going to happen now. Heaven isn't going to freeze over. Hell isn't going to freeze over. We'll be banning something to keep our city healthy. So I do support these motions, and I ask you to look at them very carefully. We heard from some councillors they hadn't even really heard about hookahs before this report came forward. I agree, not everyone has. But therefore, have you also heard of the health effect from them? And if you haven't, you're more likely to walk into one of these cafes or hookah smoking places and try this without having that education. One of the things we are doing is we're trying to educate people. You've heard that if you want to take it outside and smoke on a patio right now, you can do that. Maybe in the future you can't. So as I say, we've got to look at this carefully. We would not be the first people to ban this. Argentina, Bangladesh, Israel, India, Namibia, Russia, Saudi Arabia, to name a few, have banned hookah smoking in public. Restricted hookah smoking in public. Quebec, Alberta, New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, they've also restricted smoking. So we are not the first ones to do this. I know we won't be the last ones. So I hope you can support these motions, and let's move forward and keep our city healthy. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Cole.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I should start by saying, firstly, I don't believe that Councillor Campbell has never heard of hookah. I'm actually surprised there's any debate here, really, and I will vote for Councillor Mihevic's motion. I strongly support everyone to do so. Smoking in a public space or in a bar or restaurant is smoking. I don't care what your device you're using to smoke or what's in your pipe. I don't care if it's oregano, tobacco, some mixture, I've heard molasses, and how you're smoking it. As I sit down with my family at that restaurant, I don't want your smoke in that space. It's pretty simple. We've set the standard in Toronto. It's one that not only have we learned to live with, but I think businesses especially have thrived because of it. I know that now when you walk into, say, a pub in your neighborhood where 10, 15 years ago you'd see a few lonely people sitting in the bar crying in their drinks, smoking away, now you'll see families actually sitting there and the business is thriving. So if you're smoking something, you're not doing it in that place. I think it's simple, it's consistent. Regardless of what you are smoking, I think is irrelevant. I don't actually care what you're smoking. And for the cultural aspect to be introduced is totally a false argument. You could have argued years ago that smoking cigarettes was a cultural prerogative of lots of places around the world, and Councillor Mihevic just suggested that wasn't introduced into that debate back then too. So I think that, my guess is that this will be an overwhelming majority with this vote, but I certainly will be supporting Councillor Mihevic's motion, supporting the recommendation from health experts, and supporting really what our residents, consumers, customers in the city have told us they want in our public spaces. So I encourage you to do the same. Thank you very much, Ms. Speaker. Madam Speaker.
I know you were going to say something else.
Well, I was going to make a bingo reference, but I refrained.
You know what happens at bingos.
I know.
Sorry, Francis. I still love you, Francis.
Oh, I've never heard of molasses before. This is the first time I've heard of molasses. Councillor Mammoliti.
Councillor Fletcher says, now you're going to hear about it again. I don't profess to be an expert on this at all. In fact, in my ward, there are none of these lounges. And I cannot stand up here and say that, and Councillor Karygiannis says there are. Well, if there are, I certainly don't know about it. I know about some of the other lounges that I'm trying to shut down and have been trying to shut down for quite some time. But in this particular case, I have learned a little bit about what's going on. So I get where our health department's coming. I get where the councillors who are opposed based on that argument are coming. And I get why some councillors feel like they need to get rid of the industry. I don't necessarily agree on how we're getting rid of the industry, because there are 16 shops, I think, 16 recognized lounges in the city, 16, 17 of them. And if you put numbers beside them, that means that you're shutting down an industry and the revenue that's coming to the City of Toronto when you shut down the industry. Now, I heard staff responding to my question about how much money we're actually losing and whether we can replace it. And the response was, well, businesses shut down every day, and we are regularly looking at that. Well, maybe businesses, small businesses, do shut down every day, but it's not every day that this chamber shuts down an industry and the money that comes from that industry. There's a big difference between one business and shutting down 16 or 17 shops with one motion or one report. And so for that reason, I would have preferred to do a little more study on this, to look at what the federal government is going to do with respect to its new marijuana laws, and how that's reflective of what's going on in Vancouver. Because what's going on in Vancouver is everybody's smoking up. The whole city's smoking up. And they're doing it in these shops. And right now these shops are illegal, but nobody's touching them. So how is it that we're after this particular industry, 16 of them, and we are gung-ho on shutting down an industry, but yet in other provinces they're letting people smoke up wherever they want? That I don't get. And I say that with all due respect, because I know what's coming. I know what's coming. What's coming is the federal government's going to open the doors, and these other commercial properties and lounges are going to be set up. And then we're going to ask the question, is it healthy? Are they carcinogens? Do we worry about people smoking in these shops? And as of today, nobody answered that question, because they said, well, we're not dealing with that today, we're dealing with this today. So even if we wanted to replace the herb with marijuana, we didn't want to answer that question today. Why? Why is it that we don't want to answer that question? And I'll tell you why. Because when the federal government makes marijuana legal, these shops are going to pop right back up again under a different form. Right? So that's why we should have deferred this. Defer it. Let's see what's happening. Let's talk to Vancouver. Let's look at how they're dealing with it. Let's find out why they're not throwing their enforcement officers out there to shut them down. But no, only in Toronto do we get a sense that we have to be involved with everybody's life, that we know better than everybody. Right? Only in Toronto. That's a made-in-Toronto approach. And this council feels like we tried to ban shark meat, for crying out loud. You know, you remember that big thing that Councillor DeBaremaker, the big shark that just, it dove down just like the attempt did by the city. The courts ruled us out of order. The courts said we're out of order. I just feel that while I understand the report and understand why the responsibility of our officials needs to be with these reports, to come in and do what they're doing with the reports, I think there was room for us to just wait and see what was going to happen. And the cultural part of this equation, well, people are joking about it here. I hear them joking around the cultural stuff. It's not a joke. Some people feel like this is a part of their culture, and we should have listened to that as well.
Thank you.
And we haven't.
Thank you. Councillor Matlow, and then we'll go to Councillor De Beermaker. Councillor Matlow?
Madam Speaker, this has been a very important learning experience for me. I came into this debate at Licensing and Standards Committee with a very strong feeling, and I think it was more of a feeling than an informed view, that this was frankly a waste of time, this debate. The vast preponderance of establishments, licensed establishments in the city, are non-smoking. The average person does not come in contact with smoke in licensed establishments on a day-to-day basis. And I just didn't see any reason why we need to be sort of, in my view at the time, nitpicking at sort of this specific use in these specific places when, as I was asking my questions earlier, there are so many other health risks in our society, and how do we pick and choose? Is this city council going to be debating every single possible thing that could go wrong and try to fix it or step in or create prohibitions and bans and restrictions? Is that our role? Do we want to be that sort of nanny state type of government? I don't think so. I don't think it's good for us to step into every single thing. But my position has been evolving based on partially the arguments that I've heard from those who have been advocating for this restriction, but also largely based on the arguments from those who have been trying to push back. The reason I've been influenced by those who have been advocating for this prohibition is because, as Councillor Cole said, intellectually, if you're an honest person, how do you actually decipher between like what is a good combustible product and what's a bad one, and how it affects your health? I mean, if somebody is smoking something in a public place and you and your kids are there, you will be affected by it. And there's no honest way to argue against that fact. That's just a fact, and I would be dishonest if I suggested otherwise. When I hear arguments from those who have been pushing back on this prohibition about things like, well, what if marijuana is legalized? Well, then I expect that you can legally do it at home or walking down the street, or maybe, I don't know how it's going to look, but you still probably wouldn't be able to do it at a restaurant, just like you can't smoke a cigarette. I'm not confused by that. I think it's kind of simple. So I don't like this debate. I still hold a view that in a different world, it would be maybe better if there were places, if you wanted to go and kill yourself, you go do it somewhere, that's kind of safe and legal and doesn't affect other people. But I don't know how to do that yet. And I don't know how to honestly say that somebody else won't be affected by that behavior. And until I do, then I will have to support Councillor Mihevic's motion, because I think the arguments for it have been strong, but the arguments against it, I don't buy. So, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor De Beermaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will be supporting the staff recommendations and Councillor Mihevic's motion, and I'm very glad we're doing this. And unlike my colleague Councillor Matlow, who doesn't buy the arguments, I do buy the arguments. There have been concerns that we are perhaps becoming a nanny state or are a nanny state. By definition, we are all nannies. This council, our job is to regulate public behavior. Our jobs are to protect people, and when you protect people, that's a nanny state. We tell people, all of us in this chamber, that we and our children should wear seatbelts. Perhaps people forget the outrage that happened when the government told people, when you get in a vehicle, you have to take that piece of material, put it across your chest and click it into the seat beside you. There was outrage. The nanny state, how dare they tell us what to do? I'm a safe driver. I don't need to wear a seatbelt. And even if I'm a fast driver, I should have the ability to choose whatever I want to do. Well, I can't imagine there are many people in this room that would say, you know what, it's okay not to wear a seatbelt. Is that the nanny state? Yes, it is the nanny state. The nanny state tells you to put on a seatbelt, and if you don't, we're going to give you a ticket. The nanny state tells you not to smoke in public places, not to smoke in offices. When I first started working for Councillor Doug Mahood back in 1990, he was a chain smoker. Our desks were adjacent to each other. They touched each other. We were in the same office, maybe 3 or 4 feet apart. He smoked from the second he walked into the office to the second that he left the office, and frankly, never stopped, I guess, until he went to bed. But we don't allow people to smoke in offices anymore, or this building anymore. It's a nanny state. The nanny state says to you, you can't smoke in the Toronto Council chambers because there's going to be health impacts, not only on yourself or on other people. It was controversial at the time, even in this building, but we passed that legislation. Being from Scarborough, when the City of Scarborough was passing its no smoking regulations that would stop people from smoking in restaurants, there was a huge outcry. Every single restaurant owner in the City of Scarborough signed petitions, had the BIA coming to us saying, we will all go bankrupt because the nanny state is telling people that they can't have a nice cigar or cigarette, smoke a pipe in a restaurant. We'll all go bankrupt because all people have to do, especially back then, is get in a car, drive north of Steeles or east of the Rouge National Park, 5 minutes away and you're in another municipality. Well, it didn't happen. People who said that they were going to go bankrupt are still in business. I asked during our staff reports, are we aware from our Economic Development Department or our Medical Officer of Health of any restaurant in the City of Toronto going bankrupt because of our no smoking bylaw? Not a single one. So for the restaurants or the cafes that are allowing people to smoke hookah in them, they're not going to go bankrupt. People will continue to go to their cafes because they want to visit their friends, they want to meet after school, they want to meet on the weekend, and they all serve food. In fact, Councillor Karygiannis at the committee meeting suggested perhaps we should not allow, if he wanted them legalized, that they should not be allowed to serve food. And the reaction in the audience from the people who own the cafes was, no, 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 we want to serve food. Of course the lounge wants to serve food because they make money that way. So there will be nobody going out of business. The health impacts are documented to us. Smoking is smoking is smoking. Whether it's a cigar, whether it's a pipe, whether it's a hookah pipe, whether it's molasses, whether it's an herb, whether it's all of the flavors they give you now, candy-flavored shisha, it's all harmful to you and to the person who's working that establishment. So, Madam Speaker, I hope that we will today follow in the very wonderful tradition of this City Council, take a leadership role in stopping smoking and saving lives. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Campbell to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There are a lot of contradictions in this particular debate that we are a nanny state. Well, isn't this the same council that extended bar hours from 1 o'clock to 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock or whatever it was? And isn't this, for either permanently or also for special occasions? And that was against the objections of the police. So, on the one hand, we're prepared to make these regulations and potentially impact people's businesses. And on the other hand, we're prepared to extend drinking hours, which is obviously, quite a dangerous practice or can be a dangerous practice. The other contradiction is about the businesses. We hear how the businesses are going to suffer. Well, if your business is solely dependent on people coming in and smoking from one of these sorts of pipes, then it's not much of a business, quite frankly. And I certainly concur with the thoughts that, all of the bartenders and restaurant owners said that their businesses were going to suffer as soon as we took smoking away. And they haven't. And they've continued to thrive. And if somebody has put their life savings in a business, as I heard on Metro Morning the other day, they're going to have to work a little bit harder, but they have to be able to sustain their business on the basis other than smoking hookah. But I think the big problem, the contradiction for me is I personally don't feel that the Board of Health report was all that compelling. I don't think that the linkages between the smoking of these substances, that there are direct corollaries to increased risk of cancer. I think that In my view, the report wasn't that strong in that particular regard. Notwithstanding that, clearly, if you're in a room where this is going on, you are exposing yourselves to some dangerous toxins. We've heard about secondhand smoke. Well, you know, people can choose to work in these places or not choose to work in these places. Secondhand smoke, I don't know that that particular argument is a very strong one, because you can either choose to go to one of these places or you can not choose. The problem is going to happen when the federal government comes down and licenses and makes legal marijuana. How are we as a city going to say you can't smoke marijuana in a bar and get high when we allow drinking in bars? So how are we going to deal with that? So now, on the one hand, we're going to be banning this particular practice of smoking in a restaurant. Are we going to do the same when it comes to marijuana down the road? And I have to say, I think Councillor Mammoliti was somewhat on the right track in saying that maybe we should have put this debate off to another day. Notwithstanding all that, I'm going to support Councillor Mihevc, because I think that the reasons for the health risks, although I didn't feel that they were overly compelling, I think that you know, we do have a job to protect patrons in our restaurants. So I'll be going along and supporting Councillor Mihevc. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Fillion.
Thank you. Well, it's good to hear that there seems to be good support for this. The objections really are deja vu all over again for, you know, going back to the smoking debates in 1997 and 2000. You know, it was all the same kind of arguments. It's premature. You know, why do this if you're not banning hamburgers? You know, it's wait till some other level of government does something. There's not enough evidence, and you know, it's hard to believe now, but the banning of smoking in bars and restaurants was incredibly controversial. It was, you know, difficult to get that through at one point, and now see if anybody would dare give those arguments now that they gave then. Even some of the same people in the room here would dare get up and give those same arguments now about smoking in bars and restaurants. Of course, there would be public outrage if you tried to go back on that. So this is just moving forward with good public policy to protect the health of the public, and so I'm pleased at the amount of support here today. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that's it for the speakers. Our first motion is on the screen by Councillor Mihevc, 1A. Recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, your vote, please.
Councillor Crisanti, please.
The amendment carries 34-2.
Motion 1B by Councillor Mihevc. Recorded vote.
Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, please.
The amendment carries 34-2.
So, Councillor Karygiannis, your motion is redundant. Item as amended, recorded vote. Item as amended. Items as amended.
Councillor Robinson, please. Councillor Fillion, Councillor Cole.
The item is, or actually both items as amended, carries 34-3.
Okay. Our next item is on page 3. Okay, if you can just give us a minute.
So, so we're considering HL 73 and CD 7.
Okay, thank you. So, members of council, if I could, on page 3, HL 7.3, on the update of Toronto's cold weather protocol, will be dealt with the item on page 4, which is CD 7.3. So the Board of Health item and the Community Development item will be dealt with at the same time. Now, before we begin this debate on items HL 7.3 and CD 7.3, I wish to make a ruling. In June of this year, City Council adopted, as amended, item CD 4.4 on the visibility of enhanced cold weather drop-in services. In amending that item, City Council deleted a recommendation that is essentially the same as the recommendation that has come forward from the Board of Health on item HL 7.3. I am therefore ruling that consideration of the Board of Health's recommendation requires a reopening of item CD 4.4. So may I have a motion to reopen? We need 2/3 vote, recorded vote. Oh, Councillor Cressy.
Mayor Tory, thank you. Councillor Berardinetti, when you're seated.
Councillor Perruzza, your vote, please. Councillor Layton, please.
The motion to reopen carries 33-2.
Okay, so If we have any questions to staff on both items, if you can please put your name up, request to question staff. Councillor Cressy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to start with questions to the Medical Officer of Health, specifically related to cold weather. Could you describe the impact of extreme cold weather on people in a homeless situation or on other vulnerable persons?
Well, cold weather is hazardous for people who are without shelter, even at levels below what we now call the extreme cold weather alert. So we do see mortality and morbidity over the winter season in people who are underhoused throughout, particularly January and February. Our report talks about a study recently done by St. Michael's Hospital, which looks at healthcare utilization among the homeless, and that's really the period of time in which the risk is highest.
So if I could just be clear on that, I understand in the report it is to maintain the extreme cold...
Sorry, Councillor Cressy.
That's all right.
It's getting too noisy. Members of council, staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I understand that the recommendation is to maintain the extreme cold weather alert at -15 Celsius and -20 with the wind chill, but what you're saying is that there is a risk to people in a vulnerable situation at levels below that, whether it's -1, -5, -10, or other.
Yes, that's correct. The extreme cold weather alert is intended to alert and respond to higher than normal, exceptionally hazardous conditions over the winter. But it doesn't mean that there isn't a risk at other times.
So with more ongoing seasonal support during key and severe cold winter months like January and February, that would in fact reduce the harm associated with cold weather for people in vulnerable situations.
Yes, and we also recognize that there is some risk for people who are not underhoused as well during the winter season. That's what the research tells us. And one of the other decisions of the Board of Health was for us to look at a program to warn and educate people about that risk in the general population.
And then with the proposal to maintain the threshold at -15 and -20 with the wind chill, can you describe whether there is discretion at your disposal when calling an extreme cold weather alert? For example, if it's due to a duration of, say, -10 for 5 continuous days or excessive precipitation, do you have discretion to make that call if it doesn't meet the threshold that's been identified?
Yes, that's included as a part of the policy because there are other factors which affect health risk other than just the forecast temperature and wind chill. Things like precipitation, the duration of the cold weather event also can play a role, and what I do during the winter is to factor those issues into a decision to call an alert or not.
Okay, thank you. If I could ask a few questions of the General Manager of Shelter Support and Housing Administration, could you talk about our current occupancy rate within the shelter system, what we're at as it relates to the 90% target objective we have?
So in recent months, we have been over the 90%. System-wide, we've been hovering above 93%, sometimes as high as 95. The numbers I saw yesterday were 93. Some sectors, in the emergency women, for example, are higher than 95. So the short conclusion is the system is very, very full.
And the system in recent months, as you say, 93, 94, 95%, above the 90% is very, very full. Do we traditionally see an increased demand for shelter services during the cold winter months, in addition to already being over capacity right now in a warmer period?
Yes, we do, and so the sustained higher levels have been concerning. There are some reasons why the levels have been high. Some measures to add capacity just haven't had an impact yet. They're still in play. And that's why the report that we've put in front of you is looking to add capacity as a contingency over the winter.
Now, could I speak to, there are recommendations that in January and February of the next winter season, 2016-17, so not this winter, but next, there are recommendations to have a seasonal 24-hour drop-in situation in place for January and February, regardless of an extreme cold weather alert. That is the case?
So, beginning last winter, we entered into agreements with 2 community agencies to operate 24-hour drop-ins during extreme cold weather alerts. Our analysis of how that went led to the conclusion that during the 2 coldest months, January and February, there are programming reasons for those to be just in continuous operation. Because we didn't have funding for that, we are putting in a request in the 2016 process, and with the expectation, if that's approved, we would implement next winter. Your motion obviously changes that.
So if we were to identify the new funding for this year, could those 24-hour seasonal services for January and February go into operation this year instead of waiting to next year?
We have asked the 2 agencies that very question, and the answer is yes.
So we could do that this year, and to the medical officers of health's point of view, reduce harm and perhaps prevent deaths if we identify that new funding for this year.
If funding is available.
That was your last question.
Thank you, Madam.
Councillor Crawford, questions?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. Just a couple clarification questions. Not too sure who's going to answer this, maybe the CFO. The Emergency Human Service Reserve Fund that this is coming from, is that the appropriate reserve fund this should be coming from, and what is the purpose of that fund?
Through you, Madam Speaker. So when we were asked to draft this resolution, there wasn't a lot of time. On a sober second thought, a better source of funding would be the property tax stabilization, because there are other demands on that Human Services Reserve Fund.
Okay, so if an amendment came forward from one of the councils, I believe one of the councils is going to bring that we're just going to change the reserve, that's good with you? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I just want to remind members of council what we're debating. Well, just so we know, is the Board of Health item and the community development item that were both held down. Councillor Pasternak.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The report and our protocols seem to be very focused on the nature of the temperature, the level of the temperature outside. What provisions are available when we're in the throes of extreme weather conditions, but we don't get the extreme cold that you're referring to in this report? And I cite the ice storm is probably one example where the side effects of extreme weather were as harmful to the population as the cold weather itself.
Madam Speaker, the discretion that I was speaking to earlier does allow us to take into account unusual or extreme weather forces other than temperature and wind chill. So precipitation, which an ice storm is an example of, would be one of the factors that I would take into account in deciding whether or not to call an alert.
What would you, if we didn't adhere to the cold weather benchmarks that you've listed here, but there is an extreme weather front moving in, how would you announce that to the public? Would you go through Environment Canada, or would you take the initiative to combine the cold weather alert with extreme weather conditions?
No, in this case, the mechanism for communicating that an extreme cold weather alert is in place is the same, regardless of why it's called.
So you would be calling an extreme cold weather alert without providing details on the extreme nature of the weather front moving in, even if it's unrelated to the temperature?
If there was a highly unusual situation which might lead to confusion on the part of the recipients of the messages, then we would provide some extra explanation.
Now, last winter, I believe we lost four men in various situations. One was someone in Dundas Square who had left a shelter and perished in Dundas Square. A second one died in a shelter. A third one died in a shed in Scarborough, and I don't really have the details of the fourth. Do you think that increasing capacity alone will address these kinds of deaths that we're facing on our streets during the winter? Or in anywhere in the which I guess one is not on our street or facing deaths anywhere and everywhere.
Through the Speaker, it is always very, very difficult to speculate around the circumstances around individual circumstances. Our responsibility is to ensure that we put in place whatever mechanisms and facilities we can to provide the opportunity for people to come indoors and be sheltered.
Now, if we had increased capacity by 500 beds, do you think the person who perished in Dundas Square would have survived?
Again, it's impossible to speculate on individual circumstances. What I can say is if there is no bed available, that would definitely contribute to the risk that somebody might feel that they have no option other than to remain outdoors.
But I understand, and correct me if I'm wrong, in that case, that person did have a bed, was in a shelter, and left, and that the issues that person was facing were more mental health and substance abuse, without knowing the medical file.
Again, I can't speculate on an individual's circumstances.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Wong Tam, questions?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. When we had opened up the warming centers and the facilities last year, can you describe the uptake in the community? Was it well used? Were we ready to serve?
Yes, both centers were well used. I have numbers here. So there were anything up to more than 100 different people dropping into the centers. When we checked how many people each night would be staying overnight, there were on average more than 40 people staying at each of the centers each night. So some people would come and go, some would stay overnight. They were well used.
And would you say that we were at capacity, or were we under capacity in those facilities, the warming centers?
We were over capacity. Oh.
40 overnight, and they were over 40 every night.
Okay. Yes, we were at or over capacity.
And with respect to those who did find themselves into the warming center, recognizing that we opened up the warming centers for the first time, we're still trying to develop a permanent solution and a resolution to an ongoing and chronic problem. Where would these folks have gone without the interim solution that was proposed?
So we actually surveyed some of them and asked them that question. Some told us that they might have gone to an out-of-the-cold facility in a church. Some told us they might have gone to a shelter. Some might have been on the street. So there were a variety of alternatives. Some people, we understand, chose warming centers precisely because of a lack of structure. They found too much structure, too many rules difficult. So lots of different reasons.
And the clients that did show up at the warming centers, who chose to come to the warming centers, the fact that there was low access, low threshold access in order for them to use the facilities, I'm hearing from you that made a difference.
Certainly for some of them, yes.
And so if we were to establish these shelters again, which is what the intention of the report is, would we set it up in similar fashion so it actually would have low threshold access?
Yes.
And recognizing that today we're having, this week the weather is quite mild and we're already into November, I understand the weather conditions are going to change next week and probably change again the week following. I see that the amendment from the Board of Health specifically asked that the facilities be opened by January and February. Do you think there might be a need for the facility to open sooner?
Oh, no, they actually are open from November the 15th. So our period of operation, our winter period, is November 15th to April 15th. the change from last year, they only were activated when there was an extreme cold weather alert. Based on the experience last year and based on programming considerations, our recommendation has been that for the two coldest months, January and February, they should be open permanently, and in the shoulder months, November, December, March, April, they would be activated according to extreme cold alerts.
So I think perhaps we may be talking about two separate things. There was a motion at the Board of Health by Councillor Cressy, who, in his wisdom and I think in consultation with staff, there was a request to open the facilities using a certain reserve fund to open those facilities in January and February. What I'm hearing from you is that you already have intentions to open them up and by November, is that correct?
Yeah,
Or are you
the service, and this is what we did last year, the service is available from November 15th to April 15th. The service enhancement is that for January and February, the service runs 24/7. It is not dependent on extreme cold weather alert notifications. But I think November 15th is next week. Next week, depending on cold weather alerts, they are on call to be open.
And so you'll be prepared to open them next week based on the funding allocations of our last motion?
That is the service agreement with the agencies.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Cho, questions?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Sorry that I was absent this morning. I had to attend the interview with AZA at the zoo, and I'm really late this morning. Through you, Madam Speaker, over the years, when we had the very cold weather, we got a lot of help from the private sector of communities, such as churches and etc. Do we have all the statistics? What portion of a shelter provide for the homeless people from the city, and what percentage from the churches and the communities?
Yes, we do. There is a network of faith-based organizations, churches, synagogues, etc., that between the same dates that I mentioned before, November and April, provide out of the cold spaces for people to use. Each of them has between 15 and 75 spaces in their church, and there are 16 sites altogether. And on any given night, there would be how many? Any given night, there are probably about 75 spaces, sometimes over 100 spaces.
Mm-hmm.
So those will be operational again beginning next week.
Okay, so we just wait until the actual cold weather happens, and then we get the help from the individual churches?
No.
Or do we have any established connections to prepare for example, this year, if the cold weather comes, and then we know where to call, which churches, which community?
Through the Speaker, there is an established program. It's been operating for many years, and the program is actually coordinated through a contract we have with Dixon Hall, who we fund for the coordination. The churches, the Out of the Cold program runs from November 15th to April 15th each year. It is not dependent on the issuing an extreme cold weather alert. There is a schedule of which churches are opening on which nights, and the Dixon Hall coordinates that with the churches. So it is an established program.
I see. Okay. Another question I have, Madam Speaker, through you is, do we have a kind of emergency team of city staff and volunteers to actually go around the people sleeping on the street, the cold
Yes.
weather, and
Yes.
bringing some food or blankets and things like that?
Yes. So one of the services that Shelter Support and Housing Administration operates is Streets to Homes, and part of that service are teams of outreach workers who identify people who are sleeping rough, encampments and so on, and try to work with those people to connect them to services. One of the things that happens when the Medical Officer of Health issues an extreme cold weather alert is we increase the outreach rotations, and there is a very, very concerted effort to try to bring people indoors. That's our first priority, is that people should come indoors.
So this team, they just travel every hour, on the hour kind of thing, or how does it operate?
So in a couple of ways, they have an idea of where there are the regular places where people sleep rough or where there are encampments. Just through their regular work, they know those, so they would go out to those areas. We also get calls that come into 311 from concerned citizens that would be transferred to the outreach teams. We also get notifications from police and other emergency services. So there's a variety of
Madam
ways.
Speaker, I just one more question. It's not directly related, but I like to ask the transportation staff, through you, Madam Speaker. I just got back from my official visit to South Korea, and I was very impressed. Under the basement of the city mayor, there's a city safety control center, and they could see every street. And they have an emergency plan in case they have lots of snow or rain. We have that kind of system here, so that in case we have the unexpected emergency. I'd like to ask you whether it's...
Thank you. That was your last question. Do you have such a thing here? Do we have it? There was a question. Councillor Cho, could you repeat it again?
Okay, I will summarize briefly. I was at the mayor's office, the city of Seoul, and right underneath of the mayor's office, there's a control tower. Each street, it shows different colors. When they have like an emergency, whether it's a terrorist or whether it's weather affected, and then they could immediately respond. So people know that there's a snow coming, they avoid this street or that area. We have that kind of system at the present time.
Okay, that was the question.
Through the speaker, no, the best information that's available for things like that tend to be actually Google Maps, which is often fed by many of the probe data companies that exist out there. So TomTom and Google and those sort of companies provide information about how traffic is moving on streets right now. So the commercial providers are the best source right now. No, and again, they'll do a better job than we will. So the question is, what's the best way to sort of put that information out there? And right now, they will do a much better job than we would, and we would have to spend literally tens of millions of dollars to put such a system in place.
Thank you. Before I close it off, do we have any more questions? These are on the two items, the Board of Health and Community Development. Any more questions? All right, so I'll shut it, and we'll go to speakers. Councillor Pasternak.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, sorry. Councillor Wong Tam.
Sorry, Madam Speaker, I'm still...
So you're not ready with your motion? Councillor Pasternak.
I'm going to let Councillor Cressy has agreed to go first. I'll put my name further down the list.
Okay. Councillor Cressy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate it. We're talking about a rather important issue here, and it's about the safety of people in our city during the cold winter months. We have indeed a crisis in our city, and it's a crisis that is seen in numbers, but it's also seen in people's lives. The numbers are as follows. 1 in 5 adults in the City of Toronto are living in poverty. 1 in 4 youth in the City of Toronto are living in poverty. In the 1970s, it was 1 in 10 adults. We also have 5,000 people who are homeless in our city on a nightly basis. And last year, in the City of Toronto, 3 people died in cold weather. 3 people. It's not numbers, those are people's lives. The numbers tell a tale, but then there are people's lives. And it's unacceptable that 3 people would die in our streets due to cold weather. And those deaths are preventable. It's not just unacceptable, it's preventable. And so we've heard from the medical officer of health as it relates to extreme cold weather, that there is a determination when to call an extreme cold weather alert due to excessive cold. But we've also heard, and we've also seen, and we can test it in the lives of people, that whether it's -1, -5, -12, or -15 at the threshold for extreme cold weather, that those cold temperatures are a risk for people's lives on the streets. And so we know that in the long term, the solution lies with reducing poverty and inequality, with providing affordable housing to all, with providing the range of comprehensive supports to people who are in difficult situations. But we also know in the short term that we can prevent preventable deaths if we have seasonal supports, seasonal cold weather supports that aren't contingent on just extreme cold weather, but that take place during the cold and dangerous winter months. At the Board of Health, I moved a motion because the recommendation had been that next year, not this year, but next year, we would open continuous 24-hour seasonal supports in January and February. And that we would open those because we knew it would save lives and reduce risk. But we would do it next year. Why would we do something next year that will save lives when we could do it this year? We should do it this year. And so what we've heard from the General Manager of Shelter Support and Housing Administration is that if the resources are identified, the financial resources, those services can be offered. So if we find the money, we can save lives. It's that simple. There is a motion put forward that has identified a source of funding. Councillor Wong Tam will be amending that with the Tax Reserve Stabilization Fund to identify the funding to open the 24-hour seasonal supports to save lives. We have poverty reduction coming up this afternoon when we start to talk about the long-term plan to reduce poverty and inequality. Before we have that discussion, right now, we can take measures to reduce the risks associated with inequality this year and save lives. When we can do more, we must do more, and we can do that. And for those reasons, I'll be supporting this motion and Councillor Wong Tam's amendment shortly to ensure that we have seasonal supports for people who need it most. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Pasternak, are you ready?
Councillor Mihevc is ahead of me. And
No, I know, but he's
respect
not
to the
here.
chair, I would be happy to.
He's not here. Councillor Mihevc, are you ready? Councillor Mihevc.
Thank you very much. The only piece I want to add, I think the motion by Councillor Cressy that he moved at the Board of Health and that's been amended, and I understand it has a broad support. It really is a great motion. At the end of the day, we'll be very happy when it's that cold week in the winter time that we will not have armies of folks here, and we absolutely don't want to do nothing and then have in the wintertime articles in the paper on the homeless deaths that may occur in the city. The only issue for me in this whole piece and I'm starting to get my head around it, is this, like, why is it minus 15, and can it be a lower number? I'm convinced by the Medical Officer of Health that number is not just about homeless folks on the street. We're also debating that piece here, Madam Speaker, because that's a part of the public health report. What that number does, and so the question that some people might have is, well, why don't we just say minus 10 or minus 5? Because we know that if you're vulnerable and if you're just wearing a T-shirt or a light jacket, minus 5, that will be hazardous to your health as well. Well, minus 15, what it says it's not just a statement about our response to the homeless community. It's also telling moms and dads, when he calls an extreme cold alert, it's saying, make sure as families that you're ready for this particular day. And so that number has a broad measure of accountability. That number is a statement to the community at large. It is linked to our services for the seniors, but it's not services for homeless folks, but it doesn't get us off the hook. And I think what Councillor Cressy's motion does, it says we also need a seasonal program in January, February. It's going to be part of our budget, 2016, 2017, and beyond. But for this year, it will be as well. So it's somewhat linked to that number, but it is, I think, by going seasonal and saying that if you are roughing it on the street in the wintertime, that there will always be a drop-in program that you can go to. And our Streets to Homes workers will always be encouraging you to get out from the cold. So I just want to put that piece in there as well. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Well done, Joe. Good nickel.
Thank you. I would like to acknowledge some students from York Mills Collegiate, grade 12, politics, and in Councillor Robinson's ward. Welcome, Councillor Robinson.
Did you have a paper?
That's good enough. Thank you. Okay. We're recessed to 2 o'clock. Thank you.
Josh, let's go.
Okay, members of council, this meeting is now resumed. Yeah, if I can please have you take your seats. Members of council, please take your seats. Councillor DiCiano, can we please take our seats? Okay, this meeting is now resumed. Members, before we do the run-through of the members' motions, I would take the release of member holds, and then following that, we would do the mayor's key item, which is EX 9.5, and that item will be followed by item CC 10.8. So release of holds, Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, Speaker. Page 6, Toronto and East York Community Council, TE 11.4, final report 629-633-675 Eastern Avenue, zoning bylaw amendment application, Ward 30, Statutory Planning Act, RSO 1990. We have the supplementary report has been filed, and I'd like to move that and have a recorded vote on that, Speaker. This is a significant development, not only for Ward 30, but for the city, and it is the retention of the 629 Eastern Avenue Film Studio, a long-time goal of the city, economic development and planning on the employment lands that we have that sit in Ward 30. So it is a very happy story with office, now that we allow it in employment, to be included, the retention of the film studio in the zoning bylaw, and a number of other very good things. So it gives me great pleasure to move that, and also to thank the planning staff who've been exceptional in getting us to here, as well as the work of the applicant and the community surrounding this development, and the film industry, Speaker.
Thank you, and you would like a recorded vote. On page 6, T 11.4, Councillor Fletcher is releasing recorded vote.
Well done, Councillor Fletcher.
Councillor Karygiannis, please. Councillor Carroll.
Councillor Mammoliti, please. Councillor Crisanti.
The motion carries unanimously, 34 in favor.
Item as amended. All in favor? Carried. Councillor Palacio.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Page 4, that's a Community Development and Recreation, item CD 7.7, and that's 2015 allocation recommendations for host city showcase programs, community legacy initiatives. I would like to move the following motion. Going to ask the clerk to put it.
So do we have, okay, can I please have some quiet, please? Okay, do we have the motion for Councillor Palacio on page 4, CD 7.6? No, we don't have it yet, Councillor.
They do have it. They gave me a copy of it. I can read it.
CD 7.6, page 4. CD 7.6, page 4. Do we have it?
Yeah. So there you have. And I would like to take this opportunity to thank city staff, mainly Mr. Chris Brillinger, the Executive Director of Social Development, and for ensuring that due diligence in every aspect of the Community Legacy Initiative was complied with. And this recommendation was actually written and with his assistance. And if any member is concerned with, please, Mr. Villinger, are you?
Okay, Councilor Palacio, this is not a quick item if you're going to get the speeches. Yeah. Okay, so you're moving this motion, right?
I'm moving that one, yeah.
Okay. On page 4, CD 7.6, the amendment is on the screen by Councilor Palacio. All in favor? Carried. Clauses amended. All in favor? Carried. Now on CC 10.4, the in-camera item that we dealt with yesterday, we can release that one, and we'll vote on the amendments separately. So the first amendment, and you have a copy of it. It's on the green sheet. Motion by myself, CC 10.4, recorded vote. Okay, wait. Yeah.
Mayor Tory, please.
It's on the screen. It's on the screen.
Councillor Fillion, when you're seated, please.
Councillor Carroll, please. Councillor Perruzza, your vote, please.
The amendment carries 36 to 1.
Okay, on the motion by Councillor Ajamari on CC 10.4, recorded vote.
Councillor Crisanti, please. Councillor Campbell, please.
Councillor Perruzza, please, your vote. Councillor Layton. Councillor Mamlidi, when you're seated, please.
The amendment carries 20 to 19.
Okay. Item is amended. Recorded vote.
Councillor Palacio, please. Councillor Mihevc, Councillor Fillion, Councillor Robinson, and Councillor Crawford. Thank you.
Councillor Layton, your vote, please, and Councillor Perruzza.
Councillor DeBaremaker, please.
This is item as amended.
The item as amended carries 32 to 7.
Okay, Councillor Palacio, did you say you had others?
Yes, Madam Speaker, on page number 4, Community Development and Recreation, CD 7.7.
Okay, what page is it again? What page?
Number 4.
Page 4?
Page 4.
Okay.
CD 7.7. I'd like to release that item.
Okay, will continue to be held in Councillor Palacio's
Yeah, I don't mind
name.
to continue holding.
Okay.
And the next one is the same page, number 4, ED 7.7. I would like to release that item. I have spoken to city staff and I'm satisfied with, and I would like to thank city staff for the report as well.
So on page 4, ED 7.7, Councillor Palacio is releasing. All in favor?
That's another one.
I thought you were holding the other one down.
This is ED.
I thought Councillor Fragedakis.
ED.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you said CD, I beg your pardon.
This is ED 7.7. Pardon? You want to hold ED, not CD. Councillor Fragedakis, you want to hold ED? She wants to hold CD.
So they can hold it. They can hold it.
Nothing's been released.
Councillor Shiner.
So, Madam Speaker, this morning I said I would like to refer item 7.1 back, but I wanted the members that had motions the ability to place them first. If the clerk has motions that have been placed, could you call upon those members to simply say that they're moving the motions? And then I'd like to stand and refer the item back with those motions to committee. Are there any motions that you have? I know that my colleague, Councillor Matlow, had one. I don't know if there's any others.
But Councillor Shiner, each of the motions,
They'll simply rise to place their motion
We have another one that we haven't even.
without speaking, and then
Okay.
I'll move to refer the whole item.
Councillor Shiner, there's another one that was brought forward to the clerk and that hasn't been prepared yet, so we'll have to hold it down. Yes, the members have to get up and move these
I
motions.
understand that. If the clerk has them, the members can get up. Was one just given to the clerk now?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So could I, to try and move this off the agenda possibly, the clerk's ready to deal with it after we deal with the notice of motions, just so members of council know that it's been referred back?
Okay.
Thank you.
But we said that this morning. Okay, so we'll go through the members' motions. Okay, we're ready? Okay, MM 10.1. Councillor Mamalidi, we're at your item. Okay, MM 10.1. This has been referred from May, June, July, September, and October. This motion is before council for debate.
He has an amendment. We aren't ready. He just gave it.
Okay, they're not ready with your amendment.
An amendment, there's an amendment that we all agree with, and
It has to be
can
prepared.
we just hold it down? Yeah.
Yes, yes. We'll hold the item down. MM 10.2. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Economic Development Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor? Recorded vote.
What does it mean, explore? Do you have to make maps and stuff? No, it doesn't actually have to.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor DiGiorgio, please.
Yeah, Norm, you're always.
Councillor Lee, please. Councillor Lee.
The motion to waive referral does not carry. The vote is 24 to 15. The required two-thirds majority has not been achieved.
MM 10.3, notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Planning and Growth Management Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. Recorded vote.
Councillor Palacio, please. Councillor Mamaliti. Councillor DiCiano.
The motion to waive referral carries 36 to 4.
Okay, on the item, all in favor? Recorded vote.
Councillor Ballow, please. Councillor Perruzza. Councillor DiGiorgio, please.
Councillor McConnell, Councillor Crawford, Councillor Mihevc, Councillor Fillion, Councillor Fletcher, thank you, and Councillor Ainsley.
The motion to adopt the item carries 39 to 1.
MM 10.4, notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Economic Development Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor? Recorded.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Carroll.
Councillor Fletcher, please, and Councillor DiCiano.
The motion to waive referral does not carry. The vote is 23 to 16. The required two-thirds majority has not been achieved.
MM 10.5, notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. Recorded vote.
Councillor Berardinetti, please.
Councillor DiGiorgio, please. And Councillor Kelly.
The motion to waive referral does not carry. The vote is 12 to 27.
MM 10.6, notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Etobicoke York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to an OMB hearing and has been deemed urgent. Recorded vote. I did.
Can you scroll up a bit, please? Oh, no, I'm good. This is fine.
Councillor McConnell, please.
Frank's on the side of
And Councillor Mammoliti, please.
Councillor Shiner, please.
The motion to waive referral carries unanimously, 39 in favor.
Okay, on the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 10.7. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Licensing and Standards Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. Recorded vote.
Oh, Francis. Yeah, this is very much like a Howard thing.
Huh? Just to move it today.
Councillor Kelly and Councillor Karygiannis, please. Councillor Perruzza and Councillor DiGiorgio.
Councillor Mammoliti and Councillor DiCiano, please.
Councillor Kelly, please, your vote.
The motion to waive referral carries 37 to 2.
Okay, on the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 10.8, notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the North York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to an OMB hearing and has been deemed urgent. All in favor? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 10.9, notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Scarborough Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent.
Can I scroll up, please? Thank you.
All in favor? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 10.10. This motion, notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor? Recorded vote.
Councillor Palacio.
Carroll.
Councillor Crisanti, please.
Councillor DiGiorgio, please, and Councillor Perruzza. Councillor Ajamari, please.
The motion to waive referral carries unanimously, 39 in favor.
On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 10.11. Notice of this motion has not been given. A two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the Chair. All in favor? Carried. That's to waive notice. To waive referral, all in favor? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 10.12. Notice if this motion has not been given. I'm sorry, you want to withdraw this motion? Okay, just a sec.
It needs to be redrawn, and in light of that, I'd like to withdraw it until next council session.
Okay, all in favor of Councilor DiCiano withdrawing, all in favor, carried. Thank you. MM 10.13. Notice if this motion has not been given, a two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to an Alcohol and Gaming Commission of Ontario hearing and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor to waive referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Recorded vote.
Councillor Karygiannis, please. Councillor Carroll, Councillor Perruzza, Councillor DeGiorgio, Councillor Wong-Tam, please. Councillor Davis.
The motion is adopted unanimously, 38 in favor.
MM 10.14. Notice if this motion has not been given, a two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the Chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor to waive referral? Carried. The Mayor would like to hold the item down? Okay. No, I believe that there's an amendment that has to be made. Okay? So the item's being held because, yes, because the Mayor will be making an amendment on this, so that's why we're holding it down. MM 10.15. Oh, the amendment's on the other item. Oh, okay, sorry. Apparently the amendment is on the other item. So if we can go back to MM 10.14. All in favor? So you're holding the item down? All in favor? Carried. Okay, that's been carried. Councillor Aljamairi.
On 15, the word revised is at the top of the page. What is the revision?
Okay.
Madam Speaker, the recommendation number 1 has been revised by staff.
What is the revision?
It's Madam Speaker, the revision was made to the form of the contract. So in the previous version, it says a standard contract, and now it says on a contract to the satisfaction of the city manager, and I believe that was recommended by the solicitor.
Attached to the motion, there's also a report. Do you have the motion? Okay. Is somebody holding this down? Okay. 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 Yes. Okay, first of all, before we go, we need a vote to waive notice. All in favor of waiving notice? Okay, so the item is being held. MM 10.16. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda and is before council for debate. Okay. All in favor? Carried. MM 10.17. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda as before council for debate. All in favor? Carried. MM 10.18. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda and is before council for debate. All in favor? Carried. MM 10.19. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. All in favor? Carried. MM 10.20. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda and is before council for debate. All in favor? Carried. MM 10.21. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda and is before council for debate. All in favor? Carried. MM 10.22. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda and is before council for debate. All in favor? Carried. MM 10.23. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is subject to reopening of item T 5.4. A two-thirds vote is required to reopen that item. If reopened, the previous council decision remains in force unless council decides otherwise. This motion has been added to the agenda and is before council for debate. All in favor of reopening? Carried. Okay, on the item? Carried. MM 10.24. I have to take a breath. And I have to give an opportunity for staff to put the motions on the screen because we're going so fast now because we don't have recorded votes. MM 10.24. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is subject to reopening of item T 5.5. A two-thirds vote is required to reopen that item. If reopened, the previous council decision remains in force unless council decides otherwise. This motion has been added to the agenda and is before council for debate. All in favor of reopening? All in favor? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. Okay, that's it. Yeah, so I have a motion. No, it's a motion I would like to introduce. Okay. Moved by myself and second by Councillor Mammoliti. Okay. All in favor? Carried. That will be circulated. Councillor Mamalidi.
On, I think it's 10.1.
Clerks has a motion.
Do they have your amendment yet?
Yeah.
Okay, just one sec, Councillor Mamalidi. Do we have ready, Mamalidi? Okay. So we'll go back to the timed item, which they told me, Councillor Mamalidi, they're not ready. But they're not ready.
So we have our clarification and we're just making final touches.
They're just making final touches.
No.
No, hold on. Councillor Mammy, by the time they make the final touches, let me just go to Councillor Fragadakis. She wants to release something. Councillor Fragadakis, and we'll go back to you, Councillor Mamalidi.
CD 7.7 on page 4. I just wanted to ask for a recorded vote. I can release it.
Is that CD?
Yes,
Community
I wasn't
Development?
holding the other one. Sorry, I wasn't holding the other ED. I was holding CD, Community Development and Recreation, number 7.
Well, we held both of them down.
Well, actually, Councillor Holliday was holding Economic Development 7.7 because apparently he has some questions. I don't have any questions. I'm only asking for a recorded vote.
No, we have, Councillor Fragadakis, we have you down as holding both items down. When Councillor Palacio went to release them, you indicated that you wanted to hold them down. So we have on record that you've held both items down. So if you want to release both of them, we can release them.
Well, I can release both of them, but I only wanted to hold, I only meant to hold CD 7.7.
Okay, let's just release them, okay? So on page 4.
Excellent.
On page 4, Councillor Holliday, do you?
She won't let you do it.
Okay, then we're going to hold it down. Releasing CD, okay, let's release CD. CD 7.7, recorded vote.
Councillor Chrissy, please.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor DiGiorgio, please.
Councillor Ainsley, please. Councillor Crisanti, please.
Councillor Layton, please. And Councillor Lee.
Councillor DeBaremaker, please. Councillor DeBaremaker, may we have your vote, please? Thank you.
The item carries unanimously, 38 in favor.
Okay. Are we ready yet with Councillor Mamaliti's amendment? Okay, before we get to that, Councillor Mamaliti, I want to welcome the grade 9 students that are up. What school are they from, Councillor McMahon? Do you want to introduce them since you give me the note?
Well, I just wanted to do an afternoon greeting to the Take Your Kids to Work Day who came in the afternoon with their parents, grade 9s from all over.
Welcome.
Yeah, they've been all over. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, Councillor Mamaliti. This is on MM 10.1, right?
It is.
Okay.
And I thank you very much for your patience, all of you, for the last 4 months. But the mayor and I and Councillor de Beermaker and Councillor Doucette have worked this equation out, and we think we have something here for you that I think we can do fairly quickly. Can I read it out?
You don't need to read it, just
The city council.
Go back. Read it.
City Council direct the Deputy City Manager and Chief Financial Officer, in consultation with the General Manager, Parks, Forestry and Recreation, and the Director, Toronto Office of Partnerships, to report to the December 1st, 2015 meeting of the Executive Committee on the feasibility of establishing a fund dedicated to receiving contributions toward the maintenance of the tree and the cost of acquiring the property at 76 Coral Gable Drive in the future, including but not limited to the following: the establishment of a fund itself, the facilitation of public contributions to the fund, including possible involvement of financial institutions in facilitating such contributions, and the potential use of the city website to facilitate such contributions. I want to thank everybody that's been involved with this.
So it's not a quick item.
They can talk offline. You can talk offline.
Okay?
Okay, but it's been moved, right?
Yes. All right, so we'll continue with the mayor's key item, which is EX 9.5 on page 3. And we're also dealing with to be considered with item HL 7.4. Okay. Do we have any questions? Deputy Mayor Meningwang.
Yes, so this has to do with the poverty reduction strategy. Is it fair to say that one of the best ways to address poverty is to give somebody a job? Who's going to...
Ensuring, through the Speaker, ensuring that all Torontonians have access to employment and economic opportunity is the key strategy to poverty reduction.
So I was just looking through these summaries, and I'm just wondering if you consulted with any of the organizations that are actually represent businesses that create jobs, like the Board of Trade or the Canadian...
In fact, through the Speaker, the Board of Trade was a member of the advisory committee that put the strategy together.
And the Canadian Federation of Independent Business?
No, the Board of Trade was the private sector representative at the table. The table was a broad one, and to accommodate all of the stakeholders, we limited the size.
And do you know, do you know that, or do you think businesses support the idea of social procurement, whether that makes them competitive and that allows them to actually build their businesses and create new jobs, or whether that would be limiting to job creation?
Where we have done social procurement, bidders have not identified it as a barrier to their participation in doing business with the city. We are also working with many institutions on developing a social procurement policy that achieves municipal objectives and supports the business community.
Do you think of businesses that would actually be involved in doing businesses with other cities that have a social procurement policy, whether that would make them economically competitive to get more business in other cities, or whether that would actually hurt their business?
I don't have a fact base to respond to that, Councillor.
Mr. Williams, would you like to respond to whether Canadian companies that do, or Toronto companies that do businesses in other cities with social procurement policies, whether that would actually help them do more business or actually hurt their job creation possibilities?
I would assume, given that many countries in Europe and the Middle East have social procurement policies that require, or offset policies, which are a little bit the same sort of thing, that practice here would help them win jobs overseas.
So, for example, let's say there was okay, let me ask you a different question. This idea of increasing the wages across the board for people that work in the City of Toronto, would that be an extra cost on businesses?
Would depend on what other actions they take at the same time, but probably yes.
Yeah, so if businesses have increasing costs because they have to pay out more in wages, doesn't that mean that would increase their cost of doing business and actually serve as a threat or as something that would stop them from creating new jobs?
I said it depends upon what other things they did at the same time, and I can't speculate on that. It's way too complicated a world to answer that question spontaneously.
Do you think it's fair to say that since many businesses can't afford to increase wages right now, that they would likely not want to do this because it would hurt their business?
Again, I think it's a way more complicated world in terms of size of business, situation of the business, the industry they're in, the alternatives they have for productivity, the alternatives they have to reorient their workforce. I think there's many different ways that businesses can deal with this. Would some businesses not want to increase their wage bill? Yes.
And that would stop them from creating jobs because they wouldn't have as much money available.
No, some businesses may not want to do it, but other businesses may see it as a productive strategy for them to follow. So
it would also increase whatever product they'd sell or any service that they would provide. Is that fair to say?
Again, it depends on what kind of alternative actions they take towards productivity.
Okay.
Through the Speaker, I would add that low-cost jobs or precarious employment have a cost in and of themselves. So the question is how those costs are addressed. Deputy Mayor, your first question was about employment as the best route out of poverty, and that's absolutely true. But if they are precarious jobs, those individuals will continue to place demands on the human service system on public services. So it's really a question of how it gets paid.
Mr. Williams, isn't it true that the city has lost and the country has lost many, many jobs because of the cost of production and the high cost of wages?
I think those jobs you're referring to are not because our costs are necessarily high, but because many other countries have much lower costs.
Thank you, Councillor Matlow. Councillor Matlow, questions?
Through you, Madam Speaker. Well, certainly employment is a priority and a critical part of combating poverty. Would it not be fair to say, though, that reducing poverty in our city is in fact far more complex and nuanced than simply that statement that giving somebody a job is the best way to curb poverty. In fact, the issues range everywhere from mental health to racialization and several other individual factors that need to be considered when you're dealing with bringing somebody out of poverty.
Through the Speaker, that characterization is absolutely correct, and that is the reason for the breadth of the strategy before you. It's also the reason that the strategy has been framed as a 20-year plan. The issues are incredibly complex and require attention on multiple fronts for a sustained effort to make a dent.
Is it not true that whether it be mental health or other factors, that some people, if you simply said, hey, here's a job, that won't be the end of the story, that doesn't actually bring them out of poverty in itself alone, and that the poverty reduction strategy as proposed today is a multi-pronged, a comprehensive group of different initiatives that focus on different areas rather than only employment, although, albeit that employment is a critical part of the big picture.
Through the Speaker, that's absolutely correct. The best job in the world won't work for someone who has no child care, no place to live, and no access to adequate food.
I appreciate your clarification.
Thank you. Councillor Wong Tam, questions?
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. With respect to the time frame that's outlined in this report and the resources needed to ensure that our goals are met, can you deliver to us, explain to us in detail what might be the budget requirement in order for us to ensure that in subsequent years we'll be able to meet the ambitious goals in this report? What would that look like?
The report in the through the Speaker, the report in the financial impact statement identifies current investments that we know will come forward in the 2016 budget process. It does not get into detail about new initiatives because the budget process is not yet complete and the budget is not yet public. We are working through the plan to cost the various objectives within the plan, and those would come forward in successive budget processes.
And would it be accurate for us to conclude that if the budget process, as it's going to roll forward in this year and subsequent years, if we don't somehow adopt those recommendations as they come forward, as they're identified by staff, that we will miss our targets? Is that realistic for me to assume that?
Through the Speaker, the strategy does identify the need for new investment and sustained investment to achieve the objectives of the strategy. It will become one of the priorities that Council will need to consider through its annual budget setting process.
So therefore, and I think it's, what I want to understand is that if there's direction, political direction that suggests to our finance staff and suggests to our city manager that our budget is still bloated, we've heard that in the past, that perhaps we need to reduce the operating budget of different divisions that are being asked to do more, including deliver this ambitious plan. How are we to therefore add more services, deliver on the recommendations of the plan, at the same time asking staff to reduce the budget?
It is the duty of the public service to achieve every possibility for efficiency, to free up resources or redirect resources to address the objectives of the strategy. Again, at the end of the day, it will be up to Council through the annual budget process to determine what financial priority it places on these objectives.
So does that mean that staff will flag for Council the inability to deliver perhaps directions on for budget efficiency through cuts if it means that we are going to compromise on the outcome of this plan?
That is
will you flag that for us?
Through the Speaker, that is one of the intents of the strategy, that we build a poverty reduction lens into every decision that comes before Council, that we are advising Council of the implications of financial decisions as it relates to either generating poverty or not mitigating or avoiding poverty to the degree we should.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Fragadakis?
Thanks, Madam Speaker. So my first question is from item 2.3 in TO Prosperity 2015-2018 Term Action Plan. Item 2.3 reads, advocate for more flexible provincial funding rules to provide housing subsidy options that better meet local housing needs. I was wondering if you could explain how that might work and what, if any, resistance at the provincial level there might be.
Through the Speaker, in its simplest terms, what that means is that, and Council has actually directed that this request be made to the province, that the province amend legislation, the Housing Services Act, to give us the flexibility to use funding that we have available to us for housing subsidies in the way that this Council determines to be the most appropriate. At the moment, there are very prescriptive, inflexible rules that tie Council's hands somewhat. So,
do you see any resistance at the provincial level?
We've actually seen quite a good response at the provincial level. We won't know what legislative changes they are actually proposing until the spring, but the indications are that they're listening and hearing what we're saying.
Great. In attachment C, TO Prosperity 2016 Work Plan, it says item 10.3, dental service expansion to Adult Ontario Works. Can you tell me what you mean by best practices for further expansions?
Through the chair, in terms of best practices, we want to look at other jurisdictions to determine what is covered in terms of dental care and some of the barriers that clients face for employment related to their dental care, their self-confidence, their ability to be able to be interviewed properly, etc. So we're looking to find out where the best investment could be made to give us returns in terms of jobs.
Okay, great. In attachment C, it's item 4.6, personal tax clinics. It talks about ensuring low-income residents leverage and maximize tax credits and deductions. Obviously, the clinics are great, but are there other ways that we are getting that information out of people in ways we could do a better job of that?
The primary way that we've been doing that is through our own service delivery, whether it's through employment and social services, but also working with community-based partners who are providing those kinds of services and looking to expand that kind of support.
Okay, great. And my last question is in attachment D, the 2015 progress report, item 4.2, it talks about new and enhanced programs in our women's drop-in centers. Can you tell me a little bit more about these?
I think that's...
Yeah.
I don't think we
So through previous council, through the Speaker, through previous council decisions, funding was made available to create 2 24-hour drop-in centers for homeless, street-involved, vulnerable women. And as of September, both of those are now open. And actually, as of this month, both of those are now operating 24 hours. They're going to be providing much welcome service to that population and provide us with an opportunity to connect people who are very vulnerable with service opportunities and options.
Thank you. Councillor Cho.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I read this, I would say, excellent report, the Prosperity Toronto Poverty Reduction Strategy. Now, on page 5, 46% recent immigrants live in poverty, 37 female lone parents, 33 of people of a racialized group, etc., etc. Now, do you have any kind of projection if a city doesn't take any leadership and to combat this poverty in 5 years, in 10 years, in 20 years' time, how this percentage will change? The projection?
Through the Speaker, I don't have specific projections or numbers, although we are unfortunately quite safe to say that with no action, those numbers will increase.
I see. But I learned from, I think, reading papers that, for example, the majority of Syrian refugees who are anxious to come to Canada, majority, they want to live in Toronto. So how this number will remain the same, more or less?
Through efforts under the Toronto Newcomer Strategy and many of our operating divisions who support newcomers, we are working as hard as we possibly can to make sure that when new arrivals come to our city, they are supported and facilitated into jobs, into productive roles in the city so that they don't, in fact, add to those numbers.
Okay. Another thing I can find, maybe it's my reading, I don't know, but when I read this, the cause of this poverty maybe partly should be responsible for the total taxation system in Canada. City, we get so many immigrants, we have so many homeless, etc., etc. The problem is growing. And the federal and provincial, the different levels of government, they're so good in dumping problems to the city, and yet our tax total amount is about 8%. Over 50% goes to federal, and the rest go to provincial. But I don't see that the revenue is not causing any of the problem or attributing problem.
Through the Speaker, the strategy does identify challenges with respect to the responsibilities that the city has against its revenues. The cover report recommends that the long-term fiscal plan that will be coming back to Council in the next few months address those issues and identify how we can secure resources in the longer term to achieve the objectives in the strategy.
It's coming. Not in this report, but it's coming, right?
Correct. This report refers that issue into the long-term fiscal plan.
Okay, very good. Madam Speaker, I have one more question. I have many, but at least this one important. I was reading recommendation, a lot of good recommendations here, but recommendation number 5, it addresses the City Council approved establishment of a Toronto Prosperity Accountability Table. And the membership in 3, one is the people living in poverty, which is very good. Second one is the Senior Staff Steering Committee, chaired by Deputy City Manager Gert. Third one is a private sector roundtable. But I don't see any direct input from federal and provincial. We don't need that, or is it coming later?
We are, in fact, working with colleagues at the provincial level. We have taken great effort to align the work in this strategy with the province's poverty reduction strategy. We are using the same definitions of low income so that we can coordinate on our measurement of our outcomes against the strategy. So that work is happening, that coordination is happening.
The coordination is happening, but there's no formal structure in terms of a membership.
Okay, that was your last question.
There is no formal structure because we already have it. We already have those relationships with other orders of government. We don't actually need council direction to continue to do that.
Thank you. Councillor Layton, questions?
Thank you very much. My first question, I guess, could be to the CFO. Just overall, the budget direction that was given from the Mayor's office to the Budget Committee and staff, what was that direction?
Through you, Madam Speaker, the direction that was given by the mayor and received by Budget Committee was to find 2% in efficiencies and to have a tax rate increase not exceeding inflation.
So then this to SSHA, the first recommendation is to increase our investments in repairs to existing social housing. Are we able to do that within, if your direction was reduce 2% of your budget, would you be able to achieve that?
Through the chair, and actually maybe the CFO would want to speak to this. The budget for SSHA is very much complicated by changes in revenues from other orders of government that are being looked at corporately.
Through you, Madam Speaker, let me just say that there are a number of budget challenges facing the city. We're going to take all those challenges. We're going to look at these directions that Council has given us, these plus others, and we'll try to fit in as much as we can.
Okay, I'm going to
try to ask. Report back.
I'm going to try to ask more directly then. Action number 1 is increase investment in repairs to existing social housing. Are we able to achieve that if the budget direction, are you able to achieve that with a 2% reduction in the budget?
It's just going to be difficult. We're just in the process still of preparing the budget, so I can't say what's in it and what won't be in it. We launch in about 6 weeks. It's going to be difficult. We are trying our best to fit in as many of the matters that have been referred to staff from Council. We're trying to fit in as many as we can.
And Councillor, if I can just add, earlier this year there was a report that was adopted by Councillor, which was a policy report looking at strategies for ensuring the social housing stock and system is sustainable going forward. There's going to be a number coming out of that. There are a number of reports back coming to Council in early 2016, including reports dealing with strategies for the maintenance, repair of the social housing stock, and that includes social housing beyond TCHC, which this Council has already grappled with.
So, are we able to include in that an increase in the amount of investment going to the repairs of existing social housing and a 2% reduction?
We are not. We are looking at all options for. At the moment, and put it this way: at the moment, this city, other than funding that we give to TCHC, does not directly put money into the repair of social housing. Repair of social housing is dealt with through the capital reserves and so on that individual operators have. We're looking for ways to make those reserves and those activities sustainable.
I've asked the question now 4 times and haven't gotten the answer, so I'm going to try a different division. I'm going to try to ask childcare the question. Childcare services, are we able, the recommendation 5.1 is increase the city's tax-based contributions to fund childcare fee subsidies. Are we able to do that with a 2% reduction in the overall childcare services budget? Without drawing on additional reserves, are we able to achieve an increase in the city's contribution to the tax-based contributions to childcare funding with a 2% reduction?
If that 2%, Councillor, is found through efficiencies, we may be able to do it. So improved processes, automated processes, streamlined processes.
Will you be bringing forward a recommendation that has an increase in the contribution of the city's tax base and a 2% reduction?
The budget hasn't been finalised yet, Councillor, so I can't answer that at this point.
So are we able to increase the number of licensed and subsidized childcare spaces with a 2%, given the direction for a 2% reduction?
We are able to increase the number of licensed childcare spaces through our capital budget and also through investments that the provincial government has made. We're able to increase our number of subsidies because of savings through full-day kindergarten and again increase provincial investments.
The supporting growth in the number of high-quality out-of-school time programs for children and services, does that require a budget investment?
Yes, it does.
Are you able to achieve an increase in growth in the number of high-quality out-of-school time programs for children and youth if you're requested to make a 2% reduction in your budget?
That one is difficult to do because it's today 100% municipally funded.
Councillor Layton, you're way over time, sorry. Councillor Pasternak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to staff for all your work on this file. Now, on July the 7th, I guess an interim report was brought to Council. Unless my counting is incorrect, there were about 16 recommendations in that proposal. It was then circulated to a wide range of ministries. I count almost 30 different divisions, ministries, levels of government, and so forth. The current version has 17 recommendations. It's gone up by one. Can you describe the level of feedback we received between the interim report and the final report that's in front of us? And did we give these various levels of government, particularly the federal government, which is in transition, enough time to respond to this?
Through the entire development, through the Speaker, entire development of the strategy, there has been significant stakeholder consultation on all sides from every perspective. Between the interim strategy and the final strategy, the focus was on internal circulation to the city through its standing committees and continuing to work with our stakeholder partners, as well as specific conversations with the province of Ontario at multiple levels in multiple ministries. But with respect to the federal government, because of the election, there were constraints on our ability to engage with the federal government.
So, in between these two, we went up by one recommendation. Would you say that that generally we didn't really get a strong feedback? This sat on ministers' desks somewhere, and
through the Speaker, I would suggest that the interim document was quite a solid piece of work based on extensive consultation. In fact, we did not expect significant changes. We really went back out for that second round to confirm, vet the interim strategy and make sure we had it right. The number of changes really were what we anticipated from that part of the process.
Now, some of these recommendations are quite dramatic. Dedicated revenue source to fund this, which is code word for a new tax. A living wage strategy, which we have not studied. Social procurement policy, which we try to do at the city, but also has not been studied. Are you concerned that we're adopting some of these policies without knowing really the long-term implications, A, on whether they're effective for the City of Toronto, and what the long-term social and fiscal consequences are?
Through the Speaker, there are no code words in the study. The study is saying what it says. Revenue sources could be taxes, it could be other sources of revenue. So it is open to us to work that through. That particular element is referred to the long-term fiscal plan, which will come back to this council in the next few months. On the issue of, I believe you touched on living wage, there is no policy recommendation in front of council through this report. Staff are continuing to work with, again, all stakeholders who will be impacted by living wage, including the private sector. Once we've done that fulsome policy review and have a well-developed policy proposal, we will come back to this council for consideration of such a policy. Through the Speaker again, I would never put a policy in front of this council that was not well thought through or did not have the work done behind it.
Oh, don't get me wrong. Are your proposals aspirational that need more work and refinement, or when we adopt today, that's the official position of the City of Toronto?
The strategy as a whole is aspirational. Solving poverty is not a simple one-trick pony kind of exercise, but The design of the strategy includes specific actions broken out over the life of the strategy that will move us towards the goal.
Would you describe this as an evolving document?
Absolutely, Councillor. That's why it's been chunked by council term into 5 different term plans. At each change of term, the strategy will be revisited and revised as appropriate based on current conditions.
And when it comes to the rent supplement agreements, if I could be a little micro for a second, became an enormous debate. There was word that housing didn't want it in there. I couldn't find anyone in housing who was against it. Rent supplement agreements, despite moved and recommended at committee, have still not appeared in the document. Is there any problem with growing that line item in that program?
That was your last question?
Staff are very, very supportive of growing all sorts of opportunities to provide housing subsidies where they are needed. Going back to an earlier question about flexibility, that's one of the reasons that we're looking for flexibility, so that with whatever funding envelope is provided to us, same, smaller, larger, we're able to use those funds in the most targeted, effective way possible.
Thank you. Okay, that's it for the questions. Go to the speakers. Okay, Mayor. I'm sorry. Councillor Peruzza, if you have questions, you need to put your name on the screen. Councillor Peruzza, questions.
Yeah, I just really just a couple of questions, really on the piece connected to social procurement, and just a brief explanation on how you see that working. And yeah.
Through the Speaker, the issue of developing a comprehensive social procurement policy has been before Council several times. We are, based on Council direction, in the process of developing a comprehensive social procurement policy to secure both employment and economic opportunities for residents, as well as business opportunities for small business and ethnically based businesses. There are other potential social procurement benefits that we could secure. This is a really good example of an idea that Council's endorsed, but we have not yet come back to you with the full policy because we are still doing the work. We anticipate completing that work and coming back to Council with a fulsome social procurement policy within the first 6 months of 2016.
Okay. Now, good. So that piece is you're coming back with that.
And it is well underway. We are working with many partners, many institutional partners, so that it won't just be a policy that works for the City of Toronto, but it will work for universities, hospitals, other major procurement entities.
Yeah. And just a brief explanation on the community benefits framework that is connected to this.
In many ways, there are a high degree of similarity between community benefit agreements and social procurement. Community benefit agreement is a broader tool, a different mechanism for achieving the same outcomes that we would get through social procurement. It might be negotiated through a development agreement as opposed to a purchasing contract.
Well, exactly, because here's what we have been grappling with. So at the TTC, for example, we say, along with the with a subway project, a big capital infrastructure project, some efforts should be made to hiring local youth, for example. And those kinds of things never ever really materialize. There's, for example, now in my neighborhood, we are planning the Finch Avenue LRT. And a number of community folks have suggested, well, how do we get some community benefits, or how do we get a community benefits framework that would suggest that some opportunities would be provided to local youth to get some of those jobs connected to that big project. And so how would you see that working?
Through the Speaker, both the Toronto Transit Commission and Metrolinx are partners in the development of the social procurement policy. That's part of the reason we're taking the time to do it right and ensure we end up with a procurement policy, community benefits agreement policy that other institutions like Metrolinx and TTC will be able to utilize.
So what you're suggesting is that that as well is coming back to us in a much broader report that would spell out some of the nuts and bolts on how that might work?
Absolutely.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Just one last quick line of questioning, and I apologize if someone has sort of gone down this road. I was out of the room talking about trees. We're sort of in a different situation now than we were when we were consulting on this to develop the interim strategy, and I'm wondering if how staff would now feel if we were to ask that for the permanent strategy going forward, should we not be committing to more certain annual targets that we are willing to invest and request actual hard targets that we're asking other orders of government to invest so that there's a real time frame around the whole strategy?
Through the Speaker, the issue of developing targets is a complicated one because there are so many moving pieces, moving parts to this strategy and to the issue of poverty in general, that setting targets is a difficult task. I'm happy to take that away and work with staff to come back when we do our first update report on the implementation of the strategy, as with respect to the ability to set specific targets.
So you're talking about the condition with poverty itself can change. One of the reasons, and I think this might be being misunderstood in the community, for instance, incidents of poverty could get worse. So you don't want to nail yourself down to a target that is in fact inadequate to meet a new reality that could get worse.
In the context is shifting for certain in the last month. Mm-hmm. So we will have to monitor the implications of that. Again, the strategy is framed as a 20-year enterprise. In the short term, we are working extremely hard to make sure that the situation doesn't worsen.
Right.
And do what we can to actually turn that around.
I think that's one of the things, and I think you're trying to get there in the nicest possible way, but I think do we not need to make clear to the community that not nailing ourselves down to specific annual numbers is not necessarily, it's not always just about because we don't know if we want to spend any money. It can be we don't want to tie ourselves down to a number when we could in fact decide that far more is needed. There has been a global financial crisis or whatever, and next year we're actually going to invest more. We don't want to give ourselves an excuse of inadequate and low targets. We want to move with whatever are the needs. That's one of the reasons we want to do it, and it's in the best interest of those that would be impacted.
Through the Speaker, I would agree with you, Councillor. We did emphasize the accountability table. That will be the mechanism by which our collective feet are kept to the fire.
Right. It's still accountable without a target.
On the implementation of the strategy.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I just had to ask that because there's a...
Thank you. Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Speaker.
I'm going to ask, it's kind of a good segue. You do, in the section on establishing on institutional change, talks about creating a mechanism for evaluating strategies and also for coordinating with regional provincial strategies and federal priorities. So there is a notion that we're going to be working collaboratively. Do we see, if and when we set targets, that they will be worked, they will somehow integrate with provincial poverty reduction strategy?
Through the Speaker, yes, in fact, we're working with the province and with the provincial poverty reduction lead staff, as well as the Wellesley Institute, to develop measures and to develop a common way of reporting. So that is very much a focus of the work.
Okay, so there will be some relationship between two different poverty reduction strategies.
There's a significant alignment between the strategies. We've already been identifying those opportunities. An example, in fact, would be the provincial focus on reducing homelessness and focusing on those individuals coming out of institutional settings. That aligns with many of the recommendations in the strategy before you.
And I asked questions about this at committee as well. One of the very obvious issues is the adequacy of social assistance benefits, whether it's Ontario Works or disability support, the Ontario Disability Support Program. There is a recommendation to look at promoting income support programs with the goal of increasing uptake. But I don't see, and maybe I'm missing it still, that we are still advocating for improvement in actual benefits, particularly for Toronto, where the cost of living is exceptionally high and people simply cannot live on benefits in the City of Toronto right now. On benefits. So where are the recommendations that we have articulated in the past to ask for benefits, basic benefits, housing allowance to be increased to reflect the cost of living in Toronto?
Through the Speaker, the recommendation is found at 10.2.
10.2.
Advocate to the Ontario government to revise social assistance rates.
Page 32.
She has an interim strategy. Page 32. I'm
Page
on.
32.
Mine says 13 point.
She's looking.
I don't see that.
Oh, you're looking at the interim strategy. We have the final strategy.
Oh, okay. Does it say increase?
Yes.
Or
it
just
does say-
change?
No, to increase.
Increase. Very good.
Thank you.
And there was one final thing I wondered about. Oh, I know that there were discussions about looking at our municipal tax system, the property tax system, to see if we could build more progressivity into our tax system. Have we looked at that at all as part of this strategy? Both as a means to increase revenues, but also to look at building a more progressive tax structure here.
No, Councillor, through the strategy we didn't look at it specifically, but my Deputy City Manager has something to add.
Through you, Madam Speaker.
Who is that?
Property assessment. Property assessment and taxation is regulated through the province, so they do have a poverty reduction strategy, and we can look at those opportunities, but it is very highly regulated and legislated through provincial legislation.
Well, I was at the consultation the other night here on the City of Toronto Act, where there were many suggestions about looking at assessment lift, looking at building progressive taxation models. And in fact, I know the City Institute, there are many academics who are working on modeling changes to build progressivity into the income tax or the property tax system. And I'm wondering if we could advance that in some way by hearing? Could we have some sessions with experts? Can we explore that through some kind of a report so that we can have some discussion about it here at the City of Toronto?
Okay, that was your last question.
So through you, Madam Speaker, so we are advancing those. They have been included, a number of those kinds of suggestions have been included in the long-term fiscal plan and, in the COTA Act review, and will be in the long-term fiscal plan as well. So we will be advancing those. I will caution, though, that many of those suggestions were also part of the COTA review that occurred 5 years ago, and the province hasn't acted on those. So it will be a hard road to make that case, but it is something that we have on our radar screen.
Thank you. Okay, that's it for the questions. Just want to make sure nobody puts their name on. Okay, Mayor Tory to speak.
Madam Speaker, thank you. I am proud to be able to get up and speak of this, proud of the work that's been done by the Council, and of course I've said thank you to the staff and to Deputy Mayor McConnell a number of times, but she doesn't want to have herself singled out for attention today because she's here incognito, so I won't do that. But I want to start off just by saying, so I do sincerely thank everybody that's been involved, including many members of the public and people with lived experience who've helped to bring this report to us today. I want to just start off by talking about the fact that I agree. I'm one of those who agrees absolutely, and I haven't heard anybody who actually disagrees with the fact that the best poverty reduction program or measure is a job. But the people we're trying to help are either unemployed in many cases or underemployed, and in order to address that state of affairs, they need some kind of a hand up. I attended a reception on Monday night for an organization that is largely privately financed by private sector concerns to give people rental assistance. And a woman stood up there and told the story of how she'd fled her home because of domestic abuse, and that she'd ended up in shelters because she had nowhere else to go, and that only through this rental assistance program, which got her into proper housing, could she then get on her feet and have not one but two jobs. Not one but two jobs. And her life had been turned around by the fact she got the rental assistance, which put her in a position to get a job, and the rest was a happy story. So yes, the job was ultimately, what helped get her out of a situation in which she was impoverished and marginalized, but it came about as a result of one of the kinds of measures that are in this report. As I said, I'm proud of this plan as a work of this council in response to the motion passed by the previous council, and I want to spend just a minute discussing why we're doing this, what it is, and how we're going to do it. You can't talk about One Toronto, as I did during the time I was seeking election to this office and now as a person who's holding this office, without acknowledging the disparity between those, as I refer to it, who are comfortable and established to varying degrees, and those who are marginalized through unemployment, through underemployment, through underhousing, through undernourishment, through underachievement in terms of not being able to reach their own aspirations. And it is inconsistent with our values to simply say, well, too bad for them, or better luck next time, or whatever. But it more than anything else, to look at it positively, it denies those people the opportunity to be the best they can be. And if you look at what's in this report, and yes, it's a framework over 20 years, and it's aspirational in the sense that it talks about things, some of which we cannot solve on our own. But what's in this report are a series of measures to let people be the best they can be. This is a moral issue, it's a values issue, but it also is an economic issue, because there's going to come a time not too far from now, if the moral case and the values case don't convince people, where we are going to have people who are underemployed and unemployed and marginalized, who are going to need to take part and to participate fully in this economy to keep Toronto as strong as it is. It's an investment and spending issue, I say, in the sense that we have the choice of investing now to the extent we can, and I'm going to get to that in terms of what this is, or we can pay later. And we can pay later in a way that is trying to remedy and put Band-Aids on things that are wounds that really gnaw at the social fabric of this city and really take away and sap our strength and sap what we're very proud of. Which brings us to the what. This report and this strategy is not an instant answer. Anybody who thinks it is, and I certainly don't, and I think anybody who thinks it is fooling themselves. It's not a 1-year or even a 3-year resolution to the entire issue of poverty. It is a plan with action steps in it and aspirations and goals. It's allowing us to, yes, invest ourselves, as we have in increased support last year for student nutrition or free transit fares for kids 12 and under. These are measures specifically in this report, which we've made some investment in already. And we're also saying yes to advocacy, which is going to help to bring on board a new government in Ottawa that seems to want to work with us on achieving objectives like this, and the government of Ontario, which has similar parallel programs going on, and what we have to do is bring these together. What it is not, and I just want to say this as one person, when I vote for it, I will not believe I'm voting for the city undertaking by itself, with its own limited resources, which we all acknowledge, to solve all of these problems either alone or immediately, because I think that will create unrealistic expectations. I accept the plan with its aspirations. I support it. I buy into it. I commit myself to it, and I think we should commit ourselves to it. But I understand from day one it's going to go quite properly to the Budget Committee. We are there going to see it as an aspiration of ours to do as much as we can over the period of time that this action plan for the first term applies itself, and over the 20 years. But how, and I'll just conclude on this note, Madam Speaker, and I thank you for a little bit of indulgence, the how part to me also contemplates the necessity of really addressing the effectiveness of the things we're doing, and not just assuming we're going to pile new initiatives on top of old ones, some of which may have proven over time to be ineffective. I do find around here in my short time that there's always an assumption you couldn't possibly take away anything we did before that may not have worked. You've got to do everything on top of what you were doing before. And more isn't always better. More isn't always better because it's more. We've got to do things that are more effective. So I will conclude by simply saying that I think this is one of the most important decisions. It's one of the most important commitments that we're going to make as a council during this entire term of office, without even knowing what else is going to come up over the next 3 years. Our values say that if we really want to be serious about creating the kind of Toronto and keeping the kind of Toronto we have, and that's got to get better, that we have to be serious about including everybody, and that to me is what this is about. It's about inclusion of people so they can be everything they want to be. It's not about handouts, it's about hands up. And I think that's going to be something that's essential to building the kind of Toronto that's strong and that we can be proud of. And so I will support this recommendation. And again, I extend my thanks to all those involved in putting this together, and hope that we can have a rational debate and that we can be realistic in the aftermath about things we can do as much as we can, but that we're not going to be able to do things that are not realistic in the context of any government anywhere. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Next speaker is Councillor Cressy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the past, I've talked about top 10 lists in the context of our city. And I think it bears repeating. Often, lists come out in Toronto or in Canada, and if we're at the top, it's for some good reasons. The Economist magazine says we're one of the world's most livable cities. KPMG, for what it's worth, says we're one of the most tax-competitive cities. We're often told that in all of North America, we have the most number of high-rises under construction. So, not bad laurels for Toronto. But then there are other lists. And if we're at the top of them, it's for all the wrong reasons. The United Way came out with a report last year saying we are now the inequality capital of Canada, of all of Canada. Just a few weeks ago, the Children's Aid Society came out and said we are now the child poverty capital of Canada. These are not good lists. 1 in 5 adults living in Toronto is living in poverty. 1 in 4 youth in the city of Toronto is living in poverty. These are terrible numbers. Increasingly, that poverty is racialized, and it's often concentrated among newcomers. When it comes to work, if you've got work, in the GTA, 52% of people who have work in the GTA, it's now precarious work. It's short-term, it's insecure, it doesn't have the benefits you need. And so, on the real test, on the best test, of the most critical test of a city, which is, are you caring for each other? We're failing. And we're failing now like we weren't before. In the 1970s, 1 in 10 adults were living in poverty. It's 1 in 5 today. That's the trajectory. That's the trend line of our city. And inequality, it's not just the lived experience that you deal with, yourself, your friends, your family. Inequality leads to fear. And fear leads to resentment. And it has a corrosive impact. It leads to resentment of unions and organized labor. It leads to resentment of downtowners and the so-called elite. It leads to resentment of immigrants and newcomers and the other. Fear is dangerous. And that's a result of inequality. And so our task, and what is before us today, what we are committing to today, is to build a better city. It is to build a more equitable city. And it is a goal to say that poverty is not something that is acceptable. It's not something that is a must. It is something that we must seek to eliminate. And this strategy, well, it's comprehensive. It truly is. Whether it's talking about housing, which is a human right, whether it's talking about the need for increased services, whether it's childcare services or newcomer supports, or whether it's talking about jobs. And it's on jobs that I'll expand a bit, because this strategy talks about good, decent jobs. This strategy talks about the need for a job quality assessment tool. Because what we know is that you don't just need work, you don't just need a job. In fact, 52% of people in the GTA who have jobs, they aren't good jobs. What you need is a strong economy, and a strong economy comes from high-wage jobs. High-wage jobs means a strong economy. It means putting money in the pockets of people, men and women, because if you got money in your pockets, not only you're able to spend that money, but you're able to care for your family. That's what jobs looks like. That's how you tackle poverty in a comprehensive way. And so I'll close by echoing many thanks we'll hear today. Certainly, I think to the mayor for making this a priority for our city, to our deputy mayor, who's incognito, for leading the charge, for our staff, many of whom are here, for working tenaciously on this. Every single standing committee, this has been here, and our staff have been there, but I think most of all to the community. It is the community that has led this strategy, and it's because of the community that has led this strategy that it is a good strategy. Whether it's agencies, whether it's activists and movements, whether it's stakeholders or organized labor, whether it's people with lived experience. It's a community-led strategy, and that's what gives it strength. And going forward, our task is to invest in this strategy to make it a reality. And I look forward to voting for it. Thank you.
Thank you. If I can please ask the audience not to applaud, just wave. Councillor Wong Tam.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'll keep my remarks short. I too would like to thank staff for their incredible work in crafting this report. It is indeed comprehensive, and I know that it is also aspirational. It's also going to be difficult to realize if Council, in its wisdom, adopts the report, and then in subsequent meetings and in subsequent Council meetings, we then move away from that responsibility by eliminating the resources that this report and the strategy that lays out over 20 years that it needs in order to be successful. And in the time that I've spent in the council chambers, I now realize that we pass all sorts of lofty reports and big ambitious reports that try to do good and right by the people of Toronto. And then in the same breath, out of the different side of the mouth, we then try to find efficiencies, these so-called efficiencies, by asking the staff to do more and more with less and less every single year. So we're heading into the 2016 budget process, and we're going to be asked once again to look for these efficiencies. And these efficiencies will mean reduction to operating budgets. And you have now heard staff do the best that they can because they're trying to answer the question and adhere to the ambitions of the report by saying, the budget's not before us, we're going to deal with that in a separate matter, and we hope that this strategy will go forward. What you've heard them say, and what I think I heard them say, Madam Speaker, is that we really hope, fingers crossed, that Council funds this year's $39 million that's required and called for in 2016, and the subsequent dollars in the next 19 more years. And this is actually the test for us in the chambers. The test for us is whether or not we pass this report, and I believe it's going to pass. It's passed in prior meetings, and it's done so usually unanimously and oftentimes with applause to staff, applause to the community for all their good work, coming out to speak to us, pouring out to us their needs to be successful, not just to survive, but to thrive in their local communities. And they're hoping that beyond the adoption of this report is that Council is going to have the courage to withstand the budget pressures and cuts, which means that we probably can't adhere to a 2% reduction in the operating budget. It also means that we most likely cannot adhere to property taxes pegged to inflation. You can't do more with less. And so this report, when you push that button, when I push that button, recognize that when we vote for this report, we're also going to vote to reject the 2% reduction in operating budget efficiencies. We're also going to need to vote very shortly to not tag and tie our property taxes simply to the rate of inflation. Not if we want to invest in transit, and transit equity is important, not if we want to invest in social housing, not if we want to invest in good paying jobs to make sure our divisions are well resourced and the communities have what they need to do well, live a high quality of life that they expect from us. And that's going to be the next vote. And to me, that's going to be the vote that members who are sitting in this chamber are going to be watching. And that's going to be the vote that really counts. And in every subsequent year afterwards, we're going to have the courage to do it over and over and over again. Because we know poverty has a face. And that face in Toronto is oftentimes women, racialized, Aboriginal, people living with disabilities, and the list can go on. That's who we'll be voting for if we support this report and in our subsequent votes in supporting the budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fragedakis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also want to take this opportunity to thank everyone involved in this strategy. As I've said before, what I think has made this plan so strong is the depth of public consultation. With those directly struggling with poverty, I had asked for and got a public meeting on this matter held in my ward, and I was really, really impressed with the way it was done and the real deep effort to engage those challenged by poverty and those challenged with helping them. And what I also really like about the strategy is the detailed work plans, action plans, and the plans to monitor the progress. There's a working group in my ward, and I think this strategy with its very detailed plans will actually help us. There are many great nuggets in there. Consider item 14.3 of the 2016 work plan, where it says identify opportunities for city first responders to participate in targeted early detection and intervention of medical conditions prevalent in low-income and racialized groups. And tactics like early detection and better interagency coordination are actually really critical. As the saying goes, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. There are really so many sad and desperate calls that come into all of our offices from people struggling with poverty. And those sad stories get all the more disturbing when you hear how the lack of proper coordination of public services can actually make a bad situation worse. And it's my opinion that poverty is an albatross around this city's neck. Its existence diminishes the dignity and joy of all Torontonians, and to many of us, it's actually an affront to our faith. Its prevalence is a drain on our economic prosperity. And the true greatness of the city is not in its grand boulevards, nor in its elevated expressways, but in its people. And this is an investment in people. It's an investment in our friends and in our neighbors, and it will pay dividends economically, culturally, socially, and spiritually. So I urge all of us not to just support it today, but going forward to make it a living document woven into the daily life of this city. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Mihevc.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I, of course, am going to support this. I think it's just a wonderful time for us here at City Council to be able to do this. I'm going to speak to basically three reasons why I think this is a very, very important moment for us as a council and a city. First is that what are we doing with this poverty reduction strategy? We are naming it. We're naming it. We're not shaming it, as sometimes you see in some cities, especially in the United States to the south of us. We're not hiding it. We're not using code words to disguise its reality and its presence in our community. We are naming it as directly and as honestly as we can. This makes it an us issue. It's not about them over there. It's about who we are as a city. I think that's very important in and of itself, that we have had the nerve to, and the strength to, I guess, and the courage to name it as an issue that is facing us, and using that word poverty in our context. Second thing that I think this document is very important, and why this debate is important, is because the process has been so inclusive. I think if you look back on, well, frankly, since this city was formed, I don't think there has been any process that has been this wide in its consultation and this deep in its analysis. We have gone out to civic society. We've asked for people's experience who are on the front line. We've had tremendous input from community organizations. We've had tremendous input from civic, not-for-profit organizations. The media has had a very paid ongoing attention to it. The faith communities, I haven't seen more people from the faith communities here at City Hall than in the last year or two focus precisely on this issue. I think we've had that broad community conversation, and then it went, of course, to each of our agencies, boards, commissions, and what did we get? We got a green light from every committee, we got a green light from every department, we got a green light from every committee of council as well. So what that is telling us is that, holy smokes, this is not a fringe conversation that is being engaged in Toronto. This is a conversation that is very mainstream. We all, as Torontonians, want government to work on this. And I think that's reflected, frankly, in the federal election results. I think it's reflected directly in the provincial government saying that they're going to end homelessness in the next 10 years. I think Canadians, Ontarians, Torontonians are saying this is something that they want governments to address, and we're a part of it. The third thing that I think this document is important for is the comprehensiveness of its approach. It is true that a job is a very, very important part of it. But poverty, we have discovered in this process, is a complex phenomenon. Sometimes, yes, it is about the job. Sometimes it's also about not being able to get to the job because you live 2 hours away and the bus doesn't come, or it's always crowded, or you have to skip a few, or you can't afford the TTC fare to go to the job interview. Sometimes it's about inadequacy in housing, either because the TCHC building isn't up to an appropriate standard and has bed bugs and this and that and hasn't been taken care of. Sometimes it's because you've been waiting on a waiting list for 7 years and you have another 7 years to go before you get off of the waiting list and get some affordable housing. We know that it's about also sometimes you just can't access that recreation program. Or sometimes it's because you can't access enough food to basically feed the children and pay the rent. So this is all good. I think today is a moment, frankly, to say we have done a good job, Toronto, in naming it, processing it, and putting a package together. I think this package is something that other cities are going to emulate, frankly, across the country. And it'll be as a kind of roadmap as to how cities can engage this issue. So it's important. I look forward. It's not over. By no means is it over. It won't be over till it's over. We need to focus on this each and every year through the budget process and all the different reports that will come forward. But I think today is a day to be more celebratory and to say we've got a good package here that our citizens want us to deliver, our residents want us to deliver, and we can be proud of. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Matlow.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I stand today to express enormous gratitude for the fact that we are moving forward with this initiative, I believe, and for the many people who have contributed to seeing this become a reality. First of all, I want to thank the community who I know has been resolute and active and steadfast in ensuring that those of us who have wanted to see a strategy like this happen are now able to successfully see it through to fruition. And it's because of your hard work and your dedication that these things happen. You move us to then respond to you, and together we get it done. I also want to acknowledge the remarkable work of Denise Campbell and Chris Brillinger and all of your colleagues for the work on social development that they do. I've had the opportunity to work with them on now the senior strategy and the youth equity strategy, and they don't do things just because council tells them to do it. They do it because it is a labor of love that they are dedicated to, and you see that not only do they put together a comprehensive strategy, but they also make sure that there are regular updates, accountability measures to make sure that this is not yet another document that sits in the dusty archives of history like so many strategies have done before. That this is something that will be a living document that we will need to regularly check in on and say, have we done enough? What haven't we done? Why haven't we done it? And celebrate the achievements that we can point to. I also want to acknowledge Deputy Mayor McConnell for organizing this, bringing it together, bringing all the moving pieces and parts together to make sure that this is a successful, comprehensive package that we can support. But I also want to acknowledge Mayor Tory. Have you noticed that this term is a little different than last term?
Not little, a lot.
That here we are. Have you noticed that this isn't a left wing or a right wing or a centrist debate? Have you noticed that there hasn't been any mean-spirited rhetoric tossed across the room today over something that is arguably progressive and will invest tax dollars? Mayor Tory has changed the spirit of and the tone and the demeanor of this room, where we are able to have a respectful and caring conversation about a necessary priority. We will have ongoing debates over other matters. There are going to be times where we agree. There are going to be times where we will respectfully disagree. But there are times like these where through thoughtful and caring leadership and collective responsibility, where we come together and say, we want to work as a team, not us against them, not them and they and you and me and right and left and downtown and suburb. But we really are one Toronto today. We are one Toronto coming together saying that we want to get something done that is a clear priority. So I celebrate us, but I also say this with caution. While we can congratulate all of us for doing this work now, we have to be resolute that we never lose steam, that we never lose our persistent and absolute dedication to getting these things done, and be honest with ourselves if we haven't gone far enough. I thank you so much for everything you've done. And again, Deputy Mayor McConnell, I know that you've been such an important part of this. You've gone out to corners of the city I know you've never seen before, you've never been to before, and I just really appreciate, well, you maybe not be seeing this part of the community today, but I really appreciate your love and dedication to this important mission that we are all on together. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I just want to echo many of the words that Councillor Matlow said, and thanking our key staff, Chris, Denise, and certainly Councillor McConnell, and Mayor Tory for driving this initiative forward. It takes a certain unanimity, a certain shared values, common purpose, and the importance of making sure that we commit ourselves to those who are marginalized, those who are struggling, and those who need the state to play a role. Within this document, as it becomes an evolving strategy for the City of Toronto, it is important that we emphasize the difference between poverty prevention and poverty reduction. We must put just as much emphasis on those programs and services where we're helping young families, people who are new to our shores, or people who have struggled, to make sure that they stay above the waterline, that they may stay above the poverty line, and that they have the resources in the hands of the state to make that happen. At the same time, we must also commit ourselves to poverty reduction. Those who are already in a state of despair, whether homelessness, need of our shelters, who are struggling to find their way, whether through mental illness, financial hardship, or any other personal hardship that has put them in that situation. Poverty reduction means that we commit ourselves to making sure that those who are suffering are given a soft landing, that are given a helping hand, and that we, by adopting this document, share the value that we will never kick the ladder down from behind us. But it is essential to remember that we currently do have a poverty reduction strategy at the City of Toronto. It comes in the forms of billions of dollars, actually, in transfer payments from the tax base. It comes in the form of Ontario Works, and social housing, shelters, long-term care facilities, nutrition programs, and so forth. I could use my whole time in listing them. But the bottom line is, when you look across our great city, you are finding more and more people who don't want bigger government, and they don't want smaller government. They want better government. They want a government that can listen. They want a government that can respond. They want a government that's compassionate, but at the same time fiscally responsible. I send a warning to those people who have spoken before me and may speak afterwards, that raising taxes exponentially and throwing as much money as we can is not smart decision-making. I have within my ward, and I'm sure many of you do, seniors who still want to stay in their homes, who have fixed incomes, who don't want to be pushed out by exorbitant tax increases. We also have young families who are starting out, who also do not want to be hit with new taxes, in the hope that throwing hundreds of millions at the wall will somehow stick. And of course, we have newcomers to our shores who are starting fresh by here and having their dreams dashed by taxes that are exponential in nature, well above the rate of inflation, and will creating more damage than help. Punishing those groups to help the poor is helping nobody. And I say to you that within our departments, as someone who's been on the Budget Committee for many years, I say to you that we can look at areas of our government in which we don't have to cut services to find 2%. We can be better in real estate. We can be better in fleet services. We can be better in procurement. And with that, we can take those savings and put it into this strategy. With that, I just want to conclude by once again saying that this is an evolving document, that the 11 suggestions that I moved at Budget Committee and the 6 suggestions at CDR were essential for making this document a stronger one, and I look forward to watching those go through and making sure I advocate for those and others to see that they're properly funded and implemented. And I also look forward to seeing some of the recommendations that pass through Executive Committee and that are not here today that also are implemented in the future. Because the bottom line is that if we hear from everybody and we take together all these great ideas across the city, we will certainly have a document that we are proud of, a document that we can support and properly fund, and a document that will show results in the end by preventing poverty, reducing poverty, and reaffirming our status in Toronto as a great city.
Councillor Ainsley?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I won't take my full 5 minutes. I want to start by thanking Mayor Tory for taking the lead on this initiative. You know, it's very important right from one end of our city, east to west, north to south. I want to thank Councillor McConnell for all the excellent work that she did on this, coming out to the Kings Road, Galloway, Orton Park neighborhood. I think we had a very fulsome meeting. I want to thank staff, Chris and Denise, for all the work on this. I want to thank organizations like the Social Planning Council of Toronto. I have residents here from my own ward of Neighborhood Rising. You know, they had a community meeting a couple of weeks ago. You know, this is a very important matter that affects everybody in this city. And one of the things that I like about this document, it's a very fulsome document. It's 48 pages long. You know, I've been a councillor now for 9 years here, and often we have debates, you know, that they tie into issues around poverty reduction, fair wage policy, living wage, and often people forget about it because, you know, there's so much on our plates, so much that goes through here. Sometimes we don't always remember everything that we've debated. I know social procurement policy. I think we've debated that 5 times over the past couple of years. I think this is a great document, 50 pages, all encompassing. You know, people talk about the nuggets, you know, free student TTC rides for people under the age of 12. Breakfast programs. You know, it's all tied into this document. It's a 20-year plan. It's very comprehensive. You know, we're going to have to sharpen our pencils with regards to some of the numbers that we have to look at to get these programs implemented. But as some of our colleagues have said, some of these have been in place for a very long time. I'm very proud, you know, our fair wage policy, for example, has been in place since 1896. We've been taking a lead on a number of these initiatives for a long time, but we still have a lot of work to do. I used the example at the executive committee. My wife and I, last month, we ran a charity run in the eastern end of Scarborough, and we had some fruit left over and some cookies. Somebody said bring it to the local food bank. I decided I would take it to the local school where they had a breakfast program. I brought, you know, a box of bananas in, a couple of boxes of cookies. I crossed paths with the school principal, and he was walking down the hall with a girl, leading her by hand, and he was very happy to see the food. He grabbed a banana out of the box and a cookie out of the box, and he gave it to the girl, and she lit right up, and she went running down the hall, and he turned to me and he said, you know what, Paul? He says, she hasn't had anything to eat today. She hasn't had any breakfast. She hasn't had any lunch. This is 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Largest city in Canada. You know, something for me like that, is reprehensible that something like that can occur in the largest city in Canada. What made it even more stark for me was this school that I was in was right across the street from where I grew up, where my brother and I, after school, getting a banana and a cookie, it was a luxury. It was just something you went in the house, hey mom, how's it going? You got your snacks and you went off and you watched TV. You know, things like that have to end. I think as a municipal government, we have to help manage change, make sure that all of the various planks in this 50-page, once again, 50-page, very comprehensive document is put in place. So I want to thank everybody that was involved in working at it. I think the other thing that was also most striking for me today is that so far amongst all the speakers, we haven't had any amendments to this. There's been nothing proposed on this. It's gone through all the striking committees, all the ABCs. It was at the library board. I think it's really important, and I think it speaks a lot that we haven't tried to amend this document at all. And so saying that, I want to thank you everybody, and I look forward to working as a city councillor to making sure that this is fully put in place. Thank you.
Thanks for reminding me. Thank you. Councillor Crawford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I too just want to thank everybody who's been doing an incredible amount of work over the last number of months on this. Of course, the Mayor, Deputy Mayor McConnell, Chris Brillinger, his entire team, and I think everybody all across the city and all across the divisions that have been doing incredible work. I support this document as a citizen of this city and as an individual. I support it as a councillor, and I also support it as the budget chief of the City of Toronto. And that's what I want to form my remarks on is in my role as the budget chief and as how we're moving forward in this particular budget in 2016 to try to achieve some of the important goals that we're talking about today. This document is transformational. We have heard that. It is going to be changing the face of how we do work in the city over the next 20 years. It's a living document. We've seen and we're sort of seeing it's going to be changing over the next number of years, and it is living. And I can tell you, going through this budget process over the last couple of months, and you'll be seeing that in the next couple of months, this document is breathing life in the budget of 2016. Let me talk a bit about the process. Staff have been doing an incredible amount of work all across the system over the last couple of months, as I've said, trying to pull together the document we're all going to be seeing in a couple of months. It's been suggested that if we strive to achieve that 2% efficiencies, we won't be able to achieve the priorities and goals that we're attempting and will be making a decision on right now. Madam Speaker, I categorically disagree with those comments that have come from this chamber on that particular issue. Across the system, divisions and agencies have been working incredibly hard to find within their operations how they deliver their services through line by line opportunities to find efficiencies. And I can tell you right now, some divisions and agencies have done an incredible amount of work changing their operations to find those efficiencies, and I want to congratulate them. You're going to see a lot of them as they come forward through the process. A lot of other agencies and divisions are working on that. Some have challenges. Some may not be able to achieve the 2%, but I can tell you one thing, a good portion of them have been attempting to do that, and I want to thank them for that. You know what I'd like to see when we look at these sort of efficiencies that are coming? You know, whether it's $2 million, $10 million, or $20 million. What I would hope to see is that those efficiencies are being poured into the important priority that we're talking about today, as opposed to other priorities that we have looked at in the past and we'll be looking at in the future. So it's really about deciding where we want to put those priorities. So those sort of efficiencies, they're there. I'm confident we can find them. And we'll have to have the debate at some point. Do we look at pouring those efficiencies into keeping the tax rate low or keeping, the taxes we have to pay a lot lower? That is a debate we're going to have. Or do we have the debate about putting those efficiencies into that priority that we're talking about today? And we'll have that conversation at budget, and I'm looking forward to that conversation. There are priorities that we're going to have to decide upon. Don't kid yourself. This is a priority, and I'm looking at, when we look at the vote, I'm pretty sure we're all going to say, as a city, this is a priority that we have to strive to accomplish. And I agree with that, and it's going to be difficult and challenging to get there, but I think we're up for the challenge to do that, and that's what you're hearing today. But we are going to have to make some choices. We are going to have to look at prioritizing some of the services that we deliver across this city. We'll be doing part of it in the budget, but I think long term we have to have that discussion about what services we really feel are important to deliver at this city. I feel this is an important service of what we're doing all across the city. And I'm going to just end with one example, and it'll be coming up in budget in the next couple of months that we have to look at. There's a service change request coming through one of our divisions to look at grooming our beaches every day, 7 days a week, over instead of what we're doing right now is 3 to 5. I look at that as a change in service that's going to be coming. We're going to have to make a decision. Do we want to do everyday grooming of a beach or continue with the 3 to 5 times a week we do? There's a dollar amount that will be attached to that. I'm not too sure what it is, but there's a dollar amount attached to that. Personally, I'd rather not do 7 days a week in grooming of a beach, and I'd rather put that $400,000, $300,000 into poverty reduction, into the opportunity to look at student nutrition programs. That's where I'm kind of looking at where we're going to be going in the budget. So we're going to have to look at our priorities. We're going to have to look at where we go in the next coming weeks on budget. I'm looking forward to that process, and I want to thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll.
Sorry, Madam Speaker, I didn't know we were moving along so quickly. Sorry, Madam Speaker, I was dealing with a tech issue. And I have the privilege of being able to deal with tech issues because I make a pretty good living, and they provide me with stuff like this. They provide me with stuff like this. This morning on Metro Morning, Armin, the business columnist, was talking about her analysis of StatsCan's latest report on the 1%, and her extrapolation of all the figures leads us to this. In take-home pay, in what you're really going to live on this month, 50% of Canadians, 50% of Canadians are now getting through the month, getting through the year on effectively $31,000 or less. 50%. We're getting paid tomorrow. All the councillors are getting paid tomorrow. That's our payday. So I want you to imagine that your pay slip has on it $1,192.30. And there's no other money coming into your house. $1,192.30, and there's not another penny coming into your house. That's why we need a poverty reduction strategy. And I hope that however long it takes to implement it, whether it's within the mandate, within this political term, or it takes 2 terms or 3 terms, that we never lose sight of that number. $1,192.30 every 2 weeks, and not a penny more from any other source. That's what's coming into your house. Some of us, our kids are gone, but there are councillors. We do have a younger councillor. We have councillors that still have children's mouths to feed. And imagine you were doing it on $1,192.30 every 2 weeks and nothing else, no more. You wouldn't live where you live now. You would not have driven here this morning. And you would not have bought a new article of clothing in many, many months, perhaps years, if you were living on that and feeding children. That's why we need a poverty reduction strategy. I asked about targets, Madam Speaker, because we heard a lot of frustration from councillors that there's no commitment to the poverty reduction strategy without them. They are problematic simply because the beauty of this document is it is so far-reaching. It's hard to come up with meaningful targets and attach them to poverty if you're reaching as far as some would have to go into housing, some would have to go into transit. It's not just pure social programs, it's everything that really has a social impact. And so coming up with a meaningful set of targets would be very difficult to do. But for me, I only have one target. My target is that we as councillors imagine ourselves living on $31,000 a year. Tomorrow's payday is just $1,192.30, and there are children in our homes to feed, and that's not going to change anytime soon. How do we turn that life, that existence, into one that is not an existence of poverty? That's my target, and I'm going to keep it in my mind for however many years this takes. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Cho.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I could only repeat what some of the councillors said earlier. I'm so glad that we have a new mayor. And I did vote for John Tory. And I'm so glad that John Tory appointed Pam McConnell. I'm very happy and impressed with this document. I also like to thank our very dedicated city staff. That starts from Chris Bellinger and all the good staff. And I'm not going to repeat what all of the councillors said earlier, so I'm going to share the experience I had recently, last week as a matter of fact. I was invited by the Seoul, the South Korean government to attend the Overseas Politicians Forum, the politician of a Korean background. Originally, I'm from South Korea. Lucky I came to the best country, Canada. And I had the privilege and honor to meet with the Seoul mayor. I said to the senior staff and the councillors in Seoul, Toronto is one of the top 5 cities in the world. But I never said that all these problems. We have 46% of immigrants live in poverty, 37% female parents live in poverty, lone parents, etc., etc. And I never said that over 1 million people from Toronto, they resort to the food bank to get some free food. And there are over 16,000 children waiting to get the subsidized the daycare, and over 90,000 households waiting to get into the affordable housing. Before I became politician, I was a social worker, and I used to work with the tenants in the Ontario Housing. We called that Ontario Housing those days. Today we call TCHC. And we often see all this money we require, $2.8 billion to fix the repair in the TCHC. And there's some tenants, they live in the leaking roof, and there's no screen door. It's a miracle that not many children got killed from falling down this window. And yet some of the senior staff, they get the 20% bonus of their salary. We stopped that, And their monthly, the car allowance is over $500. Just unimaginable, So, and let me share what I saw at the Seoul, Korea. I met the mayor, and he asked the staff to show the Seoul Safety Control Center in the basement. They showed this center only to foreign dignitaries, ministers, or prime ministers, people like that, but I was lucky that maybe my background helped me. And I was really flabbergasted. Every street in Seoul City, I could see one there, and then it shows by color whether they go less than 20 kilometers per hour, over 20 kilometers, or 50 kilometers. It shows red, yellow, and the red. The green. And they have over 800 the CCTV camera, and they could actually catch people stealing bicycle. Now they have a Metro Pass. With one Metro Pass, the residents in Seoul, they could go subway, and they used that after subway, they could either go bus or even taxi, and they could go into the movie theater. So far advanced, we have much to learn. We have a traffic congestion. We waste over $10 billion because of traffic congestion productivity, but they're doing so well. I'm sure they have much to learn, and I was quite impressed with their creativity. When they build the subway, they put the construction day and completion day, whether it's 2 years or 5 years. Their subway is like a spider web. Here, we just keep delaying and more money, more money. The other day, I had a meeting with the delegation of our Small Business Association, and they say...
Thank you, Councillor Cho. Thank you. Councillor Layton.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'll be very brief. Again, as my colleagues before me, I think that we have an enormous amount of thanks to, first to staff for the work that they've put in on this. Clearly, when you look at the process they went through, there was an enormous amount of inclusivity and of public consultation to ensure that we were indeed reaching out across our community. To Deputy Mayor Pam McConnell for her hard work and leadership in this to ensure that it's been kept top of mind to all of us. I jokingly say that there's a bit of a game about how many times Deputy Mayor McConnell says poverty reduction in any given day, and I have no doubt that the number of times I hear it is but a small portion of how much she has dedicated in this first year of council to this issue. And then finally, to members of the public who have been patient with us over our last term of council and come out in such numbers to make deputations, to inform this strategy and to ensure that it is in fact robust and taking on this issue of poverty and inequality in a very fulsome fashion. I think that the recommendations are quite manageable. I think they're very reasonable in what's been presented here. And when you read through, this is a good blueprint for us to follow moving forward. Some things we're doing, some things are recommendations on what we should improve on. And I have no doubt, at least I hope, that this will be adopted unanimously, and I have no doubt we will all go home tonight and feel a bit better about what we do in this chamber. The real test, though, that real test on whether or not this process we've gone through, all the work that has been poured in by staff and the participation of the community, and most of all, most importantly, on whether or not we deserve to feel good about the role and our vote here today, is whether or not when the budget process comes along, and I bring forward a motion or someone brings forward a motion to, for example, increase investments in repairs to existing housing, or to increase investment into our MLS budget to strengthen the enforcement of minimum housing standards, or to develop a rooming house policy framework that's effective and enforced, whether or not people vote in favor of that, regardless of the fact of if it's in tune with an inflationary or less than inflation property tax increase. Whether or not when someone puts forward a motion about providing an increase in housing allowances, or maybe it's someone that wants to better integrate stabilization supports for people that are being evicted from their homes, wants to have a greater social safety net there. When those motions come forward to budget, regardless of the fact on if we're going to meet this self-imposed lower than inflationary increase in our property tax rate, I'm going to support those motions. And I hope that many of you do. When someone comes forward about expanding digital access and literacy to ensure residents can effectively access programs online, when staff say, you know what, we can't do that with a 2% reduction, we're going to need to increase the amount of resources we put towards that, I'm going to vote for that. And I hope that all of you too, because today you're essentially telling your constituents you will. Well, tomorrow, when we start talking about the dollars and cents, will you actually be there? And not likely, sadly. When in front of this body, we were given the simple question about, well, what about revenue tools? In the last term of council, of which many of you were there, we voted against it. There weren't any revenue tools, or I think there was one and it was like development charges. But besides that, there were not any revenue tools that you were willing to support in just a basic majority, 51% of you, in order for us to ask for ask the province for those powers. So when we look at this and talk about the budget and how we're going to balance the budget and talking about the revenue side of things, we missed an opportunity to ask for those things. And many of you contributed to that. And I hope, self-preservation, I hope that many of you, as this debate comes up again and we look at what we've now committed to, will say, you know what, maybe we should revisit some of those questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Layton. Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Speaker. I too rise in support of the recommendations that are before us. And I do so for a number of reasons. One of them, obviously, because this document before us has been developed with an unprecedented community engagement process, and I can't not commend our staff in SDFA, in housing, in employment and social services, and I hope I haven't missed any, children's services, libraries, public health, I can list them all, as well as engaging with our partners in the community sector and with people who have lived experience of poverty. So the process has been excellent. It has been comprehensive and meaningful for those who have participated. The other reason I stand in support of this report, not only was it comprehensive in its process and still will be, it is comprehensive in substance. And if one looks back at the various reports that have been produced in the City of Toronto or in Metro Toronto over a decade or more, we have seen from the community-based sector, the NGO sector, we have seen report after report from the United Way, from Social Planning Toronto, from the Children's Aid Society, Campaign 2000, The Color of Poverty. I could go on to summarize report after report which has documented the deepening inequalities in our city. Inequalities that are contributing to greater and greater marginalization, less and less social inclusion, and a growing concern about what could happen in a city so divided. And if one looks back over those 10 years or more as well on how many reports we have written on the same subject matter, whether it's housing, employment, social assistance, childcare, we have also produced report after report with strategies of various kinds. Now, many of them were in what we call silos. We have a senior strategy, a youth equity strategy, a housing strategy, the HOT plan. We have a children's strategy. We have a youth equity strategy. But this document takes the key components of all of those strategies that we have developed and adds to them and puts it together in a seminal document. This is our strategy for social equity in the City of Toronto. And we can be proud of this because it provides a framework that we can go forward and say to the Province of Ontario, to the Government of Canada, we've made commitments. We've made commitments not just in terms of funding. We have made commitments to deliver on them. And what this document does is sets a framework for us to hold ourselves accountable on a set of recommendations that will make a difference. And I know that there have been speakers who will have said, we will address some of these in the budget, but we can find the funding somewhere else to fund these things. Well, I want to point out that if you look at just the 2016 action plan or work plan, there are 16 items that require new budget. And I trust if we get a unanimous vote today, that we will get a unanimous vote at budget time to fund those things. What we also have are 69 recommendations that are going to be funded or implemented within existing resources. There is an incredible amount of work here that we are asking this corporation to undertake within existing resources. So let's not pretend that we're going to try and squeeze this money out of existing divisions because, hey, they don't have enough to do.
Thank you, Councillor.
We are adding more. We need to support this document and support a strategy and budget for a more equal Toronto when our budget comes forward.
Thank you. Councillor Rogers-Mary.
Thank you. We all know that people living in poverty are underserviced, underemployed,
often undereducated, certainly underhoused, and underfed. Poverty exists in our educational institutions, our schools are ghettoized, our healthcare system is ghettoized, and our housing is certainly ghettoized. I took hope from the nomination of Councillor Pam McConnell as Deputy Mayor charged with this important issue, and I was not disappointed. Now, Downsview has an extra youth worker that we did not have before, and it is working out very, very well. These things make a difference. As a municipality, we are challenged with hard service costs, and we're often scrounging for millions of dollars for this, $1 billion for the Gardiner Expressway, etc. The onus to assist the impoverished in our community is often shirked, and not only at the local level, it has been consistently shirked by upper-level governments. I, for one, don't believe that the major impetus for poverty reduction should come from the municipal level of government. We can certainly make a difference, and we do make a difference, by offering free access to recreational programs, by expanding our public health programs, by increasing library services. These all certainly make a difference in the day-to-day lives of our children and youth and families. But the overarching crucial decision-making for even putting a dent in the rampant poverty that our city experiences must come from the upper-level governments. Those governments who are charged with health, housing, education, human welfare, they are the ones that must come to the table and put an end to the shame that tethers our children to this poverty cycle and the stigma that lasts a lifetime. I grew up in our public housing system, and it was wretched, and it's even more wretched today. People are extremely unhappy to live there. People are underfed in this city. And you know, the food programs that we have don't come near to meeting the need. People are extremely upset about the fact that our health care and our educational institutions are racialized and ghettoized in our communities. This is a fact of life for most Torontonians, and we have yet to see our federal governments and our provincial governments coming to the table in a serious way. But they're not serious. Poverty is cyclical and generational in this city. You have an 80% chance of living in public housing if your parents live in public housing. We do nothing to break those barriers and break that tether. Nothing. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, here are my thoughts on this very important, critical subject of poverty in the City of Toronto. The city faces a number of major challenges, Speaker, and prime among them is the unprecedented level of immigration to the City of Toronto. The world is on the move today, and as people are moving around the globe, I think, with a frequency that has never been seen before. And every large city is coping with this influx of people. And I suspect, Speaker, that if you superimposed the income numbers over top of the numbers of recent arrivals, that you would find a very positive relationship between the two. And for that reason, Speaker, and I want to follow on the remarks by Councillor Augimeri, for that reason, because we're trying to cope with a burgeoning population here in Toronto. Some people arrive here with money in their pockets, many don't. Because that challenge is facing us dramatically today, I think we have to bring the other orders of government to the table. And with the new government in Ottawa, Speaker, I'm hoping that we can get finally a commitment from the Government of Canada, who supervises the immigrant intake, or most of it, to understand the challenges that it creates in cities like Toronto, which tends to attract the vast bulk of the people who want to come to Canada. You know, when we talk about infrastructure, Speaker, we often mean physical infrastructure, money for roads, money for subways, money for bridges, money for sewers. But we tend to forget, because that's the prevailing context, we often forget that we need a social infrastructure. And I think this is what this poverty strategy is addressing, the need to have social infrastructure capable of meeting the social challenges of today and tomorrow. And you know what, Speaker? It's going to get even more complicated in the years that lie ahead, because, according to a number of authors, we're moving into another industrial revolution, a technological revolution that is going to be unsettling and I think is going to create, or has the potential of creating, severe social tensions in the years that lie ahead. Now, for many in this debate, the focus is on the poor themselves. But I would put it to you, Speaker, that a strategy of the sort that's being proposed to us today is not only going to benefit the poor, I think it will benefit everybody else as well, because it'll give us a social setting, a stability that will allow us in a myriad of ways, depending on our own dreams and ambitions, to fulfill the plans of our parents, our grandparents, those who made the decision to come to this country and to this city. So I hope there won't be people out there complaining about money that will be going to specific groups, because in the end, if you can successfully meet these social challenges, you will create a caring environment. And a caring environment, a caring city, Speaker, I think in the end means a successful city. And I want to thank Deputy Mayor McConnell and others, the Mayor, who have taken political carriage of this issue, the staff who have labored long on these matters. You know, we're blessed to have a staff that is very professional, very informed, and not afraid to give us their unvarnished advice. So,
thank you.
Speaker, I'm delighted to join my voice with others in support of this initiative.
Thank you, Councillor Kelly. Councillor Bala.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And like many colleagues said before, I will try to be brief. But I will try, because I really think that what this file has lots of is words and not enough actions. And I think we need to turn it around and speak less and turn the strategy plan into actions. I think we now have a map. We now delineated the road that we want to take. And I think it's exactly what we need to do. And I think the title of the report actually talks about what we're doing here. It's about creating prosperity to our city. This is just not only a poverty reduction strategy. I believe that this is an economic and social development strategy for our city. That's what we're doing in here. We're choosing on how to create an investment. We're choosing on how to spend our money. That's what we're setting our goals. Do we want to set our goals in spending in healthcare or shelters, or do we want to actually be proactive and make sure that people don't want to get to that point? That's the efficiencies that we need to talk about in this chamber. And that is exactly the road that this strategy lays out for us. So I think when we talk about efficiencies, we need to turn it upside down and bring this report and saying, here's the efficiencies that we need in the chambers and the policy that we create in here. So I definitely want to thank the mayor for putting this on the map, the deputy mayor. I know that she was very passionate about this, but also the high number of nonprofit organizations that contributed to this. And they've done work not only for this strategy, but they've been advocating governments in and out about this issue. And what we need to continue doing, and I think we need to all as a whole, is start pinpointing the economic impact that doing nothing will have or implementing this strategy will have. And I think that will ensure that we have a victory in our hands as a collective. The nonprofit, our staff that Chris Billinger had did such a good job in leading. Thank you. I know this is a lot more than just a job for all of you, that you're very passionate about this issue. And again, to the mayor and to the deputy mayor. I believe that when we create equal opportunity, when we break the cycle of poverty, it's not only the morally thing to do. We know if we're not doing this, then what are we doing in here in this chamber? But at the end of the day, when we create equal opportunity, it actually makes good economic sense. That's what it does. Poverty restricts growth. We know. You cannot attract the best minds of the world. You cannot attract the best business in the world in this competitive economy if you don't have a place where people live in a decent condition with a good and safe society. So by doing what we're doing today, we're actually investing in wealth for all of us. So I hope that we can continue doing this, council and council again, as more and more of items come in front of us to vote and to finance this strategy. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mammoliti.
I want to be as compassionate as I can on this issue because I think as a long-term politician, there's a lot that I still don't understand. 25 years ago, I was with the provincial government, and there were a number of programs in place that talked about doing the same thing. I represent an area that is very poor and rich. I have both. And I remember 25 years ago with my colleague, Councillor Perruzza and others, we delivered checks to neighborhoods in the tune of hundreds of thousands of dollars that amount to, at the end of the day, millions and millions, if not hundreds of millions of dollars, to try and do exactly what the City of Toronto is trying to do. So money has been pumped into neighborhoods for over 60 years in the City of Toronto, impoverished areas, claiming that that money is going to help everybody. Well, the reality is there are more people that are poor than ever before. So the money alone doesn't help, and I think we all know that. We're seeing it in our communities. So much so that the housing stock that helps house the poor in this city can't even house them anymore because we can't afford to even fix them up. And at the end of the day, we all speak a good line here and tell each other how wonderful we are because we've got this plan in place, when at the end of the day, in my opinion, we haven't helped the poor at all. We've helped bureaucracy, we've helped ourselves, we've ballooned our bureaucracy, we've increased youth workers, We're proud of that. We get people paid on payroll that work for the city, that work with the poor. But at the end of the day, the people that are getting paid by the city to help the poor are going into their wonderful bungalows, and they're doing their wonderful work in Mississauga, living in Mississauga, Brampton, and other areas. I know that I don't speak for every councillor here, but I do speak for my constituents. My constituents will say yes to this plan, as I will, Madam Speaker, when I vote, because it's the right thing to do. Set a plan in place, try and find the money. So I challenge all of you on 8 cents on the dollar, because that hasn't changed. And every dollar that taxpayers pay, it goes to municipalities to run their government. On 8 cents of the dollar, how are you going to do all of the things that you want to do without increasing property taxes to the tune of rebellion? Because that's what would happen. Federal and provincial governments have to come to the plate. We speak a good line, but there's no strategy on getting them to the plate. And the reality is it has to be political. This has to be political. We just finished a federal election, majority Liberal government, everybody was so happy. The whole world seemed to have been partying that night. There was language thrown around in that federal campaign that they are going to help everybody. I want to see Prime Minister Trudeau, I want to see where your money is for the City of Toronto with respect to the infrastructure that you've promised on housing, the infrastructure you've promised on roads, on community centres, and I want to see, Mr. Trudeau, where you're going to come to bat on this particular program that we're about to adopt. And I'll say this to everybody. After 25 years in politics, Mr. Trudeau, I do not hold my breath. I don't. Because I think next year at this time, we'll be wondering why, Councillor McConnell, we're not pumping the money that needs to be pumped in to reach the grassroots person who's actually poor. What we're doing with this report, and I'm sorry if I offend anybody, is we are increasing the salaries. We're putting more people on the streets to help the poor who are getting paid, and the people that need it the most are not getting anything out of this, in my opinion. I'll still vote for it, though, but I'm very skeptical.
Thank you. Okay, that is it for the speakers. No, I know. I was going to see if there was anybody else first. Has everybody spoken before we go to the last speaker? Okay. Well, that's why I'm asking, because Councillor McConnell wants to be the last speaker. So you need to put your name on the list if you'd like to speak. Councillor Perruzza to speak.
Actually, I just taken it off, but okay, I'll put it back on. I can speak if you like,
Well,
sure.
we have two people now.
Yeah.
Councillor,
Sure, I'm happy to speak, Speaker. I would like to speak, yes.
okay, your time is running.
Thank you. Speaker, I'm going to support this report. And to
Call the question.
To be frank with you, I actually wasn't going to say anything, but I was inspired by Councillor Bailão. Because to some degree, Councillor Bailão sort of broke that kumbaya moment that we were having, that big love-in. This is a great report. Lots of great work has been done on it. Thanks to everybody who's been involved in it. But the problem with this is it's always in the lifting, right? It's a great report. But if you go to one of the pages here, on page 7 of the report, it says, in number 1, it says, cost of living in the City of Toronto has risen steadily over the past decade. Over the past 6 years, the cost of childcare rose 30%. Cost of childcare rose 30%. It says so in the report, last 6 years. Then it goes on to say, public transit, 36% more expensive. Public transit, 36% more expensive. Rents, 13% more expensive. So what that says to me is that as you raise childcare rates, as you raise public transit rates, you make the poor poorer. Right? You can applaud that one. That's true. You make the poor poor. Right? Those are things that we actually have some very, very direct say over. Helping the poor isn't about taking from the poor or redistributing amongst the poor. That doesn't move the yardsticks. So I was in my office at lunch today, and I saw that the new Prime Minister, Prime Minister Trudeau, said that his cabinet would get to work quickly, move quickly on issues of the middle class today. His first action, his first meeting, okay, I consider myself middle class. I guess I need the new Prime Minister to take care of me. And I'm glad he's working on taking care of me. But so we have this great report in front of us today that says there's a whole bunch of poor people getting poorer every day. Who's taking care of them? How do we take care of them when we increase public transit 36% over 6 years? How do we take care of them when we make childcare more expensive, therefore prohibiting people from being able to go to work?
And the police, don't forget.
So there are a couple of things in this report that I'm really, really eager to see. One of them, the community benefits framework. Two, the social procurement strategy reports that are coming down the pike. And I'll tell you what those debates will revolve around, right? So we buy pencils. I know, because I've been here. I've been through the debates. We buy these pencils, right? Now, someone will say, this pencil should be partially made in Canada by some Canadian worker, some Ontario worker. Someone else will say, but hang on a sec, that's going to be too expensive for us, right? It's really cheaper to kind of like buy it made in China, and there's a delivery job that goes to a Canadian that's undervalued. That's what the debate will say. But I'm interested to see what that says. We have been trying to create youth employment jobs on big, major capital works projects forever. Every single time we try, there's a gazillion problems why you can't do it. Union's very much part of that problem. It's complicated. When we say we're going to buy a train made by Bombardier, it should have some Canadian content. Someone else will say, but no, that's going to be way too expensive. We can't do that. So the cycle continues. And great, we got this wonderful report.
Thank you, Councillor
Perruzza. It'd be nice to see how this moves forward. I'm going to support it. I wasn't going to talk to it, but thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Councillor Karygiannis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, back in 1988, there was an election that happened. Brian Mulroney's great plurality shrank by a couple of dozen seats, and there was a meeting that was held up on Avenue Road. Newly elected, I was invited to go to the meeting, and we were up on the second floor, and one of the things that we started talking about was child poverty eradication worldwide by the year 2000. 2000 was 15 years ago, and child poverty eradication still exists today. The policy still exists, and there's a lot of people that are hungry throughout the world. I want to commend the staff that wrote the report. I want to commend the mayor for bringing it forward, but I want to caution us. We all got up today, and we all spoke a lot of words. It reminisces me of 27 years ago when those words were being spoken, and they were spoken in a larger council of this in another institution in New York. at the UN. And 27 years later, nothing changed. So unless we take heart and we really make this happen, and not just stand up over here because we are scared that some people might not hear us speak. We want to please our constituents. We're after votes. If that's what we're doing, I have to tell you, we failed the people we're talking to. If next year, or the year after that, or 10 years, or 20 years from now, we really did something, then we're to be congratulated. But 27 years later, the United Nations speeches that were done by leaders back then have not changed a single iota throughout the world. So I really hope that here today, the speeches that we all made will not go in vain. And with that, Madam Speaker, I would like to call the vote.
Well, no, that's because I think that they thought there was no other speakers. So the last speaker will be Councillor McConnell.
Incognito. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I do apologize that I look a little strange today. I had some strange things done to my eyes yesterday and some more strange things tomorrow. But I wanted to say, first of all, I'm really proud of my council colleagues today. I am. I thought you spoke with passion and with understanding, and I really thought you got it. And I want to thank you, and I want to thank you, I think, on behalf of all of the people behind us who had an awful lot to say and whose ideas, I believe, have been brilliantly put into this document by our wonderful staff, all of whom have been a part of ensuring not only that all of the recommendations are here, the pathway is here, but also that it's put into such simple language and design that all of us can read it collectively. Regardless of our backgrounds, of our ability to read in English, of our education, we get it. This is a Toronto document. And to our new city manager, I hope that you see us at our best today. Because today we come together. Today we come together as Torontonians. Not just as staff or as members of council, of people with lived experiences or agencies, from business and unions. Today we are all the same. We are Torontonians. And Toronto is only as strong as its weakest member. And today we have a pathway to move forward, to make sure that everyone has an opportunity to move towards the prosperity that many of us enjoy. You know, we have a wonderful word, a motto that says, diversity, our strength. But really, diversity is about our people. It's not about our roads or infrastructure. It's about our people. And if our people, 1 in 4 of our little babies are living in poverty, if almost half of our people who are newcomers are living in poverty, if 1/3 of our racialized people are living in poverty, and 40% of our women-led families are living in poverty, if people who have illnesses like mental illnesses and disabilities, mobility issues are living in poverty, then we are not a strong and healthy city. And we can't fix it overnight, because we all know, and I heard you today, we all get it. But I also know that what we really needed was not to wring our hands about how awful it is, but to simply get a simple path where we could dedicate ourselves over our 4-year term of council and commit our next council to another 4 years of rethinking about this and reimagining it, a living document that takes us 20 years to ensure that this little child, who is going to school, I think, for the first time, being taken up those first steps by his father or his big brother, that child, like all of our children, have a chance to be living in prosperity, a chance to engage as a Torontonian. And as a Torontonian, we live with many. That's the remarkable thing about us. We live with many. And we always speak about our city in terms of we. And so this is a document about moving towards we. We, where every single child counts, where every senior has someone to take care of them, where everyone who gets sick has a hand, where there is a strong lifeline to pull people out of poverty, and there is a strong social network to make sure that they do not fall into poverty. It is a living document. It is a pathway. But if I could say to my colleagues, it is only the first and tiny step. And so together, all of us together, we will need to move through that. Yes, through budgets. Yes, through new policies. Yes, through housing, transportation. We will need to move. But can we remember this moment where we moved together, where we conferred together, and where we, with a unanimous voice, said, we need to move Toronto to prosperity, because this is everybody's business. When we have equity, we will have respect for one another. When we have respect for one another, we will have harmony in our city. And when we have harmony in our city, we will have prosperity. And let us not remember what one of our great leaders, someone who sat here before us, said. And what did Jack say to us? He said, never let it be said that it cannot be done. Never let them tell you it cannot be done. It can be done, and today is our first step. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for giving me the opportunity.
Okay, members of council, so there are no motions. We're just voting on the item. And yes, I would have thought that. So, recorded vote on EX 9.5.
Councillor Perruzza, please.
Councillor Palacio, Councillor Crisanti, please.
Councillor Perruzza, your vote, please. Item EX 9.5 carries unanimously, 40 in favor.
Okay. I'd like to thank the members of the public. And thanks for your waving during the meeting. Thank you for that. So, members of council, just have to mention on the next item. Members of council? Hello? Okay. As you know, when we were debating the CX 9.5, we were also on item Board of Health HL 7.4 on page 3. So, members, in adopting EX 9.5, City Council has adopted a work plan that will see staff report back to Committee and Council on a living wage policy. The Board of Health, in item HL 7.4, urges City Council to adopt such a policy. We will debate that policy at a future meeting. As a result, the Board's recommendation is covered by Council's decision. Okay? Everybody's fine with that?
Point of order. Point of order.
Councillor Perks.
I just
point
want
of
to make
order.
sure I understand your ruling. You're saying it is the position of this council that staff will bring us a proposal for a living wage policy. That's what you've just ruled.
Yes, and that was part of...
Okay, just
yes.
wanted to make sure that that was clear to members of the council.
That's in... No, it's include... Hold on, Councillor Pasternak, please. HL 7.4, Councillor Perks. The living wage policy is part of the report for 9.5, so we've adopted it. So you don't need to vote on HL 7.4.
Just wanted to make sure that that
Okay.
was your ruling.
Yes. Who said that? Okay, Councillor DiCiano. Point of order.
Can I put a quick release forward?
Okay, just a sec. Hold on.
I know, but I just...
Okay, let's just, Councillor DiCiano, let's just give a minute till we, yeah, which other, huh? Yeah. Yeah, we'll do quick releases later. Let's have a 5-minute recess so we can vacate the council chambers. Okay, 5-minute recess. Members of council, if we can have you take your seats, please. Okay, our next item is on page 8, which is a timed item, which is CC 10.8, appointment of members to the Build Toronto Board. And we're told by Councillor Fletcher she doesn't need to go in camera on the item. No, hold on. Councillor Fletcher held the item down. Where's Councillor Fletcher? Okay, I believe that the mayor has an amendment. Councillor DiCiano?
Before we get into debating items and voting, can we do some quick releases? It's quick.
No, this is a timed item, Councillor DiCiano.
Okay.
Okay, the Mayor Tory, you have an amendment on this?
I do, Madam Speaker. I'll
Okay.
be moving that, and I am moving that the item be amended by adding the following: that City Council appoint current Build Toronto Board member, Councillor David Shiner, as Chair of Build Toronto on an interim basis until the completion of the consolidated real estate review currently being undertaken by the City Manager.
So can we put the motion on the, So we have the amendment on the screen. Okay, do we have any further speakers? Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Fletcher.
No, Speaker, I just thought that we would hold that, and I thought we were going to deal with the moving the members' motion at the same time, but we passed that earlier, and now I think it's important that the Build Toronto has stability, but that we put a time frame on having a councillor as the chair. So I support what the mayor has done here today, and look forward to working with the new chair during his time.
Okay. On the amendment, all in favor? Carried. Clauses amended, on favor? Carried. Okay. Okay, we will. Okay, members of council, before we go to quick releases, we're going to go back to the item that we were debating this morning before lunch, and we're going to complete that item because there are some motions that the staff are working on and they're not prepared yet. So let's go back to that item, which is page 3, HL 7.3, the update of Toronto's cold weather protocol. Can we put the speakers on the list, on the screen? Okay, so Councillor Cressy spoke. Councillor Pasternak, you spoke on this, right? Yes. Huh? No, Councillor Pasternak did not speak. Okay, Councillor Pasternak to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And we just finished adopting, in principle, the provisions of the poverty reduction strategy, and now we're working on a matter that is just as vital, and that is making sure that our most vulnerable are protected in extreme weather conditions, and making sure that we have the protocols, the policy, and the funding to make it happen. If you look at the persons who, according to the Homeless Memorial Project, since 1985, there were approximately 740 people on that list who have passed away on our streets. And if you looked at last winter, you had 4 men die in various circumstances on our streets or in our shelters. And it is very important to recognize, and I have said this before, that the physical structure and the programs that are in place within our shelter system, whether it's drop-in shelters, where it's long-term, it's for men, women, families, that is an essential part of the package. That we have a safe place to stay, that we are always open, that nobody is ever turned away. But at the same time, we must face the reality that, according to studies, the freezing deaths on our streets is extremely rare. In fact, most of the deaths of the homeless are more likely to occur as a result of injuries, drug use, and suicide. Those are in the younger persons, and of course, in older, it's heart disease and cancer. 20 to 25% of homeless persons are living with severe mental illness. And therein lies the dilemma. We can sit here and say, as some of the earlier speakers did, that it's just that simple. Putting money, creating new beds, building capacity. But it's not that simple. It is essential that we certainly do that we make sure the beds are there, properly staffed, in locations that provide easy access. But to say that it's just that simple leaves out the vital conversation, mental illness, substance abuse, and other factors that create marginalization. And unless you are treating them, and unless you're addressing them, you're not really getting to the essential conversation of why people on our streets have no homes, have no hope, and in some cases, in rare cases, are dying. And unless we put in place or expand what we have, those programs that mitigate on mental illness and address it and treat it, that we have early intervention when it comes to substance abuse, and there are other exceptionalities as well. Unless we have those programs and that strategic thinking, putting money and building capacity alone will not do it. So it is a holistic, it is a complete circle where you must have an integrated approach. And simply moving motions, and though I will support this funding option, but don't kid yourself. Throwing massive dollars amount and creating more capacity is only one piece of an extremely complex puzzle that we must work together to solve. And only when we do that, only when we admit that creating 1,000 new beds tomorrow morning will not solve many of the problems that our marginalized face, will we really address the issues before us.
Thank you. Councillor Wong Tam.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to move a simple motion that is now placed before members on the screen. The motion is fairly self-explanatory, but just in short strokes, I'll just explain that editing clause number 1 so that the funding source, which was passed in a motion by Councillor Cressy of the Board of Health, is no longer coming from the Emergency Human Service Reserve Fund, but rather funding from the Property Tax Stabilization Fund, and I understand that this is a request coming from finance staff. And the second portion of the motion is specifically speaking to a point that was raised by our manager of shelter support and housing, in particular regarding the 24-hour cold weather drop-in and making sure that the services are available as early as the middle of November and into December, and not just exclusively in January and February. And the difference is that we're going to ask that it be continuous and not necessarily at the discretion of the medical officer of health, but as determined by the medical officer of health as needed. I recognize that there have been so many motions that have been moved throughout the past few years, and certainly in my first term of council. And I know that it started off with a conversation, a very honest one and a very earnest one, about whether or not our shelters were at capacity, or whether or not we were meeting the 90% occupancy, allowing ourselves 10% of vacancy for the emergency beds. And I remember very clearly at that point in time there was a request by myself and members of CDR, do we have the capacity in our shelters when someone is requiring a bed at any time, anywhere in the city? And the response from staff was, yes, we do. We have the space. And the homeless advocates kept coming back saying, no, you don't. You're actually short of beds. And so I took upon myself to start doing I started making phone calls. And I randomly called shelters in the city asking if I needed a bed tonight, can I get a bed? And the answer came back, no, we're full. Is there a possibility for you to pull up a mat? No, we're always full. And they didn't know who I was, and I was using a cell phone that had a block number. And so it came back, you know, in ways that has now come about in a series of reports. And the series of reports that have now come before us through a homeless streets needs assessment is that we are at capacity, and we do need more facilities. And the facilities that we need are not just shelters. What we need is affordable housing, and a range of affordable housing. Housing with supports, transitional homes, housing that will allow people to live independently, and most importantly of all, affordable housing. And we need it across the city. So although this motion is before you, and I recognize it is not a perfect solution, but for those who are falling in between the gaps, and for those who really have no other place to go, staff have said in their observations based on the 2014 service as laid out, is that they were at capacity when they opened up the warming facilities. And we know that we're in the age of extreme weather conditions. And what that means is that it's unpredictable. We don't know when it's going to get cold. And we don't know what cold means if we actually are just running in from out of the cold into our warm homes or into our warm offices. And if you didn't have the option of coming out from the cold, you are always cold. And I assure you that. I know that I've been there myself. You never, ever get warm. And so this very simple measure, as imperfect as it is, it will give those who require a little bit more shelter that extra bit of time to get out of the cold. And that's all we're doing. And that's another step to finding the solution that we need permanently. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Layton.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The clerks have reminded me that we're actually also dealing with CD 7.3 on the hostel allocation to relieve occupancy pressures. And there has been a supplemental report and recommendations made, and I'm prepared to move them. City Council authorized the General Manager, Shelter Support and Housing, or designate to enter into an agreement to amend the existing 2015 operating agreement with the YMCA by $48,000, and that 2, City Council designate authority to the General Manager, Shelter Support and Housing to A, add beds to emergency shelter systems for temporary winter service, B, approve new locations for emergency shelters for provision of temporary winter service, and C, enter into an amendment amend existing operating agreements with service providers to provide for temporary winter services. I'd like to speak to both reports. One of the recommendations in the shelter allocation is for a new shelter in my ward. And as you'd expect, it was met with mixed emotions in the public meetings. Now, we're fortunate enough that we have a very caring community, and they want to see justice done to people living on the street. And I believe if we look at the balance, there are more people in our community that support the shelter and support the notion of providing shelter services to those who need them than there are those who believe that protecting their own little bit of the city, their own little front yard and home, and that the balance of folks really do support our city's goal of making sure that everyone has a place that they can go and that's warm, that they can sleep for the night. Now, I had to go through my own bit of education on this shelter because, and as it was pointed out at meetings, why is the shelter here and not in other neighborhoods? Here are the issues that are going to come up. I said at the meeting that we have 3 shelters in Ward 19, and we don't get many calls about them. I was wrong. We actually have 4. A rather large men's shelter that backs onto residential homes on Niagara Street, I've never received a call about. I forgot it was there. Now, I didn't do that. It's not because I don't care to think about it and make sure that the men in that shelter are being well cared for, but we just don't get complaints or calls of concern. We just don't get them. Thanks. So I was confident in my meeting with the community to say that as long as we work together with city staff, with the operator, with the community, with the businesses, that we'll be able to build a better city and a better community as a result. Notwithstanding the concerns, we will be able to do that. And we ended up coming up with some guidelines, most of which staff would have done, but the community wanted to hear and wanted presented. One of the fundamental problems that I found, and I think my colleague Councillor Cole, whom I have a new and renewed appreciation for, went through a similar process. Went through this similar process last year, and it's about how this is rolled out within a community, how a community is introduced to the notion of a new shelter or a moving shelter or a growing shelter, and it's difficult because, in some ways, the allocation of funds to repave roads, it's a staff-driven process, and it should be. Politicians shouldn't get closely involved in that. We set up a structure, staff deliver. That's the fair and transparent way of doing it. But then in some other ways around land use and planning, there's an expectation of us having lengthy public meetings as a result, where the community would get to have a direct vote for some reason. And finding a balance in between that, where the community feels heard and the community feels involved, but a transparent and reasonable process can run its course, is difficult. I get it. We had a couple public meetings. We hosted additional public meetings on top of the first public meeting because we wanted to make sure that our community felt heard. And part of it was in the way we presented the material. I'd like to just end by thanking staff for their hard work in this endeavor. It's not an easy job that you have. I think we all need to acknowledge that. But it's a necessary one. And when we do have people dying in the streets, whether it's from freezing or other ailments because they are out there and vulnerable, we need to do something. And we'll be measured by how we deliver services to those most in need in our community. And I'm happy to support the motions as they move forward.
Thank you. We do have a question for you by Councillor Campbell.
Could we have the motion back up on the screen, please? Has this motion been advance circulated?
This motion is yes, it's the staff recommendations in the supplemental.
Oh, in which report?
There was a supplemental report for CD 7.3, which is being heard with this item. It should be on your desk on yellow paper. And I'm told that these were, the staff gave this motion to clerks, or clerks pulled it up from the report. And I was really just, as a formality, making
Well, can
Oh,
we
okay.
just, can we just put it on the screen, please? Okay, there it is.
So I just was asking that this is, this has been run through staff, this is the proper allocation of beds, this is where staff wants beds, this is not.
Staff wrote it.
Okay.
It's not me just saying, hey, I'd like to put this motion forward.
That's what
It
I
was
just
in the
wanted
staff
to make
report.
sure, you're
Yeah.
not just adding, like it's really nice to
Yeah.
have, so, okay.
Oh,
Because there's a lot of paper on the desk, I didn't see it, okay.
There is. No, this was the supplemental report that was
Good.
delivered.
All right, thank you, good, and, he's good with it, sure, okay, thank you. Just trying to make sure,
Okay. So if we can put the motions on the screen, because that's it for the speakers. Okay, we have the motion by Councillor Wong Tam, the amendment. It's on the screen. All in favor? Carried.
We're done, we're good.
Okay, hold on, there's another motion. By Councillor Layton, it's on the screen. All in favor? Carried. Items as amended. All in favor? Carried. Okay, that's it. Pardon?
There was a recording.
Well, we already voted. Well, you want a recorded vote? He said it's okay. All right. Our next item is page 3, long-term care homes and services. Councillor Ainsley. Councillor Ainsley. Didn't Councillor Bala move an amendment sometimes yesterday on this? Yeah, but didn't Councillor Bala move one yesterday? I thought she did. Not on this item? Okay. So if we can put, Councillor Ainsley had moved an amendment earlier today as a quick release, but then it was held down. So if we can put the amendment on the screen. Does anybody have any questions on it? Okay. Can you put your name on the screen, please, if we have questions? Okay, Councillor Perks, questions to staff.
Thank you very much. Yeah, there we are. We currently have a series of provincial regulations and I think city standards for what the quality of care, foods, temperature, all of that stuff has to be in a long-term care facility?
Through you, Madam Speaker, that is correct, Councillor.
And all of those standards and regulations and bylaws are publicly available?
They are, and there's also public websites for Ministry of Health and Long-Term Care to report on their compliance inspections and Health Quality Ontario.
So already today, a person can go out and find out how well a facility is doing in complying with the laws, regulations, bylaws, etc.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Davis, did you say you had a question?
Just, so then this would be redundant in essence. We already have publicly accessible standards, benchmarks, etc., that are available online. Is that correct?
That is correct, Councillor.
Okay. Thank you.
To speak, Councillor Perks.
Thank you. It's unfortunate Councillor Ainsley isn't here. He and I had a bit of a chat about this. The reason why I held this, I have a concern about the way he structured it. What Councillor Ainsley originally had in mind was the city host some kind of site where people could put in what they knew about our facilities and so on. I mean, anyone here who has ever been to a website where there are reviews understands that it might be risky for the City of Toronto to post just random reviews of our facilities. People who have an axe to grind post, we get into a whole thing about how the site gets moderated, all of that kind of stuff. Our role as a government is to make sure that people understand what the standards are, to make sure that explanations are available to people about how those standards are arrived at, and that we're available to advocate for changes to those standards. Public reviews by just members of the public is a different thing, and if someone wants to set up a website to do that, that's fine, but that's not a government role. So that's why I thought it was important to establish that members of the public can go and see how well any facility does at complying with the existing regulatory framework, and can find out what the regulatory framework is in case they want to advocate for change. That's adequate, and I don't think we should adopt Councillor Ainsley's motion. It's not necessary, and it does create an expectation that I think it would be unwise for us to try to meet.
Thank you. Councillor Davis?
Thank you, Speaker. I rise just to express support for the report that is before us and to commend our staff for this service plan. I don't know if members had the opportunity to actually see the presentation and the service plan. It is a good synopsis of all of the things we do and all of the things we do well in long-term care homes and services. It also points out, though, within this service plan, that these are the things that we are going to do within existing budgets, and identifies the incredible challenges we are facing in long-term care because of the demographic, I don't want to use the overused expression, but I can't think of another, the demographic tsunami that is coming with the baby boomers, who are now going to be facing a system that has not seen any expansion for many, many years. We have wait lists. We have demand that far exceeds services available. And there was a motion, Councillor Mihevc moved, to ask our staff to look at, step back and look more broadly at the bigger picture and how we might try and address it in the future. Of course, this is another service where we have to say we can't do this alone. We rely on provincial cost sharing. But I do think as the largest city in the country, and in conjunction with our senior strategy, we need to be planning for the future. What do we need in the City of Toronto over the next couple of decades to ensure that our seniors are provided with the services that they need? So that long-term care landscape, I think, needs a series of recommendations, not just for what we can do within current resources, but a set of advocacy asks to the provincial government. We have to say very clearly, this is our view about what we need, and that we need you as a funding partner to address those needs for the future. So thank you again. Service plans are what we're hoping to see in all of our divisions, those service plans that both identify our challenges and set out how we might address them in the future. Thank you. And I too will not support Councillor Ainsley's motion. Thank you.
Councillor Pasternak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just very briefly, I felt a responsibility to just speak for a couple of words as chair of CDR. Commend Reg Paul on the work and his team for putting this together, and to commend them for the great challenge that they have as our population ages. And I think many of the people in this room and across the city know what the consequences are and what the challenges are when you have an increasingly aging population. On page 23 of the report, we see that dementia is increasing with rates across the city. At the 5 LHINs expected to reach up to 33% of seniors' population by 2020. Nearly 1/3 of Toronto seniors self-reported they did not have a positive mental health, which does not include an estimated number of undiagnosed mental health challenges. And further, the rate of developmental disabilities among Canadians are relatively low. Many of those with developmental disabilities are now living longer. The result will be increase in the seniors population with developmental disabilities. These are extremely complex medical challenges that we will be facing across the city as our population ages. And we rely immensely, as was said previously, on our federal and provincial counterparts to make sure that we can do the best we can across our system. We have 10 long-term care facilities, but more and more pressure will be on us to do the in-home care, to do the Meals on Wheels, to do services and programs to make sure that seniors are taken care of with dignity, that they can age with respect within their homes, and that they were never forgotten. Many of these seniors are people who helped build this country. They fought in foreign wars, or they came here more recently having fought for other countries to protect our freedom. Our responsibility, much in the poverty reduction strategy, is to make sure that our seniors are treated with the dignity that they deserve. Because as I said yesterday, there will be one day where our lawn signs will long be sent to a recycling depot, where we'll have long packed up our City Hall offices, where the media and the mayor will no longer be calling, and we too will be old, and we too want to be treated with the dignity and care that we have come to expect. It is our responsibility to ensure that the current generation of seniors are treated the same way that we would like to be treated. I thank staff. We will monitor and track this as we go forward, but as a roadmap to a more dignified approach to our aging population and our at-risk populations, I think is an excellent document that should be commended.
Thank you. Okay, so let's put the amendment on the screen by Councillor Ainslie.
So I'm voting no on this one. This is a no.
Yeah, we're voting. I'm just, okay, the amendment's on the screen by Councillor Ainslie. All in favor? Recorded.
Councillor McMahon, please, and Councillor Wong Tam.
Councillor Crisanti, please. Councillor Fragadakis.
Councillor Bailao, please. Councillor Perruzza.
That's right. That's right.
The amendment does not carry. The vote is 10 to 22.
Take note, people, I want to vote.
Clause
Twice a day.
Clause is amended? No, there was no amendment. No, I know. On the item, on favor? Carried. Our next item is page 4, CD 7.5. Councillor Ainslie held the item down. Does anybody have any questions? CD 7.5, page 4. Page 4. Homeless initiatives. Oh, do you have a question, Councillor? We already did that one. That was the one we just voted on that that we voted down. No, No, he didn't, Councillor Mihevik. It was the one that we just voted on that we voted it down. He was thinking about it, but he didn't do it. Okay, does anybody have any questions on this item? Oh, geez. Page 4, CD 7.5, Homeless Initiatives Fund. Page 4.
I think you're on the right item now, Madam Speaker. I think they really are on the right item.
Do you have the item?
I do have the item and I don't have any questions. Okay, good.
Does anybody have any questions? Now, Councillor Mihevik, you said you wanted to hold it down for something?
Well, I'm just trying to facilitate someone who's not here.
Well, he's not here, so let's just vote on the item. On favor? Carry. Carry. Our next item is page 4, ED 7.2. Councillor Mihevik, you held the item down as revisions to the Major Culture Organizations Grant Program. Do we have questions on that? No questions? Okay, Councillor Mihevik.
I had tried to release it as a quick release. Councillor Schreiner had some questions. I think he's been satisfied by the response from the General Manager of Economic Development and Culture, so it's there before you. I don't think I need to speak to it.
Okay, on the amendment by Councillor Mihevik. Oh, Councillor Cho, you have your hand up. Did you want to speak?
With interest. My wife is a board member of the Korean Symphony Orchestra and another dancing group, and I've been doing that all this time. This time I forgot to mention, so just to declare conflict. Yeah.
Are you declaring a conflict on this item?
Yes, yes. Interest. Yeah. My wife is
Okay, that's fine. So do you want to step out for a minute?
Step out of the chair.
We're voting on it.
Okay.
Step out?
It's his choice. Yeah. You know what? It's because of what happened to Ford.
On the amendment by Councillor Mihevik, all in favor? Carried. Clauses amended, all in favor? Carried. Our next item is page 4, GM 7.50 City Hall. Future tenant options. Councillor Matlow, you held the item down. Are there questions? Councillor Matlow?
I just want to speak to it for a moment.
Okay, does anybody have any questions? Nobody? Okay, Councillor Matlow, do you want to speak?
Yeah, I really just wanted to speak for a moment about it because I think it merits a moment of acknowledgement that there were recommendations that I want to thank the Government Management Committee under the leadership of Councillor Ainsley for using some, I think, foresight and wisdom to ensure that we didn't go down the road to simply bring kind of a retail component, a shopping mall component to Old City Hall, but ensure that we engage the public in a creative, I think, visionary study into what way we should repurpose this grand old building, which is an iconic part of our city's heritage. I think the City of Toronto has had, frankly, a shameful legacy in protecting our history. I think that those of us who have cared about our heritage have been listened to quite as attentively as perhaps my colleagues are with me right now. Thank you, Councillor Doucette. and Councillor Perks. But Old City Hall was our seat of government for 100 years. And I don't want to see Old City Hall simply become a piece of heritage taxidermy, a facade of what it was, a keep the mask but there's no soul. Old City Hall should play a significant public purpose in our daily lives. And I strongly believe, as I know Mayor David Crombie advocated for many years ago, and as many of us are today, that a component of Old City Hall should incorporate a museum of Toronto. If you go to Chicago, New York, Montreal, Budapest, cities around the world, they have civic museums, places where visitors and residents alike can go and learn about their city, fall in love with their city, know the story of their city, and we don't have that in Toronto. So we've lost a lot already, but we have an opportunity to do something right.
Councillor Matlow, I'm sorry, I'm going to put your time on hold.
There's absolutely...
Members of council? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I speak about this, and I know we're trying to get to the end of a meeting, and I like that too. But this deserves 5 minutes. I mean, this is our old City Hall. And it also reflects, it represents, I think, how we as a council want to treat our city's legacy and our heritage and our story. Because if we don't protect Old City Hall, then we're not going to be protecting much of anything else. We haven't done a good job. When I say we, I mean generations of city councils have not done a very good job at protecting our city's story. But we have an opportunity to now. So we're going to move forward with the public process, and I look forward to that. But I just want to remind us all that while we have been exploring different places, we were told initially we couldn't put a Museum of Toronto at Old City Hall because of the use of the courts, and that you couldn't put it in the atrium area because they would walk prisoners through that space. And functionally, there were a lot of reasons that it wouldn't work. So then we started looking at Casa Loma when it was going through transition. And there were various reasons why it wasn't going to work exactly in some of the spaces that we looked at, although we still are exploring the possibility of incorporating Casa Loma into the series of museums we have across the city, or at least the North Campus. But now we're not going to have the obstacle of the courts once they move out. We actually have an opportunity to do this right. So please remember this, my ask of you today, that when this all comes back and when we consider what to do with Old City Hall, and when we have to consider various ways to keep it vibrant and resilient and sustainable, financially sustainable, please remember that this is our one opportunity to create a great Museum of Toronto. And if you have an opportunity, go to Montreal, go to Chicago, go to cities nearby, and please visit their museums, and you'll understand what I'm talking about. This is our time, this is our opportunity, and let's not miss this one last chance to create a lasting legacy for our children. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Matlow. Councillor Pasternak, you got your name. Is that to speak? I'm sorry, but I asked, and nobody put their name up. No, I'm sorry, Councillor Pasternak. I ask, I look on the screen, I see nobody. Okay, Councillor Pasternak is asking to vary procedures, so he's allowed to ask questions. I just ask members of council to please try to pay attention, so, you know, I'm sorry, but I looked on the screen, Councillor Pasternak. Your name was not there. Yeah. Okay, Councillor Pasternak, questions.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Just very quickly, have we received notice from the province of Ontario that they are vacating the premises?
Through you, Madam Speaker, yes, the province announced that they're building a new super courthouse and that they will be leaving the building.
So why is a report before us directing us to serve notice that we will not extend or renew before December 31st, 2021, if in fact they have given notice that they're vacating the premises?
Through you, Madam Speaker, they would actually like the lease extended to 2023. And I'm getting nods.
So on an annual basis, how much are we foregoing by cutting it 2 years early?
We're receiving approximately $10 million a year from the province in both net rent and operating costs. So if we decided to not have the province for that 2 years, it would be approximately $20 million.
I'm just wondering whether anyone in this chamber knew that voting on this is going to cost the city $20 million.
How would staff know that?
He just said so.
Or how would he know what we know? He wouldn't know what we know. Yeah, he doesn't know what we know because we don't know what we know.
Well, you know, that's $20 million we can put into the new museum.
Question is?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Mammoliti, questions?
Yeah, I'm going to ask questions and also speak because I think some history needs to be brought out for those of us that have been around since the mega city and some of the choices that we've made. One of the things that we were looking at doing when we chose to move our office space from Metro Hall into here was to consider moving the councillors into Old City Hall. Is that a part, will that be a part of thought perhaps in this report? Will there be a part of this that talks about those kinds of options?
Yes, we would be reviewing all the options for the building. As part of our office modernization program, we will be looking at all the space that we have available for city staff, and this would be one of the options, or part of the building would be one of the options.
So would you remember when we had asked as a council to move our offices to Old City Hall when we were looking at renewing with the province, and we couldn't because we were renewing with the province? And in fact, it was Howard Moscow that brought that motion forward. Was it you, Councillor Shiner? I don't remember. Councillor Shiner, Councillor Moscow, Councillor Shiner.
I'm sorry, that was before my time. I don't know what the instance was at that point.
Okay, so you'll give us, I guess, your thoughts in terms of how that could perhaps take place if that's what council wanted to do.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So on point 3 of the recommendation, notice to be given to the province of Ontario that the lease of Old City Hall not be extended or renewed beyond December 2031, 2021, but the province has confirmed that they need the facility, or they do not require their new facility until 2023, correct?
That's correct.
And right now, staff is not coming to us with a recommendation for use of that facility.
The recommendation of staff was that we provide for 5 years as a lease extension, and if the province needed an additional year or two, we would grant that based on their need due to, let's say, construction delays or that type of thing. Then we may give them extra time. But we didn't want them to have an entire 7-year extension because that may hold up our plans as a city to use the building.
So isn't that putting the cart before the horse? We don't have a plan for use of the building, yet we are effectively telling the province that they have to leave, but not necessarily so. I don't know why we're not waiting until the province's plans, closer to the date, until the province's plans are more firmed up.
Well,
they've said quite categorically that they need it until 2023, and are they prepared to pay a lease until 2023?
They are prepared to pay a lease until 2023, but I think it's a combination of the two things that we're talking about. The city council has indicated that they want to use the building for other uses, and the province has already begun with their investigations on the property behind City Hall. So they're doing their environmental testing on their site to build their new courthouses.
So you've said City Council has indicated that it's wanted, that this building is wanted for other uses.
That's correct.
But City Council has never specified for what uses.
Yes, well, they've specified that they wanted me to go out and look at all the options, including commercial uses for Old City Hall.
So can't that examination still occur and a recommendation come forward without us making a decision today that the province's lease would end on December 31st, 2021?
Well, I think that the province wants, I'll say, some certainty in this case.
But the province wants certainty, but they also want the building until 2023.
That's right. And I think that if staff made the recommendation that we provide for an additional 2 years, if required, due to, let's say, force majeure. Because we think that...
notwithstanding what we decide here today, the province, if they ask for it until 2023, they will get it until 2023.
Yes, they could.
So then, I don't really see the point of why we're even having a decision today. However, I've asked my questions.
Don't. I'm confused now. So, Joe, you just helped confuse me instead of...
I'm sorry,
answer.
Councillor.
So let me just go back. How long has the province been in the old City Hall for?
For over 20 years.
And how often has your lease been renewed? When was the last time?
I think 3 times now.
Do you know when the last time was?
Approximately, I think it was approximately 5 years ago.
So at amalgamation, we could not take over. When we decided to, after amalgamation, when the consideration of it's a home for this council from Metro Hall, we couldn't consider the old City Hall courthouse, if I'm correct, because it was occupied under a long-term lease. Is that correct?
That's right, it was occupied.
So we were told, no way, no how, forget about it.
Yes,
Now the province is building a new courthouse,
that's correct.
and they said they will be ready. They expect to be when?
In 7 years from now.
Did they say 7 or 5?
No, they were saying they wanted 7, or actually 8.
When do they expect the building to be ready?
They said 8 years that they could have the building ready. Frankly, it's staff's negotiating position that they should be able to have the building ready within a 5-year period.
Right. When does their current lease end?
The end of this year.
So it's up to us whether we want to give them a renewal?
That's correct.
So if we didn't give them a renewal, they would be out now. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So if we're saying 5, how can they stay for 7? That's where you confused me before.
Okay, so it was staff's recommendation.
No, but if this report goes through and says 2021, that's it, you're out, is that not the decision? There is no extension?
Yes, it was the recommendation of committee that we put that forward.
So if that carries today, then it's only 5 years, not 7.
That's right.
That's different, I believe, than what you told Councillor Campbell when you said, well, they could stay for the 2 more years because of force majeure.
I was trying to answer as from the staff position that we had put forward.
What's force majeure?
Force majeure is when, let's say there's a strike and therefore you can't get concrete to build your building. We would give the province some accommodation at that point.
So if there was circumstances beyond their control,
yes,
they may come to us and say, we'd like it to go longer. And if we were able to, we might. But if we had a tenant or a use, we could say no.
That's correct.
Okay, so this ends it at 5 years.
That's correct.
So we could never get out of this deal until now.
Yes, you're right.
And they actually made the decision that we're out of the deal because they're leaving us.
Yes, they do want to leave.
So shouldn't we have some finite time so we can make some decisions as to where we go?
That's what we were trying to do.
But isn't 2021, when the date that you think they could be ready, then that final date? Because then we're saying, notice, you got 5 years to get your building up, and then we're finished with you.
Yes, that's correct, and we could change our mind at that point if we wanted to extend also.
If we hadn't entered some other agreement for it.
Yes.
Okay, so it's best for us to really set that firm date now. until the province has a firm date as first council, and give you or your division instructions to come back between now and that time, and hopefully sooner, and come back with something we can recommend for the use for that building.
Yes, that could work. The only issue I have is that the province has indicated to us if they don't get a time period long enough for them to build their building, they're also going to look for other office accommodation to deal with the issue.
Great. How easy is it to build a courthouse on a temporary basis? Can you put trailers up in the park?
It's not very easy.
How? I mean, this is what the police call bad guys being taken in there in these armed vehicles, locked up every day. How easy is it to find somewhere else to go?
Not too easy, Councillor.
So it's not really much of a threat.
I don't.
It wouldn't
don't
really
think
be a
so.
great thing to do. So now the other question was, which my colleague, Councillor Mamley, came up. So you will be considering the opportunity for us to make that into a really special building and use it for purposes of this council in this city, and look how we can do that and bring back the life to that building that it should have been there for these last 20 years?
Yes, we will be looking at all the options.
Thank you. So I'll speak after.
Yeah, let's not pick on Joe. He's a real nice guy, really. No, I know. I was just joking.
In all due respect, I have the utmost respect for Joe, and he knows that. We've worked for many years together. He's a professional, he does good work, and I appreciate that. And there's nothing in any of my comments that in any way should or would be considered, I don't think, disparaging. I respect everything that he does, and I appreciate everything that he's a long-term city employee.
No offense taken. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It actually won't be my intention to pick on Joe. In fact, I think it would probably be called lobbing him some soft ones. I'm going to channel my upbringing at a dining room table where commercial real estate was the topic of conversation. It's customary to look at commercial leasing in a growth area where the price per square foot is growing very quickly. 5-year increments are considered market advisable. If you were talking to Avis and Young about this part of the transaction, would they not recommend, because of the growth and escalating value, would they not recommend go in 5-year increments, and then if you need 2 years, add an option of whatever years?
A 5-year increment would be normal.
That's really the industry model, is it not, particularly
Yes.
for an economy such as ours?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so, and it's coming due, so that just added up to 17 to 21, did it not?
Yes.
It's also quite customary when you do know their needs and you're trying to accommodate them to say, because we hear your needs, we're going to add an option, but we do need to have a conversation in 21 to update if it is in fact 2 years or 3 or 4, and we can negotiate at that time. Is that not industry custom?
Yes, we could either do it at this time to give them comfort, or do it at that point in time when the 5 years was coming up.
Right. And by taking it, using the industry model of 5 years, at the year 2021, are we not buying ourselves an insurance policy that says if our plans go pear-shaped or their plans go pear-shaped, we're going to have a very important conversation at the 5-year mark at 2021? And is it not the case that at that point you will know both your fate and theirs in a really solid point?
We would definitely know much more about how we want to deal with the building, yes.
And by structuring the deal in that way, no one can call us inhumane. This is a no surprises clause, is it not? By having that conversation in 2021 and not delaying it until the 11th hour at 2023, does that not in fact treat not only council well, but the province well? We're trying to be good partners here, are we not, in saying we're going to structure this deal so that in 2021 we both know really what we need and for exactly how many more years, and we're leaving in this lease an option that you have the first right to figure out what happens in those remaining years. Is that not the reason it's being structured this way?
Well, if we adopt the recommendation of the committee, it would be only for the 5 years, but we've always had a good relationship with the province on this property, and we've been able to, I'll say, in advance of the dates, have those negotiations and work it out. So usually 6 to 8 months ahead of time, we're in discussions with them.
So it actually puts us in 2021 in the best possible light to capture what is the true per square foot value for those remaining 2 years. And it allows us to, in fact, allow more years if we can, in fact, accommodate them and they, in fact, need them.
Yes, absolutely.
Those are my questions, Madam Speaker.
Mayor Tory, questions?
Well, if I could, I'd just like to pick up where all these questions have left off, because I still don't quite follow this. I want to try and cover 3 things. The first one is the certainty point. And I was trying to follow how it is we want to have certainty, and just to go along with what Councillor Carroll was just asking you about, we want to sort of be planning or getting advice as to what we can do with the building and so on, and ideally be in a position where at the end of 5 years they're ready to move and we know what we want to do with the building. And yet we've got this thing lingering there, which is to me the antithesis of certainty, which is the 5-year mark, where we then suddenly concede that there could be, you call it force majeure, but there could be a circumstance where they just can't move out. And as somebody earlier pointed out, you can't just materialize a courthouse out of nowhere. So could you help me with why we don't want to just kind of accept what is probably reality here, which is to make it the 7 years, have the $10 million a year for the last 2 years, acknowledge that's the fact, as opposed to, you know, sort of, I don't want to say pretending, but
Through my own personal experience with the courthouse that was supposed to proceed in the west end of the city, where we have, it's called the Westwood Theatre Lands. The province approached us, wanted to build a courthouse, and we undertook negotiations and spent a lot of money on figuring out how that site would proceed. And after 3 years, the province backed out. So I didn't want us to end up in that same situation whereby we go for a 7-year period and then still there's nothing to proceed with if the province decides that they're backing out of the situation.
But I'm just wondering whether it makes sense in light of the fact that it would seem likely to me they will want to stay beyond the 5 years because they have to. Yeah. Why we wouldn't go ahead with our work that says we're going to figure out what we would do with this building, and I'll come to that in the time I have, but at the same time understand that they're likely to need the space for more than 5 years, and just lock that in. Lock it in the sense that we know we're not going to have it before then. I see, to me, what you're recommending leaves us in a more uncertain position, because we know they're there for 5, but you concede it's possible they may convince us or use some legal means of convincing us to let them stay for another 2, which means whatever Avison and Young recommend to us, we can't implement we can't start implementing it until we know for sure they're leaving.
That's right. So what I'm saying is we would have to enter into negotiations with, let's call it a head lessee, or have a museum in there. And so a lot of work would go into that, I'll say, in the next 4 or 5 years. And a lot of money would be spent on that. So I wanted to make sure that it was a tight enough timeline that the province would we could actually see progress from the province, so that when we started spending our money, we knew that they were in for the whole
But this spending
scenario.
of our money won't have to really start until we could probably get a more certain
Further
answer
along.
from them as to the timetable for their courthouse.
That's right.
Okay, I kind of follow that. Now, if I could just examine 2 quick other ones with you. Number 1, I see in here that they're decreasing their rent. I had specifically discussed with Councillor Ainsley increasing their rent, especially in light of the fact they seem to be engaged in some reassessment or are challenging of all the assessments on buildings that they have in our city.
Yes.
And I said, well, fine then. The law of supply and demand says I think they need to stay there because they're not going to, as somebody else pointed out, move a courthouse. Why did we decrease the rent?
I think we should have better explained that in the report, in that when we actually looked at the square footage, it worked out to a number that was lower, but the actual rate per square foot is the same. Okay, so
well, why would it be the same as opposed to more? They're taking great pleasure in looking at all of our assessments and taking them to court and challenging them, which will cost us a lot of money. I think it was $68 million. So I'd say that's fine. You know, we have the space you seem to really need for your courthouse, and the law of supply and demand says that there aren't a lot of courthouses around, and so I'm afraid it's going to cost you more. Why would that not have been our
So they
negotiation?
came to the table with their comparables. We looked at what we had on our comparables, and that rate I would consider us doing very well in the marketplace.
Okay. And then my final question is this. When we have Avison Young, it talks there in very commercial terms about having the best head lessor and so forth and so on. Have you ever thought of doing it slightly differently, which would be to have some kind of, I'll call it an international competition for people to envisage, including commercial terms, what we could do with this building as opposed to going straight to what is going to be a commercially driven exercise? Because I just think if we want to sort of follow along with what Councillor Matlow said, and I agree with them, and do something that is visionary, we're more likely to do that out of a competition that actually led to a building like this, but in the terms of saying, what would you do with this, as opposed to this, which looks like it'll end up with a more commercial result.
I think too much emphasis is being placed on the commercial component of it, because if you, in the body of the report, it does talk to all of the different uses, and so we would be structuring I'll say some type of competition, not an RFP, but an actual real estate transaction in the marketplace, and that could be an international competition to look at all the different possibilities. So the commercial component that I'm looking at is to help offset some of the cost of operating this building, because it is an expensive building to run.
Councillor Davis, questions?
So, just to be clear, the report says that in 2008, council adopted motions that were, one of them was to give notice to the province of Ontario that we wanted that lease to end December 31st, 2016. Did we give notice to the province in 2008 that that term would end?
Yes, we did.
So
that was from a councillor motion at City Council.
Right, that was May of 2008. So they've had 7 years' notice.
Yes, that's correct.
Then in 2011, at 2008, you were also asked to report within 1 year on potential uses for Old City Hall.
Yes, that's correct.
And then you reported in 2011, was the next time you reported.
And I think at that point, council changed its mind and wanted me to give an extension to the province, a potential for an extension.
You asked staff to establish lease agreements with suitable parties for December 31st, 2016. There's no extension here.
That was us coming forward with this last report to say we're trying to come up with the options, and
I understand, but this is what we approved in 2011.
yes.
Alternative options for 2016.
Yes, that's right.
Okay, so that's not consistent with an extension. But anyway.
Okay, there were conversations about we should allow the province to still stay in the building while we work out what we were going to do with it.
And at that point in 2011, we also approved the Toronto Museum project that we would preserve the courtyard space, correct?
Yes, that's right. And we have had consultation with the staff that deal with the museums in the city, and they've agreed with us to look at the entire building, not just the courtyard.
Okay. So council gave you direction, and the report before us this month was a follow-up to the two previous reports in 2008 and 2011.
That's right.
So you were given direction to come back with what you brought us. And what you brought us was a set of recommendations from a commercial real estate company to say that the highest and best use for this building was for commercial use, for potentially retail, as under a master lease arrangement with a museum as part of it. Is that right?
That's what the consultant had said. It didn't mean that staff were recommending only commercial uses for the building.
No, I recognize you did not recommend a mall.
Thank you, Councillor.
Despite the stories in the media. And so just as well what council did, or what committee did. What we did was we asked you instead to go away and look at the feasibility of museum within the entire, to do a feasibility study, and to look at a public consultation and design process, and to report back to us within the next 2 years, correct? So
Yes, and
you're
staff
going to
has-
take the next 2 years and come back with a more fleshed out proposal that will allow us to look at a different approach to.
That's right.
to
We'll
this
we'll
building.
bring forward all of the interests, and then I'll say prioritize those interests as to what we feel is most appropriate, and then the council can make the decision from there.
And we would engage the people of Toronto in that discussion about our vision for this, one of our most important, if not most important, heritage buildings.
Yes, that's right.
Great, thank you.
Okay, I see that Councillor Davis was the last name on the screen, correct? No other names? Okay. Councillor Shiner to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think some of my colleagues might be trying to move a motion to extend the date from 2021 to 2023 because they think that we're going to get $10 million worth of revenue out of it. But if you actually understand the cost of courts in the City of Toronto, it's costing us for policing and prisoner transfer between $80 to $90 million a year. And if the province would actually take this court and move it, because there's over a dozen of them in the city, but take this big court and move it out to Markham or Vaughan or anywhere else, we'd save a fortune. That building could be empty, and we'd be cash flow positive. Now you got 5 years from now on land you own to build a courthouse. They build condominiums in that time, even with the delays that we cause at council and all the complaints that they have. They still put it up for sale, and within 5 years it's in for occupancy. If a developer can do that in a condominium building with all the problems that come up, why can't the province build a courthouse in that time? So to think that you want to extend it, I don't think is correct. I don't believe it's right. I think it's time to have some finality to the fact that that building has been misused for the last 20 years. I think it's a disgrace to put courthouses into such a beautiful historic building that was the seat of government for the City of Toronto until the 1960s. That stands there outside with a monument to those that have fallen in war, and look at the ones that are going inside of it, the people that you don't want to see in your streets. And to allow that to continue without an end to it is wrong. As Councillor Mamalidi was saying. As Councillor Mamalidi was saying. When, after amalgamation, council had to decide where it should go because we were in Metro Hall, there were other options. I'm one that believed that the best and most prestigious place that this council could go was the old City Hall of Toronto. When you walk in there, and once you get past security now, and you see the grandeur of the hallways, the staircases that go up in both directions, the wood, the trim, the detail in that building, that's what you want people to think of as part of your government. This building has a character for its design in the 60s, and that building has a character for the history of the city. And one way or another, that building should be used for the City of Toronto municipal purposes, either for councillors' offices and greeting people, or some other spectacular use. That building should be returned to a vision of grandeur. Something that we're proud of when people come to the city, to know that that is the old City Hall, this is the new City Hall, and it's being occupied and used by this City Council. And it shouldn't be used as courthouses, and that should have ended years ago. And I heard the issue of the $10 million a year or the revenue on it, but really the problem was that there was no end in sight to when the lease was going to be there. Province now has made a decision to leave. It wasn't ours, it was theirs. It's bought land and they're going forward. I want to allow our staff the chance to go forward and bring creative uses back to this council for consideration of that wonderful historic site. And I don't think anything else should be done with it. I don't think that the $80 to $90 million a year we're spending, and we are spending now, on transportation of prisoners and running of the courthouse is at all fair to Toronto taxpayers. We've argued against that now for years. And I understand over the next few years, some assistance is coming in that regard, but not much. We are in, it costs us more to have that building operate as a courthouse, from what I understand, than it would be to get rid of it. There's no savings. But there is an embarrassment to me of the current use of that building, of what it has, and what it means to so many people when they have to go to court and face criminal charges there, when it should be a place that we're so respectful of and love. And I support the recommendations here. I'm glad that my colleague, Councillor Matlow, stood up before, and at the committee they were championing that use. And I really want to see a reuse and a regeneration of that building to something we all can be proud of. And I really believe that 2021 should be the last year it's used as a courthouse. And in adding our colleague, former colleague, Councillor Moscow, what he was always pushing for was to get a tunnel connection underneath Queen Street over into the Bell Building, or possibly have that connect to the courthouse, because it comes right to the building across the road and doesn't come to City Hall as part of the path system. And he was absolutely right. We should be connected there, and it should give us a connection, if possible, to the old City Hall building, if we can get control of it again.
Thank you. Councillor Mammoliti to speak.
Madam Speaker, I do have a motion, and I'm not going to read the whole thing, but I do want you to just pay close attention to the middle of it, which is really the motion, and that's to ask for the feasibility of utilizing Old City Hall to house the councillors' offices. Now, I know that we asked staff already, and it's going to be a part of that anyway. I want to make the point that this was to be the plan originally. In fact, I would say that Council had made a decision to move the councillors' offices there before we decided to move them on the second floor where we are today. And the only thing stopping us was whether or not the province really wanted to extend the lease or not back then. And they had the right to, apparently. And so we reluctantly agreed because we had no other choice. And I also see room for the use to include a museum. I would see myself arguing that we shouldn't necessarily talk about any commercial space, because I think what you're going to do is you're going to end up making a deal with someone that's going to carve out much of the building and the character of the building inside to make room for whatever commercial use we're looking at. And I'd stay away from that. I think there's room to do museums. I think there's room to look at utilizing the offices there now as City Hall purposes. And when I say that, I firmly believe that that would be a great place for the councillors to actually have their offices, as I did back then. And I think for anybody that may be curious as to how beautiful it actually is, you should take a look at it and take a look at the office space in there. You don't want those offices carved out for commercial use. You want to keep them intact, right? You want to be able to use it for international relations. You know, maybe the city's international office should actually move into there as well. It's a great place for visitors to actually come and get a first glance at what the city looks like in a beautiful building like that. So there's all kinds of logic to keeping it for City Hall purposes. And so I would encourage you to support that. I hope you do, as a possibility. And if you do, then I will try to convince you that should be the case when that happens. The other part to this equation, I had another motion actually that I was going to read out, but it was to help Councillor Nunziata, because the province wants to. They want to actually move and build somewhere else. And I would guess that they're going to either buy another property to do that or lease somewhere, and all at taxpayers' expense. So I was going to move a motion that has a request that they consider the hospital site on Church to be the home of the new court house. But I decided in my wisdom that that's probably not going to carry. And if somebody thinks it will, maybe they can adopt the motion. But I know there's a bit of humor in that, but at the end of the day, I probably would argue that taxpayers' money are going to go into another property that they're going to buy somewhere, and then the surplus lands that are going to create a nightmare for communities like Councillor Nunziata's are going to be declared surplus. So it does make sense to a large degree. Those are my comments, and I hope you can support the motion.
Thank you. We do have some questions for you. Councillor Holiday, 3 minutes.
Councillor, for your motion, do you envision the councillor's offices being larger or smaller than they are today? It's a serious question.
I actually think that the offices there are smaller than they are today.
Okay.
And I would envision us just moving our office into whatever's there.
If we cut them in half to pay for the move cost in terms of saving of space, would you see that as a net zero viable solution?
Cut what in half? Sorry.
Cut the size of our offices in half, and half the floor space means half the rent, and
here?
And yeah, no, if we move them over, and that way we could pay for the move costs to go from here to over there.
Move
to Old City Hall.
Move two over.
The councillors.
If you cut the office space there in half?
Right. If we made our offices much smaller, and I don't need the couch in my office, and squeeze in a little tighter to help pay for the cost of the move. Would you see that as a okay solution, like a net zero? I just worry about spending money, about moving over.
Well, I can assure you that an option like moving councillors over there is going to be much cheaper to the taxpayer than what I think is going to happen in this building. I think that if the report comes back and we're starting to talk about commercial and we're starting to talk about carving the inside out to accommodate that, I can't accept that. I think that if other councillors had their way, there would be programs in there that would cost us a fortune. Right now, we cover the cost of our offices already, and we need office space for our bureaucrats. So why not have the bureaucrats here and the politicians on the other side of the street?
Thank you.
Makes sense.
Okay. Councillor Doucette.
T. Do you really think it's a good idea to, sorry, I shouldn't start with that, to move councillors across the street, away from committee rooms, away from this council chamber? Don't you think we're going to have even more issues with quorum during council meetings? Because right now, councillors can go downstairs, do some work, and be back here in a few minutes. Don't you think it's going to actually cause more problems than we have now?
So I'm going to argue that, in fact, if you move the councillors to Old City Hall, that the councillors have no choice but to stay in the chamber because it's too far for them to leave the chamber and have to come back regularly. I would argue that you'd actually have a better quorum and a bigger group of councillors in the chamber at any one time than if they had to go down the street for anything. And I want to remind you that we are we're bigger than most provinces, this council, this level of government in Toronto. And most provinces actually have this structure where you've got the bureaucrats in one building with the chamber, and then you've got your elected officials in another building that have to come in. Parliament is like that.
And where are we going to come up with the funds to move? Are we moving the mayor as well, or just 44 councillors? Where are we going to come up with the funds to move everyone and renovate?
Well, where are you going to find the funds to move and renovate when the report comes back and it says that an option is to bring the bureaucrats into that building? You're still going to have to do that, right? So So when that report comes forward and says, we've got 400 bureaucrats that need space, and we're going to move them into Old City Hall, the expense of them going over there is going to have to be borne by us. So is it because we're politicians that we don't want to do it? I think it's cheaper for us to move over there than it is for anybody else.
Okay, I think I will agree to disagree with you on this one then.
And I just want to add that we'd already made this decision years ago, and it was the lease that stopped us from
But
doing
that
it.
doesn't mean it was right just because it was agreed upon many years ago. Would you not agree?
No, I know that, I think you should just give it some thought, at least listen to what is said when the report comes back.
Okay,
That's all.
thank you.
Don't vote against it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I hope you don't.
This is very cool.
Councillor Pasternak to speak.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a motion. If I could have the clerk set it. Here we are. Put it on the screen. There's really one amendment that you have to look at. I think that we should do the responsible thing and extend it by another 2 years, and put in there December 31st, 2023. Should we keep it as is in the current report, we are putting at risk the City of Toronto for $20 million. However, I've put a notwithstanding clause in here as well, that notwithstanding this direction, should the Province of Ontario wish to extend the lease beyond December 31st, 2023, Director of Real Estate Services will report back on such an offer to Council through the Government Management Committee. I believe our responsibility here is to minimize risk, and I believe that it is important to make sure two things: that we have a secure, reliable, proven revenue source from Old City Hall, and that those funds are used to help fund many of the programs and services that we offer at the city. No one is doubting that the Old City Hall is a magnificent building. I was touring it recently in the old City Council chamber, and it truly is. It is a remarkable structure. But don't besmirch what it's being used for now. Our court system is actually the basis and cornerstone of our democratic system. Our court system is what causes us to uphold our law, to enforce social cohesion, to make sure that there is restraint and civility. And many of the people who are going in there, who are falsely accused of crimes, get off. And many of those people who are convicted serve time. And that is why Toronto, with the rule of law, is the great city that it is. At the same time, nobody is precluding the opportunity to turn this great structure into a museum or other multi-purpose use in the future. I think a museum would be a remarkable addition to the downtown, and surely would allow us to compete with cities such as Chicago, New York, Paris, London, and allow us to show what a great history we have. I should point out in the poverty reduction strategy that we just passed, action item 11.1 includes a potential alternative school to shape our new future employees at the City of Toronto. And within the supporting documents of the poverty reduction strategy, there is a recommendation to explore Old City Hall as a potential location for that. Much has been talked about by an earlier speaker about us losing money on this facility. Well, quite frankly, I don't know how that could be. We're in the process now of a 6-year upload to the province of 50% of our court services costs, which is probably going to reach around $42 million by about 2018. The only way that we could potentially save money is if the province of Ontario decides to locate the entire courthouse outside of the City of Toronto into another municipality. Well, we know very well that that's not the plan. We know very well that's not going to happen. We know that a new courthouse is under construction. If we proceed with this kind of a motion, almost like a cease and desist motion, sure, the province can come back to us and negotiate. But the reality is that we need a good, reliable relationship with Queen's Park. We want to be a good partner, and we want to make sure that we're not losing out on millions of dollars of revenue before before we can really capture it. In other words, we want to make sure that we're locked in for that period of time. At that point, I would say that we stand firm in our position that if the province of Ontario wants it to the December 31st, 2023, we offer them a 5 and 2 is not that unusual in corporate leases. I urge you to support it.
But you were saying 7.
Thank you. There was somebody that had their name up to ask a question. Did they take their name off? Councillor Davis to speak.
Members, I would urge you to accept the recommendations of the Government Management Committee. The Government Management Committee has asked for our staff to undertake public consultations to look at a feasibility study for a museum. We have done the work. As well, you've heard tonight, what is before us came out of 2 previous reports. In 2008, we gave notice to the provincial government. 2008, that we would be reclaiming this space at the end of 2016, that we had other potential uses for this building. It is a spectacular public resource. It belongs to the public. We need to ask them what kind of vision they have for this facility, and we need to get on with reclaiming this incredible asset that belongs to us. Do not extend. The staff said very clearly that they have the authority to extend if necessary. We don't need this amendment. Adopt the staff recommendations. The committee recommendations.
I thank you for your support.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Davis. Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm going to be supporting Councillor Pasternak's motion. When I originally read the report, it didn't make any sense to me why, when the province has indicated they want to be in this property until 2023, we would terminate 2 years prior and forego the interest, or forego the rent. And it's well known that the province pays a premium on the rent for that building. The whole reason for the recommendation, Aviston Young has made this recommendation, quote, to generate and maintain market interest in Old City Hall. So market interest means corporate interest, it might mean retail interest, it doesn't mean museum interest. We stick a museum in there in 2021, it's going to cost us $10 million a year. We just wrote off millions of dollars in loans for the Sony Center, for the North York Center for the Performing Arts. We have museums in Toronto, they're heavily subsidized. Put a museum in there, not only do we lose the rent that we're already getting, a bird in the hand, we lose the rent that we're getting, then we're going to have to figure out how we're going to attract people there. I'm telling you, it's a bad idea. We'll be the laughing stock of our citizens and the taxpayers, and there's no way I can support just kicking saying we're going to kick them out in 2020. And the other thing about the policing, we talk about the policing, the cost of the policing are going to be borne by us anyway because the courthouse is going to be in Toronto. So, thank you, Councillor Pasternak, for your motion.
Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I almost took my name off the list because I dropped by my colleague, Councillor Campbell's desk. I think he misunderstood what I was saying was not a good idea. Madam Speaker, what in my view is not a good idea is the motion from Councillor Pasternak. Industry standard for what you do when you are making it very public that you are winding down the use of a building as it currently exists has been followed every step of the way here, stretching all the way back to 2008. The province has known that since we adopted the North Market, They started building courthouses right behind us here, or have an intention to explore. We've both known, both governments have known this is happening. And so where we're at right now is what you do to have the leverage as the holder of that land. It's quite industry standard to go in 5-year increments. We've given them ample notice such that we've protected ourselves from possible nuisance suits about, oh, please don't evict us. We now are making it very clear to them in 5-year increments that we really mean this. We're really serious about this. And in 2021, there's going to be a check-in. But we know that when we do have to do extensions of leases here, as private sector interests do the same, it is quite common to, at the end of that 5 years, knowing that there's a wind down going on here, to renew leases a year at a time. The business, because they're looking and may be able to exercise a deal in their new location and may need to be nimble themselves, the lessee may want to be able to get out. It would be preferable to them to go year by year. This is not an inhumane practice. This is not a bad treatment of the province. This is the way it's done, as is recommended not only by our own professional staff in the public sector, but by the private sector. This is the kind of action and the set of terms that Avison Young themselves might negotiate. We have to, at a certain point in time, decide whether or not we are going to bother to have a public service or not. This is based on industry practice, maximum leverage for us, decent partnership types of treatment of another order of government. We are treating them as we would have them treat us. And you have the terms before you. The amendment is an on-the-fly, making policy on the fly, pretending that we're all real estate license holders and experts in this right here in this room, when in fact we know we're not. We pay someone to be that, and he's negotiated a tight pair of terms here. The term and the rate. And we're all being very, very open about the future. To add an amendment that takes away all leverage and leaves us with an 11th hour situation in 2023 that would leave us possibly instructing Joe to go out and find us an 8-month tenant because both of us have this extra amount of time hanging, is quite frankly just bad business sense. Bad business sense. It makes no sense in the world of real estate. Please support the staff recommendations as they meet industry standards.
Councillor Wong Tam.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I also will rise to speak in opposition to Councillor Pasternak's motion, and largely because it does do exactly what Councillor Carroll has just pointed out. It actually puts us at a disadvantage. Madam Speaker, this new courthouse is actually not going very far. Many of you have walked by it almost on a daily basis, Monday to Friday. The courthouse is actually boarded up. The site is actually boarded up right now, and the boundaries of the street are within a stone throw away. Armory, Center Street, and Chestnut. So as you'll note, they have been doing drilling and testing and excavation and archaeological digs as we speak. And although the final details are not necessarily before you, I assure you in my conversations as the ward councillor who's working with the province and Infrastructure Ontario on the consolidation of these on these 7 courthouses that are now merging into one to create this new facility that will probably have about 177 courtrooms, they are on track and they are financed and they're ready to go. So there is absolutely no need whatsoever for Councillor Pasternak's motion to arbitrarily, unilaterally extend a contract by a couple years. What it actually does do is disadvantage our position by now giving the province more time when they don't necessarily need it. And it means that we take away our position to negotiate based on the terms that we want, based on the needs and timelines that we are working towards. So I hope that I can inject some clarity, a little bit of information to the chambers, Madam Speaker, because now that you know that we don't necessarily need to wait for the province to source and cite the land, and now that you know that and you can walk by and see the physical evidence that work is being done, they're going to be on time, and I don't foresee that there'll be any reason whatsoever that they won't be on time, because it's not necessarily just consolidation of one building. There are multiple courthouses that are being consolidated and expanded to this one facility. There's a whole host of lease agreements that they will need to work through in order for them to populate this new building. So by giving them more time, which is great for them, even though it's arbitrarily decided by us unilaterally, it actually means that we are walking away from an advantaged real estate negotiating position. And I think all you have to do is look at staff's face to recognize that that's exactly what you're going to do to them. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Point of order, Councillor Mammoliti.
I went over to Joe and Josie, and I asked whether or not what I've wanted in this motion is actually going to be in the report, and they've said yes, it is. So I'm going to drop my motion, and I'll wait for that, and I'll argue later that that's the right thing to do.
Okay, so Councillor Mammoliti would like to withdraw his motion. All in favor? Carried. On what? Pardon? Yes, well, we're not there yet. Okay, can, how many, we only have the one motion? Okay. So we just have the one motion, which is motion number 2 by Councillor Pasternak. Okay, recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor DeGiorgio.
Councillor Cole, please.
Councillor Davis. Councillor Davis, please. Councillor Cho.
Councillor Mihevc and Councillor Cressy, please.
The amendment does not carry. The vote is 4-32.
On the item, on favor? Carry. Yeah, okay. This is what I'm going to suggest. We'll do a couple of quick releases, and then we'll recess till tomorrow because a number of members of council have to leave to go to events. We've already got some members of council that have left. So let's do quick releases. So let's just try to, because some members of council have to leave. Well, Councillor Carroll, I'm just trying to accommodate members of council. Yeah. Okay, let's do quick releases, please, Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Actually, the first one is not a page number. It's the member motion on the very, very, very old tree. I held the red oak tree motion. I've spoken to new tree guy, I've spoken to old tree guy, I've spoken to anybody who's ever worked in the area of trees, and I can release that motion.
Okay, so this is on page 8. Okay. No, it's not fast.
I have one other one. Let me try again.
It's just a weed.
Okay. Okay,
I tried, Councillor Mamalidi, go your best life. Page 6, Madam Speaker, I can try one other one. This was one NY 9.17. Was initially held, page 6, NYN.17, was initially held by Councillor Ford, and then I took it in the secondary, and I can release that now. I've spoken to staff offline.
Okay, so on page 6, NY 9.17, Councillor Ford originally held the item down. Record. You want a recorded vote, Councillor?
Hi,
Okay.
let's just go.
Okay. I'm getting requests.
My microphone, Madam Speaker?
Yes.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor DeGiorgio.
Councillor Crisanti, please. Councillor McConnell, thank you.
The item carries 32 to 2.
Councillor Fragadakis.
Yes, so on page 4, even though I wasn't really holding it, ED 7.7, I've had my non-questions answered. Program to promote economic vitalization in distressed retail areas. I understand it's in my name. I'm happy to let it go.
Okay, on page 4, ED 7.7, all in favor, carried. Councillor Shiner.
So, Madam Speaker, on page 5 still.
7.1. Here we go.
There are people that know what I'm going to say before I say it here. PG 7.1, the mid-rise building standard, performance standards. I understand there are 3 motions. One from Councillor Matlow, one from Councillor DeGiorgio, and the third was from staff. The third is from Councillor Doucette. So if members of council would permit them to place their motions, and if I could rise then and move my referral motion, we could move this one off the agenda.
All right.
Okay, if they place the motion and just place it only.
Yes.
Okay, so it's Councillor Matlow? Okay, Councillor Matlow?
Motion.
I don't know.
Okay, it's on the screen. Councillor DeGiorgio, you're next.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also have, I'm moving Part C and D. Place Part C and D. Place this motion.
I, Frank DeGiorgio, place this motion.
I don't think he's...
Councillor Doucette.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I have 2 amendments. One is to 1A, just the last 3 little lines there. I place that motion. And then I'd also like to place my motion B, which again is an amendment. I place that motion too.
Okay. So Councillor Shiner, you will move to the...
I would move a referral of this item and the motions that were placed in front of us back to the committee as a package, and appreciate everybody finding a way to get around the rules.
Good job.
On favor? Carried. Councillor Davis.
Yes, Speaker, this is MM 10.15, appointment of the interim ombudsman. Sorry, and that's on page 10. The last item. I had held it to question the date of the term of the interim appointment, and I understand that there is a subsequent report coming in December on the role of all of the accountability officers. And in that report, there will be recommendations about how to proceed with this position. And so I've been reassured that December, we will see a recommendation. As you recall, Council asked us to consider, asked staff to report back on whether or not to combine some of the accountability offices.
Okay, Councillor Davis?
So it is simply to adopt the recommendation before us.
Okay, but the only thing is, you didn't hold it.
Yes, I did.
No, you didn't. The deputy
did.
mayor held it.
No.
According to the staff,
He will not mind, he'll be happy that I've released it to adopt the staff recommendations.
No, I think we're going to continue holding it in the deputy mayor's.
Oh, let the staff go home.
Okay. Councillor McConnell.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Sorry, I'm having difficulty. I think it's on page 5 of the 7.1, right? Parks and Environment. It's the report that designates the arts in the park and then the music in the park. And then there was an additional piece which was coming out of the commercial pilot. And I think that if Ms. Romano would nod her head, she has worked, yes, see, she's worked on an amendment that would send back to staff just the commercial pilot piece. And so that's what I would move. Thank you.
Okay, just a sec. Councillor Holliday?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a very small technical amendment pertaining to the park in my ward that pertains to the first two components of that motion. If I can place it, I'm happy to do that and dispose of this, or we can hold it for debate. I'm happy either way.
Yeah.
Does the staff, do the staff have the copy of the motion? No, hold on, please, I'm trying to hear what's going. Do you have the copy of the motion? Pardon? No, I'm talking about Councillor Holliday. Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Okay. So there's Councillor McConnell's amendment. So now we want Councillor Holliday's motion.
What are you doing, Stephen?
I'm asking, allowing staff to have a parking plan. Yeah.
Yes, I'm on side with you. Very good. Excellent. I wish your predecessor had been willing to do that.
Okay, so let's vote on Councillor McConnell's motion amendment first. All in favor? Carried. On Councillor Holliday's amendment, all in favor? Carried. Clause is amended, all in favor? Carried. Councillor Burnside.
Speaker, page 9, NYN.27. I'd like to move an amendment, and then I'm happy to release it. Essentially, this is the Costco application, whereby the store itself would be...
Why is it not quick?
Did you want to speak? How do we know?
It's not a quick item, so we'll deal with it tomorrow. Councillor Wong Tam.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I think I'm going to make members of council fairly happy at this moment. On page 5, LS 7.3, infection control training and certification of personal service setting workers. If no other members want to hold this, I'm happy to release this. I will come back with a whole new motion and a whole new letter at the Board of Health. It's too large to deal with in this setting right now.
Okay, on page 5, LS 7.3, Councillor Wong Tam is releasing. All in favor? Carried. Okay, thank you. Oh, sorry. Page 6.
That's why I say I'm going to make you folks happy on 3 more. On page 6, TE 11.6, request for directions report, 10 St. Mary's Street, zoning amendment application. Just be happy to move the staff report and the recommendations contained therein.
On page 6, Councillor Wong Tam is releasing T 11.6. All in favor? Carried.
On page 7...
Okay, so hold on. Okay, Councillor Wong Tam, on that one item, you said to move the staff recommendations to
Sorry,
committee.
the recommendations from the Toronto East Shore Community Council.
Okay.
My apologies, yes.
All right. Okay, is that okay?
Yes, thank you. That is okay.
No,
And
just one sec. We want to make sure that staff have the opportunity to take the information. Okay? All right.
And on page 7, Madam Speaker, the Chief Planner and the Executive Director of City Planning has submitted a supplementary report, which is now before you. It's on yellow paper, and I'm moving the recommendations.
Did everybody get an opportunity to read the supplementary report? Okay, Councillor Karygiannis, please, we're trying to vote.
And I
Please.
should just
Okay,
quickly thank staff.
Members
They
of
worked hard on
council,
this.
hold on, Councillor Wong Tam. Yes, Councillor Shiner, please, we're in the middle of votes. Councillor Wong Tam, on page 7, is releasing T 11.7, and the supplementary report is on your desk, 11.7A. So we're ready to vote on it? Okay, all in favor? Oh, okay, so it's not a quick item. It's not a quick item then, sorry.
No.
Then it's not a quick item, Councillor Davis.
Did we vote on this item yet?
No, I'm trying to, but there's a lot of distractions. All in favor? Carry.
$1 million, folks, for TCHC. We're close to $8.5 million now, I think.
Excellent. It should be 80.
Okay.
I want to see when a little of that money.
Okay. Okay, I think we. Yeah, Councillor Burnside, yes.
Point of order, Madam Speaker. I was hoping that my NY 9.27 could be a timed item for tomorrow. There are a couple of people from both sides of the debate who have been sitting here all day, and it would be nice if we could help them out tomorrow morning. It's not a quick item. Councillor Perks has questions. First item tomorrow.
It's not a quick item.
Okay.
We're going
Councillor
to-
Perks wanted
unless
to
we-
discuss it.
Jake, unless we get to it in sequence.
Okay, please, members of council, let's just try to calm down here. We will be back tomorrow. Councillor Burnside is asking that we deal with it first thing in the morning. Okay?
Look at
There's long items, Councillor de Bermec.
Thank you.
Yeah, all in favor? Carry. That's it for the quick items. Councillor, no, we're going to leave
It's still
a little earlier tonight.
Sorry, Madam Speaker.
Councillor Wong Tam.
Thank you very much, Madam
Hey, just
Speaker.
a sec.
And it's my last one, Madam Speaker. It's on page 7, T 11.9, intention to designate under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act, 480 and 484 Yonge Street. Just,
And you're releasing that item?
yes, the staff report was before you.
Not the staff report, the committee report.
Sorry, the committee report is before you. The community council report is before you.
Okay, thank you. On page 7, T 11.9, Councillor Wong Tam is releasing. All in favor? Carried. Okay, that's it for quick releases. Okay, Councillor Fletcher.
Release, I'll release page 7, TE 11.8, inclusion on the City of Toronto's Heritage Register, Bathurst Bloor Properties, and I've had a talk with staff about batching and listing.
Okay, Councillor Fletcher is releasing on page 7, T 11.8. All in favor? Carried. Okay. So, well, I was going to ask for recess. Well, okay, we'll start one item and we'll probably last for 10 minutes and then we'll recess. Page 5. Page 5. We're going to go on the agenda, Councillor Mammoliti. Page 5. Please, Councillor Mammoliti, page 5. Councillor Mammoliti, it's your item. On page 5, LS 7.7, do you have questions to staff? Do you have questions to staff?
Okay.
No, but does anybody have questions to staff?
You're talking, well, this requests that staff give all
Because he held
councilors
okay, hold on.
information.
He held the item down. I'm asking if anybody has any questions to staff.
No, but this particular recommendation from committee asks that all the councilors get briefed in terms of enforcement.
No, hold on. We're just asking questions to staff, Councillor Mammoliti. Councillor Davis, you have questions to staff?
Yes.
We have to go to questions for staff first before you speak. Okay, that's, yeah. Yeah. Is the wish of council that the councilors get a briefing on it? Yes, that's what's before us. That's what's before us. Okay. That's why, Councillor Fletcher, I thought it would be a good idea if we recessed. Okay, Councillor Mammoliti?
On a point of order.
Yes, point of order.
The recommendation that came out of committee was that the same briefing that the committee members got be given to all the councillors today. I would have envisioned that after that briefing, the questions be asked of staff, and that's how I thought the process would go. You've chosen to ask councillors whether they feel like being briefed. That's not what the committee recommended. The committee recommended...
Okay, Councillor Mammoliti, I'm just going by what staff is telling me. Hold on.
Staff are agreeing with me, actually.
No, just a sec. Please, Councillor Mammoliti.
No,
Yes.
you know what?
I'm trying to ask staff. Can you please explain to me?
You're being jumped on. Listen, you're doing a great job. You're being respectful. You are being calm. That's exactly. You're in the right. Did you see what she was trying to do? I didn't see what she was trying to do. I think she's seeking advice right now. And good. You're in your like.
Okay, Councillor Mammoliti, let the clerk explain to you what's before us.
The recommendation of the committee was the recommendation of the committee to council was that council consider whether it wanted to have the same presentation that was received by committee. So the matter before council now is a decision with respect to whether it wishes to have the presentation or not. That is within council's discretion.
And that's why I asked the question, do you want a presentation?
Speaker, on a point of order, Speaker.
Okay.
I just want to understand.
Councillor, I'm trying to understand too.
I'm just trying to understand procedurally, how do we get to that decision? Is there a procedural motion in front of us right now that we vote on? Yes or no about whether we want to, so.
Yes.
Okay, so let's simply move to that vote then, Speaker. I move that we go to that vote right now.
Point of order?
No, Janet, don't.
Yes,
No.
that's when you speak.
If we,
Right.
if we go to that, if we vote no, we're done.
Point of order.
See, this is an interpretation by Council first.
Point of order.
That means that I won't be able
No, if we vote no, we go to consideration of the item. Point of order.
Hold on, Councillor Davis. I'm hearing Councillor Mamalidi. Oh, sorry, let me put your mic on.
I also heard that we have the ability to debate, and with debate comes motion. So I don't want another councillor to take the right away from myself as a councillor to move any motions or debate. And I'd like to ask the clerk on that.
The first question before council is whether it wishes to have the presentation. The second issue is whether it then needs to deal with a supplementary report. If members wish to speak or place their motions, council can do so. That's the supplementary report which was submitted. But the first issue is whether council wishes to have a presentation.
Okay, so we do have the right to debate and move. So it's not what Councillor Perks is suggesting. Okay.
So let's just see if we want a presentation.
Okay, so it's 20 to 8. Do we want a presentation? No.
No, let's just vote.
Can we get a recorded vote on that, please?
Recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please, and Councillor DeGiorgio, your vote. Councillor Layton, when you're seated. Councillor Wong Tam.
The vote on the procedural motion is 10 to 18. It does not carry.
Questions to staff. So if we can put the names up where it says request to question staff. Okay, I can only hear one person at a time. Councillor Fletcher.
I understand, Speaker. I'm just going through the agenda and see that we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 items once this is done. And I'm wondering if we should complete that tonight if possible, extend till 9 o'clock.
No, there are
Extend to
members of
complete.
council.
So that is a motion that I would make.
I know it's a motion that you have to make, but I just wanted to say there are members of council that have to leave that have informed me. So there's a motion by Councillor Fletcher to extend. No, recorded vote. Recorded vote. No. Recorded vote.
Extend for how long? Paul, you said 9 o'clock?
No.
To finish. Paula, 9 o'clock or finish, which one?
We're voting on to 9 o'clock, and as I mentioned, there are some members of council that have to leave. Recorded vote.
Council day. Yeah, who does a public meeting that starts at 9 p.m.? Minister of Transportation is an astronaut? You got an act to follow. You got an act to follow.
Councillor Robinson, when you're seated, please.
The motion to extend till 9 p.m. carries 20 to 8.
Well, we have people that are voted that are not even at their seats. No, I'm telling you, we have people that are voted. Councillor Fletcher, you can't have members voting if they're not even, they haven't been at their seats voting. So can I see that vote? Because it had Councillor Karygiannis that voted to stay. He's left.
No, it didn't. It was blank. It did not.
Okay, sorry. Sorry. No, I just thought I seen something else. Sorry. Well, it's not gonna wrap up. Got. Councillor Davis, question.
Yeah, I'm not sure if, I'm going to ask questions that are on the public document, but I understand at committee, most of the questions were in camera, so I don't know exactly how we can deal with that. Speaker. Vacant chair. So based on what is in the public report, you and what was in the administrative inquiry, you gave notice to Uber on October 14th that they were to bring their operations into compliance by October 19th. Did they bring their operations into compliance?
Through you, Madam Speaker, we are working with Uber in respect to their taxi cab brokerage application, and we are undertaking enforcement relative to that aspect of their business that is continuing to operate outside of the bylaw.
So does that mean no?
That would mean no.
That's a no. Okay, so Uber has not abided by your notice to come into compliance. So you are initiating, I presume, enforcement activities, correct?
Through you, Madam Speaker, yes, enforcement is underway.
Now, the 102 charges against UberX drivers that are being prosecuted and are somewhere in the court process, those charges were issued prior to Council's changes to the bylaw. Is that not the case?
That is correct for those charges, yes.
So there have been no charges since we closed the loophole in the bylaw.
Through you, Madam Speaker, at the point where the existence of charges becomes known as subsequent to us serving notice that charges are being laid. Investigations are being undertaken as we speak. Okay. And at a point in the future, informations will be laid, which will then become a matter of public record.
Okay. So the public at large, what communications have we sent out broadly to the public about the fact that Uber is operating in contravention of our bylaw, and that UberX, both driving and using, places those people at risk?
So through you, Madam Speaker, consistently as we've been receiving media inquiries, we have ensured that we had advised that both for passengers and drivers that there are risks and they're operating outside the bylaw, and I am aware that those messages are being communicated through the media in the articles they're writing.
And would it be possible to produce some kind of communication that we can enhance this information to the public? Is there a way that we can do more than media release and one couple of paragraphs on a website?
Through you, Madam Speaker, we're trying to manage the communications because there's a number of different issues in play in respect to this matter. The current unregulated operation or unpermitted operation of UberX, the fact that we're undergoing a review to review all of our regulations related to ground transportation, and at the same time attempting to get Uber into compliance on the taxi brokerage. So there's a number of things at play with Uber. The communications we want to make sure are clear as to what the city's direction has been and what we are undertaking.
So every taxi driver I've talked to since last month has said to me, the city is doing nothing. You passed a bylaw, Uber is now illegal, UberX is operating outside of the bylaw. What can we do to assure those operators who are operating legally in the City of Toronto that we are enforcing the bylaw?
So through you, Madam Speaker, and I understand Councillor Davis very well, and I appreciate the view and the concern of the taxi cab industry. It is not prudent for me to divulge at every step of the way the manner in which we are undertaking investigations so as to not jeopardize any future actions we need to take. Conversations we're having with the taxi industry, and as I've committed in writing in 2 documents before Council today, enforcement is underway. Once informations are sworn and charges are proceeded with, it then becomes a matter of public record, and we would be in a position to show or share those numbers at that time.
And we can expect that will happen within some reasonable period of time?
Absolutely.
And just once again,
That
is
was
there
your
any
last-
way we can communicate
Councillor Davis,
clearer?
sorry, that was your last question. You're over 5 minutes. Councillor Mamalidi?
So my questions are a follow-up to Councillor Davis's, and that's you're going to move swiftly to continue writing letters as a way of enforcement, or are we swiftly going to be cracking down on the bylaws to those that don't conform?
So through you, Madam
UberX.
Speaker, I had a meeting with Uber representatives and hand-delivered a letter clearly stating the expectation that they comply with the bylaw as amended and articulated what those amendments were. I have staff actively engaged in investigations on the road in respect to UberX operations.
Okay. Montreal has decided to take a different route and has started to tow UberX cars that don't conform. We don't have that ability, right?
Through you, Madam Speaker, the situation in Quebec, sir, it's actually governed provincially,
Right.
and they are peace officers that are conducting that enforcement. They are not municipal bylaw enforcement officers, and no, we do not have that authority currently.
Okay. So if I were to ask council to ask the province through an order in council, because they can do that tomorrow, the Premier can do that with her executive, to give us the tools to be able to do that, that would help us to a degree, right?
Through you, Madam Speaker, it's a bit of a complicated answer, sir. Just the ability or getting the authority to tow would depend on who the persons were that were given the authority, whether they be peace officers or municipal bylaw enforcement officers, which currently we do not have. There's specific designation for towing under the HTA.
An order in council, it gives the Premier, with her ministers, the ability to actually change legislation without going to the legislature with particular matters. This would fall into that. You would be able to, if you wanted to, tow vehicles away if they gave us that ability overnight, pretty much.
So through you, Madam Speaker, I'm sure they do have that authority to amend the relevant legislation. There's an operational aspect to this. Certainly who they would prescribe would have the authority and how that authority would be undertaken. And from personal experience, when you're towing people's vehicles, there's a lot of training and consideration and risk mitigation that needs to go into that. So whether we got the authority tomorrow, it would take a fair bit of time and consideration to actually implement
So you're saying that
for bylaw.
You're suggesting that the police and the current towing system that we tow parked vehicles away aren't versed into towing these vehicles?
Through you, Madam Speaker, yes, they most certainly are, and they've been at it for a while.
So if the province did give us an order in council to give us that tool, where would the education come in? Because you've got the police department and you've got the towing companies that can do it tomorrow.
So through you, Madam Speaker, I understood you meant in respect to our enforcement relative to the bylaw, sir, that we would be getting the seizure authority there. If it was strictly under the Highway Traffic Act, then absolutely the police service and police officers are the best suited to deal with seizing people's vehicles while they're operating them.
It would be strictly with your staff that, like the city staff, that we'd have to educate fairly quickly in order to get this done.
So through you, Madam Speaker, while amending the legislation may be a straightforward move, the operationalizing of that on our end is not short or small or insignificant. There was a lot of work that would need to go into identifying the training that they need, ensuring that we've got the contracts, ensuring we've addressed all risk and liability. But further, and as I mentioned from personal experience, the officer safety aspect to towing a person's vehicle, which is not an activity that we currently engage in and is significantly perilous, if lack of a better term, for officers that are engaging in it without the supports and the experience that the police have. And I've done it personally, and I know the risks that are inherent.
When is your report going to come back to council?
So the council, through you, Madam Speaker, we had targeted the spring. Certainly, we have an interest in, as soon as we can, giving consideration to the impact on the taxi and limousine industries. I'm not quite sure the date yet, but we are moving diligently.
Between now and the spring, would you anticipate that there'll be many charges laid?
Yes, I do.
How many would you estimate?
It would be a supposition for me to determine the number. I can say during the last period of time, as you mentioned, the prior charges, we did over 100 drivers in a relatively short period of time. Right now, it's a matter of enforcement, dealing with the evidence we have at the time that we have it, and laying charges based on the evidence we procure. So it's very difficult to set a number.
Thank you. That was your last question. Councillor DeGiorgio.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. What's the normal amount of time, once charges are laid, before those things get to court and they're dealt with?
So through you, Madam Speaker, certainly on a first after we issue the summons and on a first appearance, it's usually within 2 months. We currently have charges that are being brought back to the courts on a monthly basis to be spoken to. Those charges can take a period of time based on disclosure rules and the person charged and their ability to attend court. So it can take anywhere from 2 months to a lot longer than that.
Okay. And of the charges laid, what's the likelihood that you'll be successful once you ultimately go through the process, and whatever the process is, through the courts?
So through you, Madam Speaker, we are working diligently to put together as complete a case as we possibly can, procuring all the evidence that is required and putting it in the hands of very skilled prosecutors. And then it's up to the Justice of the Peace to adjudicate on the substantiveness of the evidence.
The reason I asked that question is because if we're contemplating passing a new bylaw that would accommodate Uber, what happens to all those charges once the new bylaw accommodates Uber? Those charges then proceeding through the courts, are they still going to be dealt with the same way? Because they were, they originated when there was a contravention of the bylaw, and then when they get to court, they're no longer in contravention of the bylaw.
Well, so through you, Madam Speaker, the informations are sworn and the evidence is related to the law in place at the time the offense occurred.
Okay.
So it would be irresponsible of me to suppose or forecast the ultimate adjudication by a Justice of the Peace.
Fair enough.
But I will say we will put all the evidence forward that we have and ensure we're as successful as possible.
And in the meantime, I think that's been brought up already, the company is allowed to continue to flagrantly violate the regulations and essentially is an illegal company.
So through you, Madam Speaker, certainly the amendments recently made to the bylaw has shored up our position in respect to the concerns that were raised in the prior Superior Court matter by Justice Dunphy. It is our position, and I put it forward to Uber, that the expectation is that they become compliant with our bylaw. We are continuing conversations with them in that regard in respect to the taxi cab brokerage license application. I've been very clear about if UberX continued, that there would be enforcement efforts, and those are being undertaken as we speak.
Okay, my last question then is, can you share with us how Uber is able to, excuse me, diffuse our efforts? Because I understand, sorry, I'm having trouble with my voice. I understand that a municipal enforcement officer goes through and manages to lay a charge, and then somehow Uber is able to negate that particular municipal officer from continuing to do business of that nature. In other words, continuing to charge somebody else. How are they managed to get around that?
So through you, Madam Speaker, we have laid over 200 charges against over 100 drivers. We're currently undertaking numerous investigations. So we are having success from procuring charges.
Does an individual municipal enforcement officer continue to have success in charging more and more drivers?
Yes.
Okay, so Uber doesn't have any way of negating or at least diffusing that municipal officer's ability to continue to lay charges?
So through you, Madam Speaker, certainly I have a team of officers that have been working diligently on this file and continue to do so. Beyond that, I can't speak to what Uber may attempt to do or not do.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
He goes with the glasses.
Oh no, he's going to kill me.
Mr. Burnside.
Thank you. Yeah, just a couple questions. There was a question about passenger risk. I understand the aspects relating to insurance, but what other passenger risks would there be?
So through you, Madam Speaker, it is about the fact that passengers are traveling in what are currently unregulated vehicles. We have not, as yet, had an opportunity to vet the substantiveness of Uber's criminal background screening, driver abstract. Certainly as well, we're not sure of the fulsomeness of the vehicle inspections that are undertaken. But primarily, certainly insurance is first and foremost in everyone's minds.
Would I be correct in saying there's no legal risk to the passengers, though? Like they wouldn't be subject to any charges?
Through you, Madam Speaker, no. We do not have any intention to pursue charges against passengers.
Okay, thank you. Approximately how many UberX drivers are there?
Through you, Madam Speaker, as we reported out at the September 30 meeting, there was approximately 16,000 active UberX drivers in the City of Toronto at that time.
And, sorry, how many bylaw enforcement officers do we have?
I have a substantive crew of approximately 40.
So really the enforcement effort is, enthusiastic as it may or may not be, is somewhat of a drop in a bucket, and we really should look towards your report in the new year?
So through you, Madam Speaker, certainly, sir, we're in an interesting time in respect to ground transportation options for the public. The issue of public safety and consumer protection is first and foremost. There are a number of paths to get there by. Certainly our proposal was that a regulated market provides those protections. So yes, I think you should look forward to our report in the spring.
And just the ratio, if my math is right, is about one bylaw enforcement officer for every 400 drivers?
Through you, Madam Speaker, that sounds about right.
Thank you.
You're next.
Councillor Perruzza.
Yeah, one quick question, like a bolt of lightning. That's how quick it is, okay? Just basically, what are all the specific bylaws? Do you have a list of all the specific bylaws with which Uber drivers and/or the corporate entity can be charged with? If you have that list, can it be circulated to councillors or circulated to me? And if you have that list handy, could you read it out like in 10 seconds? That's it. That's the question, okay? No.
So through you, Madam Speaker, certainly the charges in respect to Uber as the entity were the contents of the bill that this council adopted at the last council meeting. There, in respect to dispatching to prohibited vehicles, we have taxi cab and limousine brokerage without licenses. For the drivers, we have operating without a license. There's a number of elements of the taxi cab and limousine bylaws that could be applied. I don't have the list off the top of my head.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Councillor Mammoliti to speak.
I'm going to move that City Council request the province of Ontario through an order in council to permit the City of Toronto to seize non-conforming vehicles. That is, I think, a motion that allows an intent by council to ask the province to give us the tools that we need to be able to enforce. And I want to remind council that this council, through the last round of motions and policies that we're setting around this, firmly asked staff to enforce. And I believe that staff are in the right mode to be able to go into it. So I'm not doubting it for 1 second. I just think that if we were to move in a direction to ask the province to give us more tools, the sooner that we get them, the sooner you could use them if this continues. If we don't do this today, then we don't have them. And the province is able to do it in a hurry. I get that you need to train your staff. I get all of that stuff. But if the province does it tomorrow after this meeting, at least you've got an ability to be able to put something in place to get some of these vehicles towed away and seized. It's working in Montreal, folks. Towing the UberX drivers that are not conforming is working. In fact, I believe that they're on their way out of that city. So I don't know why people would say no to this motion. Outside of perhaps not liking me very much, I don't know why anybody would say no to this. And I'd say to you, just hold your nose. If you don't like me, hold your nose. We're on the same side with this, right? And vote for it, right? We can fight, and later. We can do it outside if you want. We can yell at each other, scream at each other. But at the end of the day, if we're on the same page here, why wouldn't you want to do this?
Okay, Councillor Mammoliti.
Sorry, do I have 5 minutes?
No. Yeah, you do. You're asking somebody a question.
So I'm going to stop now because I just heard I just might win this vote. Yeah. All right.
You were asking somebody a question. You were waiting for a response.
No, it was a speech. It was.
Councillor Davis, you have a question.
Did want to, if we could put the matter on the screen. I don't know if everyone
Councillor
else
Mammoliti,
saw it.
Councillor Davis has a question for you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, I don't have a question now. Thank you.
Good. I hope you support it, Councillor Davis.
Councillor Davis to speak.
I have a very simple motion, and I've...
Oh, sorry, Councillor Burnside, did you have a question? I just seen your name up there. No? Okay. Sorry, go ahead, Councillor Davis.
I have a very simple motion. I've had the city solicitor and the executive director of MLS review it because I know we're in a situation where we're trying to pursue an enforcement and prosecution strategy that will be successful. So, on the other hand, and I'm sure many councillors, are getting questions from our constituent drivers, what are we doing? And I think what we can do is to bump up our communications to the public about the current status of Uber and about the risks associated with being either a driver or a user of UberX. This is an extremely frustrating situation we find ourselves in because Uber has been informed by our government that they are operating outside of our bylaw and that they must come into compliance and that they must apply for a taxi broker license. It is our belief, as a result of changing that bylaw last month, that Uber is a ground transportation broker. They are acting like a taxi, car for hire broker. And if we don't act as though our bylaw says that, and we don't actively enforce the bylaw, I think it sends a message that maybe we weren't that serious about it. But I've been reassured, speaking with our staff in private, that we are pursuing an appropriate path to defend our bylaw. I'm trying not to speak in any way that would jeopardize anything. But I do believe every time someone in the City of Toronto steps into an UberX car, they are stepping into a car that is operating outside of our bylaw. Because in the City of Toronto, licensed taxi brokers can only use licensed taxis. And an UberX car is not a licensed taxi. We heard this week that some insurance companies themselves are taking action, and they are saying to UberX drivers, sorry, if you're driving UberX and you have only private insurance, you're going to be in big trouble if there is an incident. And they are saying to every driver driving UberX, you don't have our coverage if you're driving UberX. There is no commercial insurance being used that we're aware of for UberX drivers. So I think it's important to get a message out to the public, a stronger message, much stronger message, that we are acting in the public interest. UberX is currently an unlicensed taxi, and that we want the public to know the risk associated with using unregulated ground transportation.
You're not asking.
Thank you.
I am not going to support Madam Leader's motion.
We have a question for you.
Okay.
Councillor Campbell.
Councillor, you talk about the risk of UberX. Councillor, you talk about the risk of UberX. How many accidents have occurred in the last 3 months with UberX drivers? Do you know, yes or no?
Councillor Campbell.
Nope, just a yes or no. I'm asking. I would like to know how many accidents with UberX drivers have occurred in the last 3 months.
Councillor Campbell.
Councillor Campbell, you have to ask a question, clarification, but clarification of the motion.
Oh, you're correct. Okay, so you know what? I withdraw. I'm not going to ask the question.
I would like to answer the
You know what?
question.
Because I understand the motion.
The truth is, nobody knows.
Okay.
Nobody knows.
Sorry, there is. There is clarification of the motion I would like to ask, because you would like a communication strategy. And so how is the communication strategy to be paid for, and what would be the prospective budget of a communication strategy?
I'm willing to amend it, and it had intended originally to say within existing budget. So if I could, on my feet, amend it to say within existing budget, I'm happy to do that. That's the intent of the motion.
But the existing budget presumably is allocated for other communications purposes.
I had the opportunity
please,
to speak
please,
with the executive director, and she will operationalize this motion within her authority and within the authority of the budget.
Thank you, thank you. Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor DeGiorgio. Okay, members of council wanted to complete the item. Let's try to get through this. Councillor DeGiorgio.
They want to go home.
Yes.
Ward 32.
Councillor DeGiorgio.
Yeah, just, excuse me, Madam Speaker, just 20 seconds. At the end of the day, everything boils down to this for me. It's a question of who sets the rules of the game. Is it the city or is it Uber? Basically, we are caught in an environment where Uber says, you, the city, do not control big companies like Uber. We set the rules, and unless you modify your rules to accommodate us, we're not interested.
They go like this, Frank.
And they flout exactly what we're trying to do. and they tell us where to go.
No.
And that's totally unacceptable to a person like me.
Okay, thank you. All right, that's it for the speakers. Okay, can we? Okay, Councillor Mamali's motion, it's on the screen. Recorded vote. Okay, stop. We're in the middle of a vote.
Councillor Wong Tam, please. Councillor Davis, please. Councillor Layton.
The amendment does not carry. The vote is 10 to 19.
Okay, next motion. Motion by Councillor Davis, it's on the screen. Revised. Recorded vote.
The amendment carries 21 to 8.
And that's it. That's the
Okay. Our next item is on page 5, PW 8.1. Councillor Matlow. That's on congestion management plan.
There's a question over there. Question?
Oh, Councillor Fragedakis, you have a question? Yes?
So it says on page 8 of the report, through you, Madam Speaker, to staff, you talk about big data management and reporting, and the report mentions the traffic jam hackathon at Evergreen Brickwork. So I have two questions. What was your take on the hackathon, since you participated in it?
Yes, we organized it, actually. We organized it in partnership with Evergreen CityWorks.
What was your take on it?
It was successful. We had over 130 people show up for 48 hours, expecting that they're going to produce something, I'll say, that is going to be immediately usable. Was probably an expectation. It might have been a little too much, but we got some great ideas. We got some great concepts. We're following up with the winning teams, and we saw some good promise out of the program.
Okay. Is there or will there be an open data aspect to your big data project?
Yes, currently we actually do push out several bits of information, particularly our road closures, all of our incidents at this point in time. And in the coming year, we're going to be updating our advanced traffic traveler information system, which actually would push out any information that we take in. We will be pushing out for anyone to use.
Okay, and on page 1 of the congestion management plan status table, the adaptive traffic control system project is listed, and the planned date for completion was December 2015, but that date has been revised to June of 2016, and I'm wondering what has caused that delay.
This is a fairly unique RFP that we're putting out, so it's a new technology. We're going through a phased approach on selection, so when we actually get a vendor to bring in with new software, we're actually going to go through a trial period before we go and try to convert hundreds of our traffic controllers. We're likely going to do a phased approach. So we've been working with procurement and legal, and they've had some issues and concerns. We're still moving along. We expect that it will be released in about a week.
Oh, okay, great, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Well, one's out of generated.
Councillor Matlow to speak.
No, thank you.
Okay, on the item, all in favor? Carried. Page 5, PW 8.7, Councillor Fragedakis, you held the item down. Do we have questions to staff? We do. Councillor Doucette, questions to staff?
Question. On item 2, it's saying that City Council direct General Manager Transportation Services to consult with local area councillor upon request and as needed. What do you really mean? Are you not going to automatically talk to councillors?
Through the chair, I guess one issue we have, councillor, is that when we do get requests for traffic studies, currently we have no obligation to alert the councillor we're doing a traffic request. And the concern at times is that at times there could be pressure put to staff about hearing something that perhaps is or isn't supported on the issue. So the intent there was that for ones that are initiated by councillors, our staff would confirm the times, locations, and dates with the councillors for councillor-initiated requests. So it just gives staff a little wiggle room to consult when staff believe that they need to.
So what you're saying is if I have a resident who requests a traffic study, as I have in the past,
Correct.
I then come to you a year later and say I need a traffic study on this area, and I get told I can't do one because you've already had one done. I thought we were going to try and move forward that even if a resident requests a traffic study, you would consult with the councillor so the councillor could maybe expand the area that is being studied from hearing from other residents.
Again, in some locations, when we get requests to things such as 311, we can't disclose who's doing it. But typically, if we're aware of a situation out there, again, I think staff had expressed to me at times they felt that there was potentially pressure put on them to influence studies that either the councillor does or doesn't support. So our staff often do them. I think in most cases we typically do share the findings of studies with councillors, but not necessarily alert them in advance about the studies.
So am I able to put a request forward to say that I want to be notified of all traffic studies requested by residents to staff before they happen? So I may want to expand the scope?
You could bring that forward again. We get hundreds of requests. We will probably put caveats in there that if we're not contacted back, we will proceed. And also, I guess the one question will be we will not be able to disclose who was the requester.
That's fine, thank you. So I will do an email to your office probably tomorrow morning. Thank you.
Thanks.
Councillor Doucette, didn't we did that at Community Council, did we not?
But that's once the study is done. We did, but I want to know when it's being done so I can expand it if I have to.
Right, okay. Councillor Davis.
Do we have a policy around studies? I know there's one policy I'm aware of, that is you won't do it again for 2 years after a study has been taken. But is there a policy anywhere around what you study, what criteria for establishing priorities, the process for completing the studies, who gets the results of the study and when you report out to council on a study and when you don't? Is there a protocol even?
Through the chair, yes, we have processes in place to ensure that we harmonize the activities among the different districts. Are they all in one written place where they're written down that you can pick up and read? Probably not.
Do you think you could create one or even share it with us?
Creating a whole handbook of every process and protocol we use and all the assumptions that go in each and every one of them would be a pretty large undertaking.
Okay.
We could do it, but it would be a fairly large undertaking. And again, we have to notify you every time we've updated or modified things as well.
It's just that I recall in 2012 from the Core Service Review and Efficiency Studies, we eliminated traffic studies. And then all of a sudden we had traffic studies again. So it was never clear to me what really happened to that efficiency study recommendation.
Through the chair, we can't ignore traffic studies. There's often safety implications associated with them.
I'm not suggesting we should at all.
Yes.
So I guess my question is, could we get just a simple summary of how it works? Because I didn't know that you do not give us any information about 311 study requests.
We get requests from the public that we currently have. The obligation is to report back on that to the requester.
and you don't copy us?
No,
No.
this is something we brought up before.
So, okay. Because the other thing that happens is things pop up on agendas that we aren't aware of, and it would be good to know when studies have been done. Anyway,
So,
that's,
Councillor, if you have any recommendations in terms of processes you'd like to see, please feel free to put them in an email to me, and we can discuss them with our team
well,
about how
I'd
to
like
do
to
it.
know what the process actually is before I give suggestions about how
Well,
it might be
when-
changed.
When you say traffic study, we do probably 15 types of traffic studies. We do intersection studies, we do safety studies, we do stop sign warrant studies, we do crossing warrant
Calming,
studies. Exactly.
speeding, stop signs,
Correct.
all of that. But I also wonder, you must have more demand than there is staff time available. I want to know how you set priorities. Is there a set of priorities?
Yes. It's determined by the operations manager based on, typically, health and safety will be first. In some instances, it may not be a health and a safety issue, and that priority is set by the district operations manager, traffic operations manager.
So how many study requests are there in Toronto and East York districts?
Several hundred a year.
Several hundred a year? And how much budget do we have for them?
I can't give you that answer right now, but I'll provide it to you in
That's
email.
kind
if
of
you
what
like.
I'm interested in knowing. Does the demand outstrip the resources? How do the priorities get set? What are the policies around it?
Okay,
Because it
Councillor
seems ad
Davis,
hoc.
that's not what's before us.
It is,
No, but not the budget.
Okay, well, I'm happy to speak to
Yeah,
Mr. Buckley after.
you're on the right track. Councillor Perks.
Sorry, Speaker, I'm going to try to stay within the constraints you were putting on Councillor Davis, but I think it's important to understand, and I need to ask the General Manager, so one would presume there's some constraint, some limit to the number of traffic studies you can do a year.
Yes, I mean, we have expectations that a lot of them will take, say, 8 hours of staff time to do something like an intersection study. We go out and collect 4 hours of data before, do an analysis, write a report.
Right. So if they get initiated based on a 311 call, they're eating into that limited pie. Is it just sort of first come, first serve?
Through the chair, no, we actually have some, based on the type of request, we often have put in requirements about things such as, I had the same issue when I arrived. I called them traffic studies on demand, and people could call in and basically do a $1,000 traffic study. So now, for certain types of things, things such as neighborhood parking, we might do something like require a petition from the block, or work through the direct someone to work with the councilor's office to secure a petition for those types of studies.
Right.
Now, there's a whole bunch of different types of studies, so different ones have different sort of constraints. So obviously, the ones we take most seriously are those that relate to safety and prioritize.
Right. I'm concerned that there are some where there's not a requirement for a petition. There's a limited budget, limited amount of time, and frankly, in my experience, sometimes it seems like if I want to get a traffic study done, the easiest thing for me to do would be to pretend to be not a city councillor and call you on 311 and ask for it to get done. Because then there's no internal process or nothing, you just do it.
Through the chair, I don't think that's quite a fair assessment, Council. I think we can, for the most part, again, we prioritize those that have a health and safety issue. Outside of that, I'd say for the most part, we try to move through them in the order that they're received.
So if I were trying to understand, because I know it's complex, and I don't want you to write a whole manual, if I were trying to understand which type require what, how much budget there is, how the priorities are set, so I could have a sense going forward, because there are a variety of different safety-related issues in my ward, how we could move through them logically. What motion would I move, what would I say or do to get to that place going forward, instead of it just being whoever got to 311 first?
I think you have to rely on the discretion and knowledge of our traffic operations managers.
Okay, let's suppose, though, that I was trying to actually work with the community to get a logical process, rather than just relying on the discretion of staff, because we actually grant you discretion. But let's suppose I wanted to set up a process where there was an open and transparent dialogue that led to a rational plan for traffic studies, what motion or process would work to direct you to do that? Can you think of a way?
I think we could start by putting together the information for you, and then you can review it, and then make a determination as to whether or not we need to generate a report for that.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Cole.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you, I'm just wondering, I have in front of me for my ward where I have a list where I have 165 outstanding traffic investigations. Is that the standard for most wards across the city?
Through the chair, this is the first time I'm hearing that, Councillor, so if you'd like, I can review it with
Is there
you.
a rough sense if that sounds like the mean or above or below?
I would probably say it shouldn't be that high, but again, it may be that there was 100 put in last week in your ward, so I can't comment on that without seeing it.
Okay, they date back a couple years. In one case where there's kind of obviously it becomes a sore spot around Lawrence and Allen, specific in my ward, there are 13 different outstanding traffic studies going on about that intersection. Is there ever an effort to consolidate that work?
Yeah, actually, I believe our staff's meeting. We have a meeting set up on this issue, and again, we will have some locations where I guess the public thinks we can solve an issue, but that intersection is probably one of the most complex with separated signal phases being fed by a freeway, and I think the expectation that we're going to quote-unquote solve congestion at that location may not be realistic.
Well, I'll give you a different example where there are 5 studies going on at Bathurst and Covington, a little small side street. When those study requests come in from my office or for a resident, do you kind of pull them together so there's not duplication and repetition of those same studies?
Yes, the traffic managers would do that.
Okay, because it doesn't look like it on this list.
Well, they may not be consolidated on the list of requests, but
Okay.
at the end of the day,
Is there a lot of times when I think a resident comes forward with a request or a concern, they don't necessarily know what they want, whether they want speed changes, speed bumps, stop signs. They know what the problem is. It's traffic volume or traffic speeds. Does the immediate reaction have to be a study that will often then take a year in time?
no, in most cases, particularly when they come through 311, we will attempt to contact the complainant and try to, I'll say, better understand their issues and concerns. The public often, through something like a typed-in request, may not exactly be able to articulate that all that well.
So if a counselor's office were to contact your staff and express concern over the outcome, not necessarily wanting a specific study on a stop sign, does your staff have the ability to give suggestions, advice as how to avoid getting into the year, 2-year, 3-year study process?
Through the chair, I think right now, to be bluntly honest, we're getting overwhelmed with the amount of traffic requests because I think, particularly in your neighborhood, Eglinton's under construction, so it's often leading to a lot of traffic that's going into neighborhoods, particularly in gridded street areas. So people are feeling the pressure of volumes, they're feeling the pressure of speeds, and they're different than normal. So,
But does your staff have the mandate or ability to say, Counselor, let's not do a study on this. I've been in this business for 20 years. Here are a few suggestions you might want to bring back to your residents to have a discussion about to avoid getting in this queue of studies, to avoid that backlog. Do your staff have that mandate or purview to do that?
They do.
Do you have a sense of maybe why they're not doing that?
Again, I'm not really sure of what exactly your question is. Are you saying that we are taking 5 studies and then doing 5 separate studies?
I just think instead of maybe giving best technical advice as to what we might bring back to our community, the immediate response is, okay, put in the queue for study. Where I think we could avoid that backlog getting larger by not doing that. Is that something that your staff has the mandate to do? Because I haven't seen them offer that to my office.
But yes, we'll follow up with you.
But do they have the mandate to make that give us that kind of information?
The managers are empowered to sort of, they basically have some types of studies that we have to follow through from a probably safety and liability standpoint. But if we're talking things about traffic volumes and cut-through traffic and speed, they do have that discretion.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Holliday to speak. Oh, sorry, Councillor Fillion, you just put your name on?
Is there a group that are kind of like problem solvers, like that will take something other than a, check off the boxes approach, like somebody you could go to if you have a situation and say, can you look at this and come up with something better than for example, with a site plan or development application, can you come up with something better as opposed to just checking off whether or not you can check off the boxes?
I'm not necessarily understanding your question. Is this a transportation planning question?
Yes, transportation planning question. Like but to do with congestion, because some of the mistakes we've made in planning have created the congestion or lack of foreseeing the traffic problems and getting out in front of them or being able to mitigate them. It seems like it's always like it's just like a checklist approach. Well, even like recently with a site plan for a school where a road was being proposed that would just double the number of cars driving into the school, where there could have been, a bicycle path and a bigger sidewalk cutting through the school property. But the transportation staff that I met with didn't feel they could. It wasn't their job to say, no, why don't you do something different? They just evaluate what's in front of them.
Well, sometimes we have to deal with realistic situations. So something like a school will actually attract vehicular trips. So to just assume that they're going to show up in another mode and basically might lead to a problem where now you have vehicular circulation issues around the site. So again, I'm not understanding this question.
So I'll
for this
just
site.
take that example.
Yeah.
So it's a real example. If I wanted to find somebody in the person on the file was just, can I check off these squares? If I wanted to find somebody who I could say to, can you please look at this situation and tell me how we can encourage kids to ride on their bikes to school and walk to school and discourage parents from driving their kids 2 or 3 blocks. Can you give me some ideas? Who would I go to?
Now, we do not have a team that's designed to do demand management for each and every site in the city. We basically have 2 or 3 transportation planners that deal with site applications that have to review things in each district and have to turn around things in review times and come up with solutions. So, no, there is no unit that will solve holistically every site development problem.
No, I know. I'm not asking the question properly. I apologize for that. I know I'm not asking it well. Is there a way or is there a division within the department where you can say, can you please take a look at this and come up with some suggestions to improve it, as opposed to just going, well, they submitted a study and this is all okay, like some kind of proactive problem solving?
I'd like to think that there's a lot of folks in our division that do proactive problem solving, Councillor. If you think that if we have a separate unit of people that focus solely on that, no, we do not at this time. Most of our staff are pretty much, as you heard from other councillors, underwater dealing with day-to-day issues as well. So no, we do not at this point in time have a unit dedicated staffed with a large number of people to do something like that.
So the people who are evaluating the applications are also the ones who are supposed to do the proactive problem solving?
Yes, but a lot of the proactive problem solving, again, involves the land uses we put down there as well.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Holliday to speak. We have 25 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. I'll be very brief. We've talked a lot. There's been a lot of questions on this item that have sort of increased the scope. This is a very, very laser-precise motion. We talked about it at PWIC. I was proud to support it. It's something that is
okay, you have to present your motion. There's no motion.
Is not the recommendations from...
Oh, I see. Okay, sorry.
Yep, the item is brought forward from PWIC. It is something that is complementary to a professional staff. It is simply a checkbox in the process, and it just takes any uncertainty out of the traffic study process to ensure that the local councillor is consulted whenever there's any concern about the hours of when the traffic study is done. For instance, if the measurement is taken at 8:30 on a Wednesday morning when it should have really been looked at 3 o'clock on a Saturday afternoon, when there was some uncertainty of when those traffic volumes were, it simply ensures that the local councillor is consulted about those hours, and that's included in the report. And it also avoids the indignity of the report coming to the floor of community councillor here, and all this good work is overturned on a technicality that, perhaps we should have measured a different time, and we realized that months later when it simply was a question at the start. I understand this was drafted in cooperation with staff. It's supported all around. I hope you support it. I think it will lead to better reports and better outcomes and better use of our folks' time. Thank you.
On the item, all in favor? Carried.
To make your business.
Page 5, EY 911. Councillor Doucette, Etobicoke York Community Council, the tree. You held the item down.
Write that down, and then we'll move that. And you can be part of the author.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I actually have a motion.
There's councillors who tell our staff.
The City Council refer the item back to General Manager, Parks, Forestry and Recreation because Council has been advised that the application has been withdrawn. So the owner no longer wants to have the tree cut down. So therefore, he's withdrawn his motion. We are recommending he prunes his tree, though, which will probably solve his problems. Thank you. No, this is a small one.
Okay, on the motion by Councillor Doucette to refer it back, on favor? Carried. Page 6. NY 9.26. A 2.6 and 2.7 is being considered together. And this is the one, Councillor Burnside. This was the one that you, Councillor Burnside. This is the one that you stood up and you moved your motion, right? Well, that's why I tried to mention.
That ability to make that decision here. So I see a few heads nodding. So what I'd like to do is move to extend to finish, actually, the agenda. There's only 3 items.
Okay, Councillor Fletcher, please, we're in the middle of an item now.
No, we're not. We haven't started it yet, so.
Yeah.
Wait. We're moving to extend, to finish. Finish the agenda, correct. And then it'll be done. 3 items.
On favor, carried.
Thank you.
Well, come on, if you want to finish the agenda, let's concentrate and focus. Okay, Councillor Burnside and Councillor Fletcher, you need to stay in because I know you've changed, you're ready to leave.
I'm staying, but
okay. Well, I know that you went and you changed your clothing. So, Councillor Burnside, this was you moved a motion, correct? Okay.
Yes, and I'd like to move an amendment.
it's only 3 pages long.
Yes.
Okay, and that was, did you want to speak on it? Councillor Burnside.
I don't need to at this point, if anyone has questions. I'm happy to give a synopsis if you'd like.
Okay, what's her, so.
I better, eh? Okay.
So Councillor Burnside, you don't want to speak on it?
No, I think I better give a synopsis. It's a little bit detailed. So this was an application by Costco to build a store on what were the Coca-Cola bottling facilities. Those facilities closed in 2004. It's in the Thorncliffe Park area, which is a neighborhood improvement area where we have 40% poverty, unemployment that's twice the city average, with 20% of the households where there are 5 or more people in an apartment. Is it my ideal job? No. It's a good job. I guess one of the questions is, who am I to say? But I think we would all prefer light manufacturing. It's an old employment land, but the reality is the lands have not been used since 2004. Nothing has been brought into the area. It's quite depressed. I would say that Costco, in all fairness, is a good employer, rated in the top 3 in America, #1 brand by the LGBT community, given their policies towards the community. Someone that's been there for 5 years as a cashier makes $50,000 a year. So the big concern with most councillors, including myself, are the traffic implications of the Costco. I'd say the primary concern would be the gas bars, or is the gas bars. With this amendment, we hive off the gas bars. We defer it to a later time. All I'm asking is for the approval of the Costco, which should bring at least 100 jobs to the community. And if the applicant wishes to pursue the gas bar, they can do so at a later time. It would be 6 months after the store opens. They could initiate another traffic study, and that would come back before Community Council.
So this is a staff recommended, the staff have recommended. Oh, sorry.
Thanks, Paula. I guess the big concern here is that some councillors said, why don't we just fight it? I actually talked to Councillor Fillion about this. The biggest issue is there's a positive staff report. So I asked Councillor Fillion, I said, in your opinion, what would happen if we went to the OMB? 3 words, 4 words, you will get murdered. I followed up, I called our legal department. I asked them in the last 5 years on a rezoning application, how many times when we went to the OMB against a positive staff report, how many times did we win? The answer, 0. So what I have here in my heart is the best deal for the community.
Thank you. Councillor Perks.
Thank you, Speaker. I have a motion. I'm moving that City Council refuse the application on the basis that retention of employment lands is a corporate priority. We've had this debate around this council chamber many, many times. The one thing about employment lands is once you give them up, you never get them back. We never generate new employment lands. We've had the debate about the type of employment that goes on employment lands. There was, as many members of council who have been here for a while will recall, there was an effort to convert some employment lands to big box retail down in Councillor Fletcher's neck of the woods. We fought it vigorously. We won. This, I think, it has, and I heard Councillor Burnside say that nobody's moved in to do anything with this land in the last few years. That does happen. And sometimes you have to be patient. Liberty, the portion of Liberty Village that I have, that are employment lands, sat vacant for decades. Now, it's the center of creative enterprise, digital work, media work in all of Eastern Canada. It's one of the hottest employment zones anywhere in the country. And it's because we knew that if we held on, eventually real employment uses, not big box, would come back. It took some courage to do it. I've had to say to property owner after property owner after property owner for a decade, no, I'm not accepting live work, I'm not accepting condos, we're hanging on to these employment lands, because if we're going to retain a diversified and strong economy in the City of Toronto, we need land on which to do it. So, on that basis, I'm moving this motion.
Thank you. We have a question for you, Councillor Burnside.
Thanks, Joe. I appreciate the advice. Thank you. Councillor Perks, you referred to Councillor Fletcher in that application. Was that a positive staff report or a negative staff report?
It was a staff report that went for upholding the employment land
So
designation.
it's a negative staff report.
And frankly, you can make the argument, and the planners that we retain to make the argument, and the city lawyers that we will retain to make the argument, they can say the City of Toronto has successfully defended that the argument that employment lands are not for big box retail recently at the Ontario Municipal Board. That can be part of the case that we use to protect the precious resource that we're about to give up if we go with the approach that you're recommending here.
So was it a positive staff report or a negative staff report?
I answered your question.
Well, it was a negative staff report, correct?
Yes, I said that.
Okay,
yes.
thank you. And so
to emphasize the point.
Okay, thank you. I got
the principles that inform that negative staff report are, in my view, at play here. And I want to remind you that planning, the whole point of an OMB hearing is that different planners provide different advice. I'm saying that there's a very powerful case that we can make here that the retention of employment lands is a corporate policy. And it's actually one of the very few things in planning law where we have a really strong hammer.
I know you're not reading up my time here, and
well,
it's a short
I'm trying to give you an answer that's
no, I
useful.
got your answer, and thank you.
You're quite welcome.
I do appreciate it, Councillor Perks. So you've been a councillor since 2006.
Yes, I have.
Okay, and Coke's been closed since 2004. Have there been any efforts on your part to bring employment to a community with 40% poverty?
Absolutely, yes.
And have those efforts been fruitful, Councillor Perks?
Yes, they have. In fact, we fought successfully during the last term of council. There was a whole series of motions when we were reviewing our employment lands to take employment land designation away. And I was part of a group of councillors who fought to retain some of those employment designations. And by retaining those employment designations, we've been able to retain land that's available for good-paying jobs.
Well, no, my question was in Thorncliffe Park, what efforts have you put forward to address the 40% poverty rate?
Oh, no, sorry, I'm not the local councillor in Thorncliffe Park.
Okay.
Well, no, but that doesn't stop you from
Okay, Councillor
partaking in this
Burnside.
debate.
Okay, we're
Thank
just
you.
getting off topic here. Councillor Fillion, clarification of the motion to Councillor Perks.
Thank you, and I'm not crazy about the proposal either, but the question is, if we pass this, who's giving evidence at the board in support of it?
I think that there are a large number of planners in the City of Toronto who would be quite prepared to give evidence on the importance of retaining employment lands. In fact, there are planners all over the province of Ontario. That's why there's special legislation in planning law in the province of Ontario on the importance of...
It's not a debate. I'm asking this as a practical question.
I'm saying you'll be able to get
On
lots of
this
them.
application,
For this application, yes.
who's going to...
I'm saying there'll be lots of planners we'd be able to get to give evidence on this.
So if it's an outside planner, shouldn't we be asking for an outside planner?
I asked that question of the city solicitor. She says that's not a necessary part of the language we have to put in order to defend council's position should we adopt this motion. It just wasn't necessary to put that language in. Look at that. She's nodding. I must have got it right.
Okay, so whatever expertise would be needed...
Would be available, yeah.
Now
Because it would become the city solicitor's job to defend council's position. She would, and I happen to know that she's an award-winning municipal lawyer, so she would defend it vigorously and most likely successfully.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you. Your motion says that it is corporate policy.
Yes.
Yet we have a positive staff report in front of us. So does your motion imply that somehow the planning department was not following corporate policy or planning policy for this area, Councillor?
The purpose of my motion is not to make any kind of comment on the work done by the chief planner. My motion is simply to reinforce that this is an important priority for the City of Toronto, that it is existing policy for the City of Toronto, and that I want our staff to go and vigorously defend that corporate policy. I don't need to make any comment on...
What does the staff report say about the fact that it's employment lands, Councillor?
I can pull up the language if you want.
Okay,
It'll
stop
take
it.
me a few minutes. Do you need that? Or do you want to read it on your own?
You know, I haven't spoken, I haven't asked one question. All council.
Like,
I'm just
we
looking it
are,
up.
when we're asking Councillor Perk's question, it's to clarify the motion. I think
Correct.
we're really getting a little bit all over the
I
place
actually
now.
think I'm clarifying his motion because it either is in, the planning report either deals with that aspect or it doesn't. And I'm asking him to clarify why he would need to make that motion.
So
Mr. Speaker.
what it says in the staff report is that the subject lands are designated general employment areas, which applies to lands largely on the periphery of employment areas on major roads where retail stores, service shops, and restaurants, and this is, I think, the important part, can serve workers in the employment area and would also benefit from visibility and transit access to draw the broader public. If I was convinced that a gas bar and a Costco were designed to serve the workers inside the employment area, I might take a different view here. But I think it's very clear to everybody in this room that a Costco and a gas bar are not providing commercial services to the employees inside the main employment area. So I actually think that my motion fits with the existing planning policy. One thing about planning, though, is that it's about opinion. That's why we actually have hearings, because you will have more, you know, it's sort of like the joke with lawyers. One lawyer in a town goes broke, two lawyers get rich. It's kind of like that with planners.
That's not exactly answering my question, Councillor, you're using up my time. The retail uses in employment lands, as you've just said, can be on the edge of the employment area.
Yes.
And it is when you're, I understand, moving something further inside that it is to serve the people who have those employment features.
No, I'll read you the section again.
That
The
was your
subject
last
lands
question.
are general employment areas, which applies to lands largely on the periphery of employment areas on major roads where retail stores, services and shops and restaurants can serve workers in the employment areas.
Okay, that
So-
was your last question. Thank you. Councillor Pasternak, clarification of the motion only, please.
Clarify.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You're familiar with the document that we have just adopted as
That's
the
not the
poverty
motion.
reduction strategy?
Absolutely, I'm quite familiar with it.
Do you
Okay,
believe
clarification of the motion, please.
he is arguing that Costco does not meet the requirements of the poverty reduction
not.
strategy?
No.
No,
Motion is
I'm
to
arguing it
approve
doesn't
the
meet the designation of employment land,
No,
Councillor.
he can't have it both ways.
I'm only having it one way, the correct way.
Have you read this or not?
Yes, I have.
Okay, thank you.
I know that helps you understand my motion.
Enact
I'm
on it.
glad to have provided that for you.
Enact on it.
Councillor Shiner.
So, Madam Speaker, I'm rising somewhat in my capacity as Chair of the Planning and Growth Committee, and also the fact that the Chief Planner wasn't brought to the floor for questions because most members of Council understood that, and to try to clarify that my colleague, who's talking about lawyers, is quite wrong in his determination of what is permitted on these lands. The Chief Planner, when I just asked her, said quite clearly that this type of use is permitted on the outlying lands, the periphery of employment lands. And that is one of the reasons why they did recommend this use. The examples that were given of other areas in the city where it was refused, my colleague, Councillor Bursine, was quite right. Staff recommended against those uses, and we defended. And he's also quite right that if you are going to the board, you don't want to be going against your own staff because you don't win. If this is a case of Councillor not liking big box or that type of use, I'm fine. Vote against it. But it's not a case of the wrong use because staff clearly took all those items into consideration. And if you want to talk about planners or lawyers, what's right or wrong, the one thing that I learned is a lawyer that has himself for a client, that has himself for a client, has a fool for a client. And I think it's the same thing right now. When we're trying to have a member of council tell you what planning issues are, that's completely contrary to what our planning staff have said in their report and otherwise. Councillor Burnside has struggled with this application because he has a split community. Some in Leaside that don't want it, some in Thorncliffe Park do want it. It's going to provide 100 jobs for Thorncliffe Park. You could permit a warehouse on the site, and that would meet the zoning bylaw of employment lands. And you could have 10 people working there. Or you could do a data storage bank there and have 1 or 2 people working there. And they'd be considered employment areas. This is employment when you're opening up what's considered a warehouse, being Costco, and you're providing 100 good-paying jobs to people there. And I know that he struggled with it because of the mix in his community and came up with the solution now to permit the store to go forward and got Costco to buy into it and not permit the gas bar to go forward at this time and review that later to see if it will work. I think for a new member of council, he's done an absolutely terrific job in trying to handle a very, very contentious issue within his community and come out with a solution that he's prepared to put his reputation on stake for the community because he feels it's reasonable and it does the best for them. And I think we deserve to support his initiatives in it, in what he's tried to do, because it is a good solution for this, and I appreciate the work, and I'll be fully supportive of it, and I don't believe that the motion from Councillor Perks has any justification in it being a corporate priority or policy to what we want to do. I too like to see employment lands protected, as all of you do, where we can and where we shall. But if you told me on this site you could bring in any other business that would give 100 jobs, I'd love it to be there. This is a business that will give 100 jobs on the site, and we should look favorably toward those jobs and go forward with this application.
Let's vote.
Councillor Matlow. Look at all the speakers we have.
Well, I'm standing to speak in opposition to Councillor Perks' motion. And I'm not actually speaking to Councillor Burnside's support for recommendations or for his amendment specifically, because he and I had a prior conversation where we had a direct conversation before this meeting, because we are colleagues and we respect each other, and because this is a local matter that he has struggled with for a long time. And to have a motion come forward today.
Point of privilege, Speaker? Point of personal
Point of personal privilege, Councillor Perks.
Councillor Matlow is implying that I did not speak to Councillor Burnside prior to doing this. I spoke to Councillor Burnside and told him that I would be fighting for employment lands 2 weeks in advance of this council meeting. Yes, I did, John, when you came to my office.
Okay,
Yep.
okay. Thank you.
Councillor Burnside,
Okay, just one sec, Councillor Matlow. Let me turn your mic on. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Whether or not any of us decide that we agree with everything that he is going to move, or he's moved or not, only Councillor Burnside has been not only struggling with this matter, but has been consulting deeply with his community and communities. He's been attentive to conflicting interests from communities that he is actually working on bringing together. And at the 11th hour, to move in a different direction without working with the local councillor, I don't believe is the way that we should be treating each other. I don't think any one of us would appreciate that kind of treatment if it were a matter in our wards that we had been struggling over. So whether you agree or disagree with Councillor Burnside, hey, that's democracy. Councillor Burnside would agree completely with that. But we have to at least respect the fact. It's not even the individual alone. It's the fact that they have been immersed in the issue. And we have simply not. And we have to have some confidence in our colleagues to come up with a thoughtful recommendation. And I believe that's what Councillor Burnside is doing today.
Councillor Fillion.
Yes, briefly, I feel for Councillor Burnside on this one. I know he's struggled with it and is doing what he thinks is the best under difficult circumstances. I can't support his motion because I don't like the application, But I also cannot support Councillor Perks's motion because there's no basis for it, and it will just frankly, make the city look stupid at the board, which is certainly not our biggest problem with the board, but our biggest problem with the board is their bias, but it doesn't help when we send cases down there that where we have no case to present. If we were going to oppose this application, we would have to have an outside planner, we would have to have an outside expert who would talk about how this is viable employment land, etc. We would have to have a case to present. We have there's nothing at all to support this statement, which doesn't even refer specifically to this site. So, people should vote whatever however they think on Councillor Burnside's motion, but I would urge everybody not to support Councillor Perks's motion just because you might not like the application, because it will not succeed in doing anything other than messing up any gains which Councillor Burnside may have been able to achieve, and will have us look bad at the OMB.
Councillor Fletcher.
Interesting that we're having this discussion when earlier we have just passed the 629 Eastern zoning bylaw, the 10-year fight to establish a good mix on those lands. I just want to address something Councillor Matlow said, that this is a local matter. For employment lands are not local matters. They are actually citywide issues. The maintenance of employment areas in the city is something that we are the stewards of as councillors, but it's not like a committee of adjustment or a zoning matter.
Okay.
No.
Point of privilege, you can.
Point of privilege.
May misunderstand. I'm not suggesting that any development in any of our wards there's just any sort of fiefdom that only the local councillor has to say over. I'm just saying that there should be a level of respect to the fact that the local councillor has been so immersed in the issue to work with them through the process rather than bring things at the 11th hour that might compromise the work that they've been doing.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
You know what? I say what I said. I've said what I said about that. We've had people walk on conversions for churches. We've done many things here.
You didn't.
No, excuse me.
Okay,
Could you
please.
guys just let us finish this item? Because it's of interest to all of us, jobs. That's why Councillor Burnside says he is supporting this. The city policy in 4.6.1 and 4.6.3 is to allow retail on the periphery around the edges of employment areas and designated employment land. Whether we like it or not, I don't particularly like it, but it is allowed. I'm not supporting Councillor Perks's motion. Because when we go to the OMB on employment land matters, we have to be very serious. It's when we are very clear that we are drawing a line on the sand. We have not drawn a line in the sand here. It is being interpreted over 4.6.3 that you can have retail on the edges, as there is in Scarborough in many places. We've seen that through many different council terms. And 4, what I want to say is point A around the approval is it says sufficient transportation capacity is available to accommodate the extra traffic generated by the development, resulting in an acceptable level of traffic on adjacent and nearby streets, in allowing that for the retail. And that is the traffic study that Councillor Burnside is saying we have to look at that, particularly around the application around the gas bars. So, quite frankly, I think that it's wrong to try to. I have talked to the chief planner. They're interpreting it in this way, and I agree with them. I might not like that provision 4.6.3, but I have to agree that it's on the periphery. It's not in the middle of the employment area, because that would be a different recommendation from staff. It's not there. So that. Whether I vote with it, against it, I have to be very clear on the presentation of this particular application.
Thank you. So on Councillor Burnside's motion, recorded vote.
Councillor Fletcher, please. Councillor Robinson.
Councillor Carroll, please.
The motion carries 21-7.
Okay. Yes, so the other motion is redundant, so do we have to vote on 26? On NY 9.26, all in favor? Recorded vote. Yes.
Voting panel is now open, members. Apologies.
Okay, members, we're voting.
Councillor Davis, are you voting, please?
The item carries unanimously, 28 in favor.
Okay, so on NY 9.27, we already voted on it. All right. Page 7 of your blue sheets. Page 7. On T 11.41, construction staging area, the mayor held it down. He just wanted to speak on it, so we'd just like to release it. All in favor? Carried. On page 7, T 11.75, liquor licenses, Councillor Layton. No amendments, so just move the item? No amendments. Okay, on favor, carried. MM 10.1, which is Councillor Mamalides' tree. All right, so who held that item down? Okay, Councillor Holiday, did you have questions? Anybody have any questions? No? Okay. Councillor Mamalidi?
I just want to be put on record. I just want to thank Councillor Doucette, Councillor de Beermaker for all your help. And I want to thank Edith George publicly in my community. Now, this is a person that her and I have not seen eye to eye for 25 years. The only thing we had in common was our last name, George. Up until this moment. She's been the champion for this, and I think we're going to do it with this motion, and I just want to thank everybody for their support tonight. You've got to see the tree, as I did, to understand why this approach needs to be taken. So thank you.
Councillor Doucette to speak.
Am I able to put up one quick picture?
We're good, sir.
I know. Okay, pictures there.
I'd love to see the tree.
So okay, I know, but we've waited for 6 months for this. Give me 2 minutes to speak. That's all I'm asking.
You gotta wake up the IT guy over there.
Okay, don't worry about the picture then. So basically, as you heard, we've been here for 6 months. I can no longer support the original motion we did put forward 6 months ago, which would have been using city funds to purchase this property. Excuse me. Shh. Okay. Since then, many things have changed. This property has been sold and resold 3 times. The stunning tree has been in the media, which is actually what we wanted because it got attention to it, which I think has also helped protect it. This photograph was just taken a week or so ago. So both Councillor Mammoliti and the Mayor's office, please.
Okay,
Shush.
come on. We do want to go home.
I'd like to go home, but I'd like
Okay.
to also not be interrupted.
That's why I wanted to come back tomorrow.
So both Councillor Mammoliti and the Mayor's office have spoken to the new owner who is now renovating this back split house. He is not looking to do any additions, and he's only renovating the inside, no digging outside his 4 walls. Therefore, there will be no damage to a tree. He also says he likes the tree, and he actually does not intend it any harm. I would like to recommend, though, that Forestry arrange a visit to inspect the tree and work with the new owner on a maintenance plan moving forward. I also request that Forestry provide us with the report we have today before us, which shows how heritage trees under the private tree bylaw are protected. This is what we've got before us today, and it shows that this 350-year-old red oak, and here is one of its leaves from a few days ago, is protected. It fell, don't worry. I think we should be actually working and using this tree. We should be gathering the acorns and growing them to plant more of these trees around the city. I would also actually like to recommend that in the budget process, the city funds the heritage department so we can actually start looking at heritage trees, designating them as a city as we do heritage buildings. So I moved a motion several years ago at Parks and Environment to get the city to actually map the trees we have, which are going to be designated heritage, so that utility companies take more care when they're planting, digging around them. So I want to thank you all for your patience with me this evening and for the last 6 months with this motion being deferred and deferred. I think we're in a good place now. And if you're ever in Ward 7, Councillor Mammoliti's ward, I encourage you to go and look at this tree. It is stunning, and you've never seen anything like it. So thank you.
Councillor Holliday.
Well, I had planned to stand up and, say something clever like, it's an oak tree and not a money tree, and worry about how we're going to pay for all this, but I'm not, because Councillor Mammoliti has been very innovative in a method here to collect some money to protect this tree. However, something happened in June in my ward that reminded me of why I was very concerned about this. And I think what I really want to say is I wish this tree well, but I don't want to ever own it. And if we could just put the picture up. This is a 100-year-old oak tree that fell in a park in Ward 3. It smashed to pieces an electrical transformer. It smashed to pieces a set of bleachers. And you can see the scratch marks all the way up the pole. It was a massive thing that happened in the middle of the day. It could have killed somebody. And thankfully it didn't. It reminds me that I really do not want to be the owner of the tree at 76 Coral Drive. I hope money gets raised for this. I hope that a private entity continues to own this tree. I hope that it lasts for generations, and I am thoroughly convinced that as a council, we would protect this tree and never allow it to be threatened or cut down. But I hope that my fellow council colleagues, that should the money be raised, will think very carefully about purchasing such an asset and having to live up with the responsibility of taking care of that tree, because as the old hockey saying goes, the bigger they are, the harder they fall, and it's lasted 250 years. Something like this could happen any day. Thank you.
Okay, on Councillor Mammoliti's motion, recorded vote.
Councillor Bailao, please. Councillor Lee, thank you. Councillor Matlow. Councillor Davis. Councillor Fletcher, if you're on the floor, please, could we have your vote?
Councillor Fillion, please. Councillor Fletcher, may we have your vote, please? Hold it.
Councillor Burnside, would you please press one of the buttons to indicate your vote, please?
The amendment carries 28 to 1.
On MM 10.15, the appointment of the interim ombudsman, we held it down because the deputy mayor held it down, but being that he's not here, we'll just release it. Okay, all in favor? Carried. The next one is the one that was circulated, moved by myself, by Councillor Mamalidi, MM 10.25, about the Humber Hospital site. Motions. You have a copy of it. I'll have a recorded vote on that one. This is requesting the province. Yes. Can we put the motion on the screen so people know what
Councillor
they're
Mamalini,
voting on?
please.
There it is there. I moved the motion.
Councillor Perruzza, your vote, please. Councillor Wong Tam. Councillor Davis and Councillor Matlow, please. Councillor Perks, please.
The motion carries 28 to 1.
Councillor Crescenti. You have a motion regarding absentees?
I do, Madam Speaker, that City Council excuse the absence of Councillor Rob Ford and Councillor Michael Thompson from the November 3rd and 4th, 2015 City Council meeting.
All those in favor, recorded
Got some
vote.
questions about that?
Yes.
Thank you.
Recorded vote.
Councillor Holliday, please. Councillor Mamalidi.
Councillor Layton, please.
The motion carries unanimously, 29 in favor.
Councillor Fragedakis, you have a motion to introduce the confirm.
That leave be granted to introduce a bill to confirm.
Hold on. Councillor Carroll. Councillor Carroll, you have a motion to introduce certain bills.
Yes, that leave be granted to introduce bills 1131 to 1185 and 1189 to 1193 inclusive.
Shall leave be granted to introduce these bills, recorded vote?
Councillor Carroll, please. Councillor Bailao. Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor McMahon. Councillor Davis, please.
Councillor Mamalidi, please.
The motion to introduce the bills carries unanimously, 29 in favor.
Shall these bills be passed and declared as a bylaw? Recorded vote.
Councillor Ashamari, thank you. Councillor Bailao, please.
Counselor Cole, thank you.
Councillor Lee and Councillor Perks, please. Councillor Shiner, please, and Councillor Wong Tam.
The motion to enact the bills carries unanimously, 29 in favor.
Councillor Fragedakis, you have a motion to introduce the confirming bill.
Do that leave be granted to introduce a bill to confirm to the point of the introduction of this motion the proceedings of Council Meeting 10 on November 3rd and 4th, 2015.
Shall leave be granted to introduce this bill? Recorded vote.
Councillor Carroll, please. Councillor Perruzza, Councillor Layton, thank you. Councillor Shiner.
Hold on, we have one more vote, please.
Councillor Pasternak, please. And
Councillor
Councillor
Mamalidi,
Perks.
we have one more vote, one more. Just a sec.
The motion to introduce the confirming bill carries unanimously, 29 in favor.
Shall this bill be passed and declared as a bylaw? Recorded vote.
Counselor Mamalidi, please.
Councillor Perks, please, and Councillor Lee.
Counselor Fragedakis, please.
Councillor Perruzza.
Motion to enact the confirming bill carries unanimously, 29 in favor.
Okay, we'll adjourn the meeting. First, I'd like to thank the staff and members of council. Enjoy the evening.